Falling for My Sister's Ex, written by Catelyn Meadows, narrated by Georgia Lee King. Chapter 1. Blaire bolted up the sidewalk and into her parents' living room. She charged straight past Mama's collection of vintage dolls, from original plastic figurines to old-fashioned porcelain models positioned on metal stands on surfaces on either side of the baby grand piano and on shelves above it. It was a doll shrine, really. And into the kitchen. Mama stood hugging Savannah, who was crying, wiping her eyes only to produce more tears. "Why would he do this to me?" she sobbed. "Because some men are selfish creatures who only care about themselves. Not counting your daddy, but heaven knows that man has his moments," Mama said. She wore her jalapeno pepper apron, sporting burned patches and stains from the many times she'd used the apron in place of hot pads or towels. Savannah gave off a little chuckle that turned into a wail. She stepped back, but the space between the fridge and the cupboards was barely big enough to allow for the dishwasher to stick out its tongue. Savannah collided. She hit her forehead on the open cupboard where Mama had been putting away the dishes. With a frustrated squawk that could rival any bird, Savannah screeched and simultaneously slammed the insulting cupboard door as hard as she could and kicked. Blaire lunged for the unsuspecting dishwasher door, but it was too late. The hit had been made, though it didn't have the effect her twin sister seemed to hope for, whatever that was. Savannah squealed again and clutched her now hurt leg and released a string of curse words. Blaire was still trying to grasp what was causing her sister to act like she'd failed to sell her cow at an auction. She'd rushed to Harvest Ranch the instant work ended, almost immediately after she'd received Savannah's panic-streaked text. "Everything is wrong," Savannah had messaged. "Meet me at Mama's ASAP." Warning and worry had exploded in Blaire's brain. Every possible worst-case scenario added fireworks to the show, and she'd driven like a girl on the run to see what the matter was. But Mama wasn't dying on the side of the road. Daddy wasn't being life-flighted after having fallen off a cliff. Savannah was being dramatic, and Blaire cursed herself for falling victim to her flair for spectacle again. "I know you've had your hopes crushed, but a broken heart is no reason to wreck my dishwasher," Mama reprimanded. Blaire bent and closed the fortunately unbroken appliance. The action served like opening a gate to where Mama and Savannah stood. Blaire waited for them to notice she'd arrived and fill her in, but neither did. "I got your text," she said. "Are you going to tell me what this is all about?" "He broke it off." Savannah displayed her now ringless left hand. "Jeremy? Why?" Blaire asked. She wasn't unused to her twin's dramatic flair, but it had been a while since she'd seen it in person. Savannah always went over the top whenever anything went wrong. "What happened?" Blaire tried ushering Savannah to the dining table on the opposite side of the bar, but Savannah sniffed and brushed her dark hair from her shoulders. Mama took a tissue to Savannah's face as if she were 2 instead of 27. "It came out of nowhere," Savannah said, batting Mama away and wiping her own eyes. "We had everything in motion. I just got my dress sized." Blaire remembered the day a few weeks ago, helping Savannah try on gown after gown until finding what she'd alleged was the perfect one. And the dress really was beautiful, with a mermaid silhouette that perfectly hugged and accentuated all her curves. "The cake was ordered. The invitations were just about to go out." "Good thing they weren't," Mama fumed, "or that would have been a fair amount of dishwater." Savannah rolled her eyes. "Everything was in order. We were talking about our honeymoon, looking for flights, planning how many kids we wanted to have, and then he just ended it." "But why?" Blaire asked again. "That doesn't sound like something Jeremy would do." Jeremy was constant and steady, like a river that had run the same course, curved around the same bend in the trees for ages, and would continue to do so. Savannah, on the other hand, was like a railroad switch, moving from one track to the next at the pull of a handle. Savannah had claimed that was what made her and Jeremy such a great match, because no matter how many times she changed her mind, Jeremy would always be there to keep her grounded. That statement had kept Blaire's teeth grounded, that was for sure. Savannah glared at her sister. Sure, take his side. I'm not taking anyone's side. Blaire lifted her hands. I'm just trying to understand where this is all coming from. You guys have seemed really happy. We were, Savannah said with a muffled wail, followed by more tears. Mama looked on in helpless sympathy. Blaire closed in and put her arms around her twin, so the three women were wedged in Mama's little kitchen, like they had done when Mama had taught them how to bake pies or make drop biscuits. Life was simpler then. Savannah rested her head into Blaire's shoulder. The sisters had been there for each other like this countless times before, but every other time, Blaire had been ready to condemn the latest heartbreaker and toilet paper his house. But Jeremy Birch? She couldn't instantly hate Jeremy. Instead, she held wrath for him in reserve. For the last year, Blaire had avoided the topic of Jeremy as much as possible. She didn't particularly want to broach the topic now, but Savannah was devastated. What had gone on between them to cause this? You still haven't told us what happened exactly, Blaire reminded her twin. I'd like the answer to that myself, Mama said, weaving around the bar to settle herself on one of the stools. He cheated on me, okay? Mama's foot slipped and kicked below the counter. Blaire reared her head back in undiluted shock. Jeremy did? Her twin wiped her cheeks again. Who else do you think I'm talking about? Of course, Jeremy. Jeremy Birch, the boy next door, the town pharmacist who everyone thinks is so great and friendly, cheated. On me. Oh, honey, Mama said from her place on the bar stool. She placed a hand on her neck. There's a special place in the afterlife for men like that. When did this happen? When did you find out about it? Savannah sniffed. I don't want to go into all the details right now, honestly. But when I confronted him about it, he said maybe it was a good thing I knew, and we should call things off until we got it figured out. So here we are. I'm so sorry, honey, Mama said, making her way back into the crowded kitchen to hug her daughter again. I wonder if it's too late to get a refund on the dress. This comment made Savannah glare. Send the bill to Jeremy. He's good for it. Mama paused only long enough to exchange a disbelieving glance with Blaire. Blaire accepted the expression wholeheartedly. Everything she knew about Jeremy was dashed in an instant. Her twin sister may be dramatic at times, but she wouldn't lie about something this serious. Much as Blaire wanted to deny the accusation and defend Jeremy's good name for the sake of all the history between the three of them, she couldn't. Savannah was heartbroken. This was real. It was too serious for Savannah to have made it up. This affected her entire life, and Jeremy's too, for that matter. You don't believe me, do you? Savannah said. Blaire blinked, realizing her sister was looking right at her. I want to. I'm not lying. Not about this. The words sounded too genuine. What other choice did Blaire have? She reached for her sister's hand and squeezed it. I'm just shocked. I'm so sorry this happened. Tears filled Savannah's eyes again, and she squeezed back. Thanks, Nugget, she said, using their dad's pet name for her. Mama got on the phone with the caterer, the cake company, and the invitations and put everything on hold. Her confirmation at the end of every phone call only made Savannah sob harder. Blaire went to the freezer and returned with necessary pints of mint chocolate chunk ice cream, and the three of them commiserated while the remaining plans were postponed. I'm sorry about all of this, Mama, Savannah said after another spoonful of ice cream. Don't even worry about it, Mama said. There's something good to be had about all of this. Savannah sniffled. Blaire softened toward her sister the longer they sat there. Men were evil. That was all there was to it. Jeremy had broken her own heart too 10 years ago, though he probably had no idea it had belonged to him in the first place when he'd broken it. Blaire decided it was time to hold that fact against him all over again, in Savannah's honor. Like what? Savannah asked. What good can possibly come from this? You can start dating again, Mama said by way of suggestion. That's right, The world and all the hot guys in it are at your disposal," Blaire said, trying to add to Mama's outlook, hoping it would do the trick. Blaire and Mama began bouncing their positives off one another. No more saying no to guys who ask you out. No more wondering if you're doing the right thing marrying him. No more crying over him. No more passing the pharmacy and wondering why he's working so late. Hot guys, Blaire added, as if the point needed to be hit again. Savannah laughed and wiped away the latest strain of tears. Thanks. She straightened her shoulders. I'm looking at this at all the wrong ways. Did I love him? Sure. Did I want to spend the rest of my life with him? Yes. Did I imagine having the 4 kids we talked about the night we ended this? Little by little, every question chiseled away at whatever silver lining she'd recently found, until any gleaming traces were long gone. Her bottom lip quivered, and on came a new rush of emotion. Yes, she sobbed. I wanted those kids. I wanted to marry him. I wanted the life we talked about, and now it's never going to happen because Mama canceled all our plans. She sobbed again. Mama's mouth dropped. Now hold on, I was helping you, she argued. You said it was over. The plans have all been postponed is all until you're sure. It's over, Mama. Savannah's tone was incontestable. That much I'm sure of. Blaire linked her elbow with Savannah's and hurriedly waved Mama off. She knew better than anyone how overexcited Savannah got, especially with something this drastic. Come on, let's walk for a little bit. Some fresh air will help. Just as long as Jeremy didn't have the same idea at the same time they did. Blaire loved Harvest Ranch, their small Virginia town, but small towns definitely had their quirks. Breakups in a small town were the equivalent of a forest fire. One person neglected to douse their campfire, and before you knew it, a dozen other trees caught flame. That tendency was one reason Blaire had moved to Charleston. One reason. After a few more requests, Savannah finally relented and allowed Blaire to lead her toward the split-level stairs and led down to the front door of their parents' quaint farmhouse. Blaire, Mama called. Hang on, I'll be right there. Blaire assured her twin before darting back up the stairs. Mama gestured with her chin toward the kitchen once more. She stood where she could still keep an eye on Savannah at the front door and spoke softly. I know it's rotten timing, and y'all know I'd go anywhere else if I could, but Daddy needs his prescription. It won't be pretty if I run into that Jeremy Birch tonight. I need a day or two to cool before I see that man. Mama... Blaire couldn't tell if her tone was a whine or a warning. I have to head to the field. I don't have time to go pick it up now, not after spending so long talking to you girls. Winter'll be here before we know it, and the ground's got to be prepped before next tulip season. The crew is going to be there, and I've got to open up the shop so they can get it ready. Please? The last place Blaire wanted to go was the pharmacy on a good day. She avoided Jeremy as often as she could, but today, after what Savannah had claimed, how could she face her old friend knowing he'd cheated on her sister and been responsible for their broken engagement? Does Daddy know? Mama's eyes leveled at Blaire's in a significant way, a way Blaire knew all too well. No, Daddy didn't know about Jeremy and Savannah's breakup, or the reason behind it. Might need to make sure he loses the key to the safe? Blaire suggested. I wouldn't put it past your daddy, but... Footsteps sounded and Savannah appeared at the top of the short stairs again. You coming, or am I going to commiserate with myself? Yes, coming, Blaire said. Sorry. Savannah's long dark hair swayed with every trudging step she took. She was already halfway down the walk to the gravel driveway. Orange sunlight blazed in the sky, turning the neighboring field a hazy shade of dusk. Clouds fought for attention, dragging their skirts in the pool of burning light being cast by the setting sun. Jeremy's childhood home was their only neighboring structure this far out of Harvest Ranch. They were only about 2 miles outside of town, really. In the field beyond theirs, Grandpa's red barn marked the center of the fields Blaire's dad inherited and converted into a town gathering that hosted Harvest Ranch's Tulip Festival every spring. Blaire slung her arm around Savannah as they strolled past Blaire's used 2-door car. She offered to give Savannah a ride to her apartment in town, and the sisters climbed in and waited for the automatic seatbelts to slide as their doors closed. What did Mama want? Savannah asked. Nothing, Blaire said. Mama was just talking about having me head to the hardware store. Need to pick up some more of that stuff that gets sticky goo off of surfaces. The twins rode in silence. Blaire turned away from Jeremy's house next door, and all the memories wafting from the brick bungalow. The drive down Maple and then onto Main Street took all of 5 minutes, and Blaire took the nearest available spot so they could have their walk. The autumn evening bit with sharp, cold teeth. What few leaves remained on corner trees dangled and gave a fleeting effort at holding on just a little longer to their branches. "Did you come back into town just for me?" Savannah asked after a few minutes. "Yes, ma'am," Blaire said. "My twin sister gives me a distress signal. I answer it." Savannah rested her head on Blaire's shoulder as they walked. They were equal in height, build, hair color, pretty much everything. When they were babies, the only way Mama could tell them apart was a blood tumor situated on Blaire's forehead. The hemangioma had been removed when Blaire was 9 years old, leaving an inch-long scar on her forehead, and from that point on, everyone in town had been able to keep the two of them separate a little easier. Blaire supposed it was God's way of distinguishing her from her sister, since he made everything else about their appearance the same. Their similarities only went as far as appearances, though. Savannah was rambunctious, outgoing, a coordinated dancer, and loved being the center of attention. Blaire had been a supporting role, happy to be less noticed by everyone. Well, mostly everyone. But she'd gotten over that, or she thought she had. All this talk of Jeremy today stung more than she cared to admit. Blaire pushed the sour feelings down and focused on Savannah. She could deal with them later. The sisters talked until they made it down Main Street, past Harold's Harvest Market, to Savannah's apartment above Life on Canvas, an art studio. Pieces of newsprint had been plastered inside the glass to keep passers-by from viewing the stairs leading up to the apartment within. They stopped. "He'd bought us a house, Blaire. We were going to move some of my stuff out this weekend," Savannah said introspectively. "Things were getting so real, so almost there." "Yeah, you only had a month left?" Blaire said. She knew the two had decided on a Halloween wedding date. October 27th was coming fast. Instead of heading to the side door in its newsprint-covered glass, Savannah sat on the bench situated outside. "We did," she said resignedly. "We finally did, and then the bomb dropped. He said he just wasn't ready." Blaire scraped the store cement base with the toe of her shoe. "So that meant he had to cheat on you?" A sniff. "In his mind, I guess so. Who knows why men do the things they do?" An autumn breeze swept through, adding to the goosebumps crawling up Blaire's spine. Cars edged slowly down Main. Wynne Westbrook greeted them as she passed in front of the Spencer twins, and Blaire gave Wynne a smile before turning back to Savannah. "We should swear off men completely," Blaire said. Savannah quirked a brow. "You already have." "No, I haven't." Blaire hated how defensive she sounded. "Come on. Have you been on any dates lately?" "Does it matter?" Blaire really didn't want to talk about this. She was here to talk about Savannah. "Sorry," Savannah said. "That was low." "It's okay," Blaire said. "I haven't sworn off dating completely. It's just that..." She wasn't like her sister. She wasn't one to fling herself and go all out for a guy from the start. She'd gone out on a limb for a boy once, and that had ended in disaster and embarrassment that caused her to turn her back on a town and a home she'd loved just to avoid him. Blaire wasn't about to go into any of that, so she just said, "Dating doesn't work out for me." "But think of the hot guys," Savannah said. "The whole world of hot guys you were telling me about." Blaire flattened her shoulders against the building's brick exterior. "I don't want a world of hot guys," she said. "I do." Blaire frowned. This coming from the woman who an hour ago was wailing that one of those guys cheated on you? Savannah stared at the gazebo and the park across the street, unfazed. "Coping, remember?" She reached out a hand and nudged her sister. "Crying is exhausting," she said, glancing up at her apartment's side door entrance. "You want to come inside?" Blaire peeked at her phone. 5:37. "No thanks. Mama asked me to pick up that thing. I'd better get it." "Now?" "Now." She didn't want to prolong this any more than she had to. All it took was a walk back across Main Street to the drugstore. Savannah slapped her hands on her knees and then stood and hugged Blaire. Blaire inhaled her sister's familiar cardamom perfume, too ritzy and resinous for her taste. But then, Savannah had always preferred velvet in life. Blaire didn't mind a little dirt and leather now and then. "Thanks for coming to see me. It means so much. I'm sorry about your engagement." Savannah gave a feeble smile and a defeated shrug. "Hot guys, right?" Blaire tucked her sister's hair behind her shoulders. Savannah beamed at the loving, pampering gesture. "That's right. Just focus on that, on moving on because you will. Things always work out, Anne. This will too." Another smile. "Thanks, twin. I'll see you around?" "Of course." Blaire stood at the door until Savannah's steps were no longer audible through the glass. She then turned to face the town with a longer memory than an elephant's and drew in a long, chilled breath. Harvest Ranch was inside of her. It defined her. Every street held a portion of her, whether it was a street she'd walked on the way home from the school after a ball game, or en route to the park, or the hardware store, where she discovered how her grandpa wasn't just hers. How he'd been a sort of grandpa to the other kids in town who'd flocked around him, knowing he kept a stash of candy in his pockets. Every significant moment of her life had happened in this town, these streets. That was why leaving had been so hard. Hard, but necessary. Blaire glanced at her phone again. Maybe Jeremy wasn't the pharmacist on duty. Maybe she wouldn't have to look into the eyes of the man who'd single-handedly made both Spencer twins fall fast for him. The man who'd broken both of their hearts. Chapter 2. 6 months later. Jeremy stood in his living room and stared at his phone. Savannah's message glared at him like a blinking neon sign. "Savannah, not happening. Just forget about it and stop texting me." The carpet had come up nicely. The tacking wasn't too difficult to remove. And then that left a scuffed and scarred wooden floor beneath it, the retro home's original wooden floor. Jeremy had buffed and scrubbed the wood, manicuring it so the floor now shone as if the planks had been newly laid instead of being 80 years old. He'd been so excited about the progress and the finished product, he'd texted a picture to Shane. He'd heard of texts sometimes being misdirected, accidentally getting sent to a different target, but he hadn't contacted Savannah in months. Why had the text gone to her? The minute Jeremy saw her name on his phone screen, Savannah Spencer, double-timing ex-fiancé, not Shane Twickham, best friend from high school, his heart shot off like a cannon. Shame struck him with the force of a battle axe, assuming one of those things knocked the wind out of a person and left them feeling like a gaping hole took over their chests. Why? Why had the text gone to her, of all people? It could have been unintentionally sent to anyone. But no, it had to go to her. Savannah had made her opinion of this house all too clear after he'd admitted he purchased the place as a wedding gift for her. She knew more about his intentions for this house than anyone else did. And it didn't matter how he presented his ideas for fixing the home up to her. She hated every single one of them. She'd hated that he hadn't consulted with her on the purchase, except when she'd confronted him about it. He'd reminded her that was the idea of a surprise. Shortly after the argument, their engagement had ended. The same questions that had badgered him shortly after she'd ended things pummeled him all over again. Had she hated the house that badly? Was it only the house that had put her off, or was her dislike centered on other aspects about Jeremy himself? He supposed the answers didn't matter now. Jeremy had tried everything he could to make things up with Savannah after the fallout. She had her assumptions. Heaven knew he had his own, but he was willing to let go of past hurts and confusion. He was willing to try repairing things. She wasn't. Every attempt he'd made had gotten shot down. Things were over. He knew that. He would never have contacted her willingly. Now it looked like he had, Thanks to that runaway text, he'd come across as pathetic and desperate. "Nothing you can do about it now," he muttered to himself, wishing there was some way to undo messages after they'd been sent. He'd bought this house, closed on it, signed all the papers with the assumption that he was doing it for her, for them, for the family they'd hoped to start. But the wedding date they'd set had come and gone. On October 27th, he'd sought out as many distractions as he could squeeze in just to keep the pain of almost away. Savannah had almost been his wife. He'd almost become a part of the Spencer family. "I've got this house," he muttered to the empty space. "What am I going to do with it now?" He should have sold a few months ago, but he had nowhere else to live for the time being, and didn't exactly want to move home with his mom and brother right next door to his ex's family. He pulled up the email on his phone, the one featuring a job opening at the hospital in Westville, Vermont. At the time he'd received the offer, moving had been out of the question. Savannah would never want to leave Harvest Ranch, and truth be told, he hadn't wanted to either. They'd both grown up here, right next door to each other. They'd dated all through high school, college, and she'd even written to him when he'd left to pharmacy school. He needed to let her go. Time to sell, he said to himself. Sell and move on with life. Deciding he wanted a larger screen, Jeremy opened the laptop sitting on the table in his kitchen. A quick search brought the email up, along with his previous rejection of the position from Westville Hospital. What would they think if he asked if the position was still available? "They'll either think I'm psychotically unreliable or consider my request," he said, answering his own question. Jeremy drafted a quick reply. All he could do was ask. Anything that could get him out of this tiny town and the looks he received everywhere he went would be worth it. Jeremy wasn't sure what rumors were going around about him, but he knew they existed. He didn't care to dive into them. He was done trying to regurgitate the past. He would wait for a reply from the hospital and then decide what to do about the house. With the matter settled, he scanned through his remaining emails and hovered the mouse over an email from Tulips in Tandem. "What is this?" he asked the screen as if expecting a vocal answer. The Spencers were the last people he expected to hear from. The email sent a jolt of adrenaline straight to his bloodstream. The last he knew, he was a 4-letter word to the Spencers. Jeremy considered ignoring their email, clicking the box and sending it to the trash. Tentatively, he tapped to open it instead. "Thank you for your volunteer service in the past. Spring is coming, and that means it's time to get Tulips in Tandem ready for visitors. As in the past, you'll receive free admission to the tulip field, the animal feeding lot, and 1 free trolley ride through our famous tulip field in exchange for your help readying our facility this spring. Saturday, March 4th is the big day. We hope to see you there." The Spencer family. Chris, Shauna, Savannah, and Blaire. Jeremy crumpled his hands into fists. What were they thinking? Inviting him to come help volunteer when Savannah made it perfectly clear she couldn't stand him? Then again, the letter wasn't addressed to him. It simply read, "Dear Volunteer." Every year the Spencers had their volunteers sign in with their names and addresses. Jeremy had pitched in to help every year since he was 13. His information must still be in their database. This was a generic letter, sent to everyone who'd ever volunteered in the past. He would have thought they'd have removed his name, considering the scowls he received from Mrs. Spencer every time she came to pick up her husband's prescription. Blaire and Savannah's mom had been sweet to him before, inviting him in and offering more food than he could readily accept without making himself sick, though Jeremy had learned better than to reject anything she'd offered. Having Shauna Spencer glare at him when she saw him now made this pill that much harder to swallow. Tulips in Tandem was a sight every spring. He loved helping clear the tulip beds and ready the grounds for the festival that brought people in droves. Not knowing anything about running equipment or machinery larger than a vacuum, he'd rarely helped in the main tulip field, but had kept to the playground area and walkways through tulip varieties in all their colored splendor. Not this year. He wadded a nearby piece of junk mail and aimed perfectly. The wadded paper landed in the corner bin, and Jeremy lifted a single fist in the air as if he were back on his high school team to a cheering crowd. But this wasn't high school. Too much had changed. Harvest Ranch wasn't the pleasant retreat it had been his entire life. No, it was definitely time to move on. He'd find a new job somewhere. Selling this place would be an act of faith, one that he was more than willing to take. Blaire drummed her fingers on the table and stared at the perfectly cut squares of Allie Ward's homemade pumpernickel bread and the remaining pile of honey samples she and Taylor and their dates had accumulated. A country love ballad played softly on the radio overhead, and she attempted to decide which flavor she liked better. It was a toss-up between avocado and raspberry blossom. Had Mama tried any of these? Mama was famous for her different flavored jams. She'd been against offering Sticky and Sweet's honey in Tulips and Tandem's gift shop, but when enough people asked, Mama had relented and made room for a small assortment. Even so, she still refused to sample any as a matter of principle. Blaire decided she needed to convince Mama otherwise. I think that blackberry blossom one is my favorite," Taylor said from across the small circular table. Her pixie-cut hair was bleach platinum, almost white, and it spiked in the back, matching her plucky, easygoing personality. She held up a sample straw for her date to try. Matt opened his mouth willingly, allowing Taylor to feed it to him. Blaire considered doing the same for her date, Evan, but she doubted the gesture would fly. He didn't appear to be all that interested in the bread, the honey, or in her, for that matter. "Do you think enough time has passed?" Evan leaned over to ask. "Passed?" Blaire asked. She searched the seating area of Sticky and Sweet for a clock. Her phone was nestled in her purse, though if the situation required, she could pull the device out easily enough. The four of them were gathered around a standing table along the far wall. Allie Ward, with her fiery red hair and pleasant expression, was straightening one of the creams beneath the glass counter housing the old-fashioned bronze register. Soft amber light illuminating the honey jars situated on their shelves throughout the shop gave a romantic ambiance to the space. Too bad the romantic flair was wasted on a guy like this. "Yeah, isn't there some kind of polite waiting period before calling it a night?" Evan flashed a smile at Taylor, standing across from them beside her date. Matt muttered something, to which Taylor laughed heartily and took a bite of her bread with a sip of raspberry blossom honey. Matt had purchased a loaf of Allie's bread upon arrival, pumpernickel this week since she baked a different flavor every week, and after paying for their tasting, the group had gone along the shelves, picking little sealed straws containing samples of honey flavors that had interested them most. A tour of Sticky and Sweet had seemed like a good idea at the time. Blaire hadn't been on a date in so long. When her bestie had suggested she join her with her date's cousin, she'd agreed. Evan was handsome, with brown hair, green eyes, and a strong jaw. But from the comments he'd made since they met an hour before, he wanted the date to get over with as quickly as possible. And from the start, he treated Blaire as though he were under the assumption she felt the same. "I mean, honey tasting," he went on. "Why my cousin thought this was a good idea is beyond me." If he didn't want to be here, why did he agree to the date in the first place? Blaire had been trying to figure that out for a while now. "I don't think it's that bad of an idea," she said. "The honey is delicious." Taylor laughed again at her date's latest joke and took another bite of bread that she'd squirted honey onto. This time the honey had an orange tinge. Her best friend's smile was the reason Blaire continued to see the evening through. If Taylor was having a good time and could see prospects with Matt, she wouldn't shortchange them. Blaire reached for a bite of what she thought was the lavender honey, but didn't eat it yet. "Sticky and Sweet's honey is amazing. We sell it in our gift shop." "What gift shop?" "Shut the front door." Evan was acting interested in her. Maybe this date wasn't a total flop after all. Blaire straightened, excited at the possibility of conversation. "My family owns a tulip farm here in Harvest Ranch. It's called Tulips in Tandem, and it's great. Every spring we get tourists from all over who stop by to see our flowers. There's a gift shop, a petting zoo, and an area for families." "Whoa!" Evan said so loudly he interrupted the conversation Taylor and Matt were absorbed in. Taylor blinked a few times, jarred out of place. "Everything okay?" Matt asked. Matt Anderson had gone to high school with Taylor and Blaire. He and Taylor worked together at Winslow Books on Main Street, and the idea for a double date had come up when Matt mentioned his cousin was stopping in Harvest Ranch for a few days on his way to New York for a job interview. "Yeah," Evan said to the whole table. Rather than muttering to her, as he'd done nearly the entire time, his loud voice included the rest of their quartet. "This is the first date, that's all. This girl's already talking about starting a family." He jabbed a thumb in her direction. Taylor's brows shot up. Matt displayed confusion, his gaze darting from Blaire to Evan and back again. Even Allie sent a curious glance toward them from behind the register. Blaire's mouth dropped. "I was not. You asked about tea in T's gift shop, and I was just telling you." "About the family gathering area?" He rolled his eyes with obvious annoyance. "That's what it's called." Blaire grew more agitated by the minute. She took a step away from the table, away from him. "I wasn't saying you and I were going to start a family. I didn't mean I wanted—" Evan beat her to it. "You should know right now, I'm not a family kind of guy." "I'm glad for that." Blaire backed away another step. Her blood raced and her indignation could only take so much. "Since you've been wanting to cut this date short since it started, I'll do you a favor." "Sorry, Taylor." Taylor swapped glances with Matt and then yanked her purse free and joined Blaire on her way to the door. It's okay. You're headed out?" "You don't have to come. I'll be okay if you want to stay and hang out with Matt. You guys seemed like you were getting along great." "We usually do," she said. "But I'm not letting you walk out alone." Taylor dashed back to tell Matt she would see him at work on Monday and rejoined Blaire's side. Blaire didn't miss the glower Allie directed at the two men. Evan stood there staring as if wondering where the night had gone wrong. If the man only knew. Blaire was grateful for Taylor's loyalty. The last double date she'd been on had been when Savannah had wanted her to go with her to meet a guy in Charleston. Blaire reluctantly agreed then, too, but the night of racquetball had ended up being much more pleasant than this one. "I can't believe he was saying that to you," Taylor said when Blaire filled her in. They'd been friends since Taylor had volunteered to work at Tulips in Tandem during its first year. "I mean, is the age of chivalry that dead? The least he could do is not act like he couldn't stand you." Stars twinkled in the sky overhead. The season was still too cold for fireflies, but spring had definitely sprung. The sight of snowdrops here and there was evidence enough of that. "I know," Blaire said. They made for the direction of Taylor's apartment, where Blaire's car was parked. "So Savannah's gone to school?" Taylor asked, huddling in close as they walked. "Yeah, she left for this culinary art school in Charlottesville." Charlottesville, Virginia, was about an hour from Harvest Ranch. When Savannah had announced her intentions to get a degree there, Mama, Daddy, and Blaire had all been more shocked than elementary kids during a fire drill. Blaire hadn't really shown much interest in cooking or school before then. So far, she'd stuck it out, which was impressive, to say the least. "Since when does Savannah cook?" "We've had lessons from our mom our whole lives," Blaire said in her defense. "Yeah, but I didn't think Savannah was ever that interested in them." "She claims to be now," Blaire said. Savannah had cooked with them a few times lately, as if to prove how interested in the vocation she was. She had wanted to get out of Harvest Ranch anyway, and Blaire couldn't say she blamed her. This town was drenched with memory, and the prospect of bumping into Jeremy was highly likely. Savannah had claimed she'd wanted to be as far from him as possible. "How are things going with work for you?" Taylor asked. "You know, with that kid Landon?" Taylor got extra points for not referring to him as Jeremy's brother, even though he fit the description. Taylor knew how simply hearing the name Jeremy affected Blaire. "I'm working with him tomorrow." Blaire tutored kids at a facility in Charleston, a town about 15 minutes away from Harvest Ranch. Thanks to her master's degree in reading, she worked with kids who were dyslexic, kids who struggled with comprehension, or kids who just plain needed a leg up. Landon Birch had started with her at Pullman a few weeks ago, and Blaire had told Taylor how standoffish Landon had been from the start. Though he didn't flop and flail himself on the floor, he put toddler-style sulking to shame. "Have you had any more luck with him?" "Like a cat in water," Blaire said, shooting a smirk at her best friend. Taylor belted out laughing. The sound ricocheted off the night and the houses on the quiet street. "Honestly, as long as I don't have to see his brother, I don't mind working with him." Blaire had always liked Landon. She'd babysat him when he was little. Fortunately, he didn't remember her changing his diapers or anything embarrassing like that. In fact, he acted as though he didn't remember her at all, which was fine. It made her attempts to keep things professional between them that much easier. She wanted to help Landon, but she wasn't sure how. Her car came into view, a used black two-door contraption that somehow still ran, thanks to Daddy's mad mechanic skills. Blaire dug for her keys and Taylor waited. "Good luck with that," she said. "I'm sorry about Evan." "It's okay," Blaire said. "Not your fault. Are you going to tell Matt what happened?" "Probably," Taylor said. "I think I'll go inside and call him." "Are you two getting close?" Blaire asked. "Not really." Taylor's breath visibly puffed out as she exhaled. She sounded a little defeated by the admission. "I mean, tonight was fun, but we've got no spark, you know? I think this date was to see if we had any chemistry, to see how we fit together outside of work." "I get that," Blaire said. "A relationship has to have some spark." Taylor beamed up at the stars, as if envisioning them reaching down and igniting her with the declared desire. "You'll find it," Blaire promised her. The statement was half-hearted, though. After yet another botched date, any hope she had in dating, emitting anything but disappointment, was becoming less and less likely. Taylor pulled her into a hug. She seemed to sense the direction of Blaire's thoughts. "You will too, you know. Your spark is out there." Blaire gave her what she hoped was a credible smile and bade her good night before sliding into her little car and driving home. She lived alone in Charleston, and while her cat, Clausen, was plenty of company, while his purring was soothing and she responded to his cheery ankle rubs when she got home from work and nestled with him on her pillow at night, a cat wasn't a substitute for a relationship. Savannah had always bounded from one man to the next and managed to find a new one to date as easily as other women bought shoes. Blaire wanted something lasting. She didn't want the latest trends. She wanted a good old-fashioned pair of sneakers that was worn in and comfortable, that conformed to her feet as though they were meant to. That was probably why Evan's misunderstanding of her description of tulips in tandem tonight had wormed its way under her skin. Not only was he beyond presumptuous, but in that moment she'd felt like he was reading the heart she hadn't meant to stitch onto her sleeve. She'd wanted the blind date to work out, dang it. He was good-looking. He was funny, in the few comments he'd made that hadn't pertained to leaving as soon as he could. She was 27 and wanted the family he'd mocked her for mentioning. She wanted to get married, to find the perfect guy. She wanted someone who wasn't Jeremy Birch, someone who could erase the Sharpie-like traces Jeremy had marked into her soul. Chapter 3. Jeremy drove across the few streets in town to his childhood home. The Rambler was squat compared to the Spencers' white home next door. He cut the ignition in his small pickup and stared from the curb up at the windows in that old house. Beyond it, the countryside would soon be sprouting with alfalfa or wheat. The land the Spencers had inherited and turned into tulips in tandem was a few fields over. Jeremy choked the steering wheel. How many times had he done exactly this? Staring up at the Spencers' white farmhouse, dreaming of the girls in their rooms at different points or another. He'd been crazy about both twins in turn for different reasons. Since he was a boy, he'd known he would marry one of them. Too bad life never went according to plan. He hadn't banked on one of the girls cheating on him and the other refusing to speak to him at all. Jeremy headed up the walkway, hands in his pockets, head ducked, and entered his parents' house, only to be greeted by shouting. "It wouldn't kill you to help me out around here once in a while," Mom screeched, her voice carrying. She gestured to the piles of cereal boxes and unchecked mail scattered on the counter, to the ignored empty granola bar wrappers littering the too full garbage can. Landon shuffled past her, shoulders hunched, and disappeared down the hall, leaving Mom and the mess behind. From the way her shoulders rose and fell, she was fuming. "Hey, Mom," Jeremy said from behind, figuring he'd better make sure she knew he was there. "Hey there." Her smile was forced. Patches of red splotched her cheeks. "How long have you been standing there?" "I just walked in. Is Landon here?" There. Now it would sound like he hadn't been witness to her demeaning question in Landon's tail-between-leg retreat. "He's here," she sighed. Mama turned toward the hall, resting a hand on the corner. She lifted her voice again with false sweetness. "Landon, honey? Jeremy is here." Something crashed against the wall. Grumbling ensued. Shuffling followed that, along with another small crash. And then his younger brother appeared at the end of the hall. There was a 14-year difference in their ages. Landon had been what their parents had called a surprise baby, one they hadn't planned on having, but a blessing all the same. At age 14 now, Landon started looking less like a child, but not quite the teenager he'd grown into. His face had lost a lot of its youthfulness, his eyes less wide. But the biggest change Jeremy noticed was Landon's overall demeanor. He'd been a happy, smiling, bubbly child, excited over simple things and running his toy trucks over every surface he could find. Something had changed in him this year since their parents divorced. He smiled less. He was often lost in his own thoughts and wasn't anywhere near as easy to talk to anymore. "Hey, bro, ready to go?" Landon gave a little shrug. "Don't have a choice, do I?" "You always have a choice," Mom nagged. "You're choosing to excel, so yes, you're going." "Better do what Mom says." Jeremy added a smile to the statement, but didn't receive one in return. He wasn't sure of the exact nature of this appointment, only that the high school had referred Mom to a facility in Charleston that could help Landon with something he was facing at school. Landon gave another shrug. Without saying goodbye to their mom, he shuffled through the kitchen and pushed out the side door. Jeremy gave their mom a quick hug and followed him out. Landon climbed into the passenger side of Jeremy's truck. Jeremy joined him soon after. Charleston was a 15-minute drive from Harvest Ranch and was just as small of a town. Townsfolk often drove there for the facilities, including the hospital and the shopping center. Silence filled the pickup cab, silence that Jeremy was desperate to fill. He understood being mad at the world when he was 14. After all, he'd been Landon's age when Landon was born. Jeremy hadn't loved the mewling little beach ball at first, but he wasn't about to mention as much to him. Warming up to the little guy had taken time. The Spencer girls fawning over how cute Landon was had helped. "So, Pullman Learning Center," Jeremy started. Grunt. Another try. "What are you doing going to some fancy tutoring center? You too smart for school?" Through his periphery, Jeremy saw Landon's glare deepen. "My grades suck." "What makes you say that?" "Because they do." Jeremy didn't believe that. Not for a second. "You're my kid brother. That automatically qualifies you for extra brain power." Again, this didn't have the effect Jeremy had hoped for. He was trying to lighten the situation, but Landon folded his arms and plastered his gaze to the window. "Sure, I'll just tell that to my teachers." "I'm sure they'll love that," Jeremy said. After about 10 more minutes of silence, the sign for Charleston came into view. He clicked his blinker and took the exit. Jeremy slowed along the off-ramp and turned at the stop sign, passing into the little neighboring town. He sifted through the different reasons Landon might be struggling with schoolwork and settled on the first assumption that crossed his mind. For a 14-year-old freshman in high school, maybe caring about grades wasn't considered cool. "Landon, there's nothing wrong with trying. You always got good grades before." Or so he'd thought. Their parents used to take Landon out to dinner when his report card had come in with decent markings. Jeremy had been invited a few times. Maybe Landon thought that was lame now or something, since their mom and dad weren't together anymore. High school is no reason to let them drop. Landon let his glare dominate the conversation. Jeremy stopped at the light beside the Welcome to Charleston sign. According to his phone's GPS, Pullman Learning Center was a block away. He drove in silence, not knowing what to say. Was this why his brother's entire demeanor had changed? He'd never had the impression Landon had a learning disability. If the coolness wasn't a factor, then the only other conclusion Jeremy could come to was that he was dealing with bullies of some kind. Did this facility help with that? Pullman Learning Center came into view and Jeremy parked in one of the empty stalls along the small parking lot out front. He shifted into park and rested an arm on the back of the seat, but Landon had already exited. Jeremy hurried to follow after. He wanted to give some kind of encouragement, but his stubborn brother wasn't having it. "Hang on! Now stop a minute and listen to what I have to say." Landon waited with a hand on the door and glared. Jeremy went on. "I know you're a teenager now, and that gives you some rough ups and downs in and of itself. But if someone's bullying you, you tell me, all right?" Jeremy jutted his chin in Landon's direction with a look of incredulity. "What are you going to do about it?" "I'll think of something." This merited him an eye roll. Jeremy couldn't say he blamed Landon for having little faith in him. He'd never been violent in any way. In fact, he'd always been the weird kid who liked reading Shakespeare and was in the chess club, and while he'd been on the basketball team, that was the only sport he'd done rather than wrestling or playing football like some of the other guys he'd gone to school with. "Look, I'm here because Dad said he'd pay me $20 a week if I came." With moodiness only teenagers could master, Landon yanked open the door and shuffled inside. "I don't care about my grades. I'm getting paid. That's it." Dad had never and would never have offered Jeremy any kind of incentive like that. When he'd been growing up, the expectation was that you did what you were asked. His parents were clearly facing different battles with his brother. Jeremy wasn't sure if he was supposed to go in or not, but he couldn't leave their conversation like this. He opened the door and followed. Fluorescent lighting speared across the ceiling, adding a faint glow to the dark interior. A sitting area was situated in front of a reception desk, where some small boys waited beside who Jeremy assumed were their parents. Branching off from the reception and seating area, a wide hallway provided the view of several rooms with glass doors offering full visibility inside. One room showed a young girl sitting beside an older woman who was offering some kind of tutoring help. A jovial woman smiled from the reception desk. "Hey there, Landon. She's just finishing up and she'll be right with you." Fantastic. Landon gave a jut of his head that could be classified as a nod. He rotated to sit in the waiting room seats. The two smaller boys sitting there gave him a single wary glance and then climbed onto their parents' laps. Wearing all black as he was, scowling as he was, Landon was intimidating. Jeremy wanted to shake him. The receptionist smiled at Jeremy, as if this behavior was completely normal, and then turned in response to someone speaking behind her. Though Jeremy didn't hear everything the other woman said, he caught the words. "Blaire, everyone's favorite, gets more requests than any of the others." Jeremy's blood froze in his veins. Interrupting was rude, but he did it anyway. "Excuse me, who gets more requests? What did you say her name was?" "Blaire Spencer." Blaire was a tutor here? Jeremy turned as though the floor itself spun and met Landon's hunched posture. A door down the hall opened. Laughter trickled through, and soon two people appeared. One, a girl around Landon's age, with blonde hair that hung in loose ringlets around her pretty face. "Landon?" the girl said in a high-pitched, pleasant way. "Hey, Kayla." Landon's voice turned sheepish. Jeremy couldn't take the time to wonder how his brother felt about this pretty teen, because his attention was stolen by the woman standing beside her. Blaire Spencer. Dark hair to her shoulders, slim and wearing a yellow cardigan and jeans, olive skin and features exactly like her twin sister except for an inch-long scar above her left eyebrow. And her eyes, the color of maple tree bark, widening in his direction as if he was a disease, pestilence, and an approaching enemy all in one. Chapter 4. Of all places to bump into Jeremy, Blaire never thought it would have been here at work. He didn't have any kids. He had no connection whatsoever to the school system that she knew of. She was on her third session with his little brother, but their mother, Mrs. Birch, usually dropped him off. What was Jeremy doing here? She wanted the floor to open up and swallow her. Mrs. Birch had only come in with Landon during his first tutoring session, and that had been to sign necessary papers and pay his fees. Even if Jeremy was only here to drop Landon off, what was he thinking, coming in like this? He wasn't here to talk to her, was he? Blaire had given him the iceberg shoulder enough times he should have gotten the hint by now. "Thanks, Blaire," Blaire's previous student Kayla said vibrantly before brushing past Landon and Jeremy toward the reception desk. The girl was always a delight to work with, an enthusiastic learner who attended the facility so she could keep up with her honors English class. Working with Landon was anything but pleasant, especially in comparison to how responsive students like Kayla were. Blaire couldn't figure out why he behaved so nastily toward her. She had lived next door to him since he was, 5 years old? He hadn't seemed to remember her or care that their families had any kind of connection. She figured if he did, he would be nicer. "Hey there, Landon," Blaire said. She knew no matter how hard she wanted to ignore him, she couldn't pretend Jeremy wasn't standing there beside him. Against her will, she gave the nemesis a compliant nod. "Hey, Jer, we'll be done in about an hour." That was the customary thing to say in situations like this, wasn't it? If he were anyone else, she would have said the same. The problem was, Jeremy wasn't anyone else. Looking at Jeremy was like seeing her past, present, and future. Her whole world had always been everything about him, from his broad shoulders to the sight of his forearms and rolled-up dress shirt sleeves, to his hands fiddling with his keys. Brown hair, perceptive gaze, knockout smile. She saw everything she wanted, everything she'd never found with anyone else, in him, which made a single glance as painful as a sucker punch. One look told her she'd had him once and lost him. One look reminded her a love between them could never be. He'd picked her sister, and then he'd cheated on her a month before they married. Blaire had too much dignity to let herself go there with him, no matter how her stupid childhood heart had wanted it. "I'll just wait out here." Jeremy's words were for Landon, but something told Blaire, from the way his eyes flicked to hers when he finished, that they were meant for her too. She didn't care. She couldn't care. Together, she and Landon walked to their usual room, and she attempted to curb her pulse to its usual, unnoticed pace. Blaire didn't use a lot of cutesy classroom decor in her space like some of the other tutors at Pullman did. Instead, she favored more of a farmhouse feel like her home. A bouquet of plastic purple and blue hydrangeas sat in a white porcelain pitcher on the corner desk. She couldn't wait to fill it with freshly picked tulips from her family farm. "Let's get this over with," Landon said, taking the chair across from hers. Blaire blinked a few times. She dealt with a few surly teenagers now and then, but scowling seemed to be Landon's default setting. "How are you doing on this fine day?" Blaire added a little shoulder wobble, simultaneously trying to shake Jeremy off and emit some of her previously pleasant mood to him. "Fine," his usual response. "Okay then. What are we working on today?" His grunt sounded like the words, "I don't know," were pressed into a single syllable. "How about your English paper? How's your research coming?" "Same as last time." She shifted. Did he write the paper? Add the quotes they'd found? Create his works cited page? Stay positive. "Okay then, why don't you get it out and we'll go over again what you can work on." He moved as if unzipping his backpack was laborious. Then he opened the flaps and showed her the empty nature of the contents. Blaire fisted her hands. Last week they'd spent their time researching the history of automobiles. Research she was certain he could have done himself. She talked him through how to incorporate that research into his assignment. "What are we doing here?" Blaire asked, losing her composure in the moment. She wasn't typically an angry person, But this kid's obstinate attitude was enough to bring out her inner Scrooge. I wondered that every week. Then why do you still come? Don't do that. He ran a finger along the table's edge. Do what? Landon lifted his eyes to hers. With his brown eyes and hickory wood hair, he looked so much like Jeremy, it hurt. Try and make it sound like you care. I do care. A scowl. You don't even know me. I'm here because my parents are forcing me. I don't care about my grades or school or any of it, so don't bother trying to help me because it won't work. Blaire was dumbfounded. What had happened to this boy to make him so rough and indignant? She didn't know what else to say. She'd tried helping him for weeks, but that phrase about horses being led to water applied to Landon to perfection. He'd been led to water. She couldn't force him to drink it. Okay, she said, resigned. Landon stilled and shifted uncomfortably. He didn't face her, but his eyes shifted in her direction. Okay? He was pricklier than a cactus. She was done getting poked. Usually when she encountered students who were either embarrassed about needing extra help or those who just plain didn't want to be here, she was able to help them warm up to her by the end of the first or second session. This was her 4th meeting with Landon Birch, and little to no progress had been made. His grades were suffering, but he'd made it clear he didn't care enough to bring them up. Did he want to drop out before he graduated high school? If we don't make progress here, you'll be suspended and held back a year. Is that what you want? She'd never been so blunt before. This was the information she'd been given directly from Harvest Ranch High, though. She wasn't making it up. If he hadn't been told yet, maybe it was time he was. No. Then why not at least try? Something tells me you don't really need my help. Not really. From what I've seen, you're an intelligent young man. Quick-witted, capable, and your reading isn't struggling at all. Not only that, but your comprehension and test scores were high until last year. You know what I think? No response. He kicked the table leg, whether by accident or on purpose, she didn't know. She went on. I think you're smart. I think if you applied yourself, you could surge to the head of your class if you wanted to. All you have to do is try, Landon, and you just might astound everyone around you. We all care. Me, your parents, your teachers too, I'm sure. We want you to exceed in your life. And the choices you make right now will matter. Sure. Sure? Is that a yes? He sat up. Yes. Blaire couldn't believe her pep talk had worked this quickly. He was constantly doing that to her, catching her off guard, and that fact alone made her question his sincerity. Did he mean the agreement? Or was he just trying to get her to stop talking? So, she attempted to gauge their status. So you'll try? You'll work with me? Blaire meant what she told him. He was clever, and he could make a real difference in his life if he were set on the right course for it. If he tried in his classes, really tried, something told her he'd blow everyone away. We done here? He asked. Do you have something else you want to work on? Nope. Blaire felt as though the little hold she'd managed to clasp on the conversation slipped right through her fingers. She glanced at the clock over the door. We still have a half an hour. It'll be all right, he said. I'm sure my ride is still here waiting. Landon stood, slung his empty backpack on his shoulders, and made for the door. Landon! Blaire rose. Landon, wait! What else could she do? She certainly couldn't restrain him and wasn't about to chase him down the hall. Before her thoughts finished processing, he was out the door. Her attempt to help Landon open up a little completely backfired. In retrospect, she realized she'd basically agreed not to push him to excel in school or even get his schoolwork done at all. She'd just let him walk out. That wasn't her job. That wasn't part of the deal. Then again, neither was dealing with moody teenagers who were disrespectful and often all-out rude. Part of her was relieved. She wanted to be done. Give up. Tell him to work with someone else. She could do that, she supposed. But this was Landon Birch. She may not know him well personally, but she did know his family, or she had known them at one point. Giving up on Jeremy was one thing, but Mr. and Mrs. Birch had always been kind and welcoming. This wasn't about Jeremy. This was about helping them help Landon. She opened her phone screen, ready to tap out a message to Mrs. Birch and ask for advice on how to approach her son, but she paused. Blaire didn't want Mrs. Birch to lose confidence in her. They'd already spoken when he'd started, and Mrs. Birch had said she'd tried everything to reach Landon and didn't know how to anymore either. Would texting her do any good at all? Maybe Blaire would need to turn to her if she were giving up on him. But that wasn't what this was about. She wasn't giving up. On a whim, ignoring the warning bells clanging in her brain, she then tapped on Jeremy's profile. He might have an idea. Stop, she chided herself, locking her phone. She'd sworn off talking to him after the incident with Savannah. Savannah had asked her, had demanded. Blaire promised she would have nothing to do with him again after that, and Blaire was a woman of her word. But she'd already broken that promise once today. Would talking to Jeremy really be so bad? Especially since this wasn't for her. This was for his brother. Mama would kill me, Blaire mused. Savannah would freak out. Then again, they didn't need to know, did they? The sneaky notion sent her thoughts racing to keep up with her pulse. Blaire opened her phone once more. The screen was still on Jeremy's contact info, something she admittedly should have deleted months ago, but had never been able to bring herself to do. This was a bad idea in so many ways, but this was also Jeremy she was talking about. Her friend. The Jeremy who used to hang out with her on the ball fields after school, who sat with her on bus rides to Charlottesville, who always managed to make her laugh even when she'd had scabs on her cheeks from a bike accident and had been trying her hardest not to because it hurt too much. It's a one-time thing, she told herself. They'd keep their contact a secret and go back to ignoring each other after this. That was how it had to be. She didn't have any other choice. Not really. Blaire typed out the message and hit send before she could second-guess herself again. Blaire. Is this still you, Jer? She didn't care what he thought of her texting him out of the blue like this. Jeremy. It's me. It was good to see you today. She wished she could say the same. Blaire inhaled, wondering how to say what she needed to. Explaining everything to him in a text would not only take too long to type out, but was too complex for communication like this. Meeting in person would be better. Blaire. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. Can you meet me at the tulips tonight? Don't tell. She almost texted your brother, but finished with, don't tell anyone. Jeremy. Is everything okay? What was she doing? Meeting him like this wasn't necessary. Maybe she should just call him like a normal person would. Blaire retracted that thought too. She knew the idea was stupid, but she didn't want to do this over the phone. She wanted to see his face as they talked about Landon. Part of that was because she wanted to see if there was anything good about Jeremy still left. Blaire. Just meet me. Same time. Same place. She waited with shallow breath for him to deny her request. He could decline, especially considering where she wanted to meet. But he didn't. Jeremy. I'll be there. Blaire closed her phone again and pressed her head against the wall. She attempted to catch her breath, but her lungs pumped as if she'd been running around the block before dashing back into the facility. She did it. She'd not only texted Jeremy, but she was meeting him tonight. She should have changed the location. It wouldn't have been that difficult to meet him at a random diner in Charleston or something. But this seemed easiest. Tulips in Tandem was a few fields away from her parents' home, and by the time she and Jeremy met, no one would be around. The rest of the day passed with unbearable slowness. After taking time to compose herself, Blaire found her supervisor in the staff room and filled Roberta in on what had passed between her and Landon Birch. He can be reassigned, Roberta suggested, taking a final sip of her coffee before tossing the cup into the garbage beside the door. I don't mind working with him, Blaire told her. I want to see if I can make any headway with a new idea I had. Roberta pursed her lips. She waited several seconds to gauge Blaire's sincerity before responding. That's fine, but let me know if the behavior continues. We don't put up with willful obstinance, and we'll have to notify his parents. That's not fair to you or to him if we let it continue. Blaire voiced her agreement and then returned to her room to finish with her last 2 students, who were exponentially more pleasant and easy than Landon. But through the whole day, though what Landon had said had bothered her, that wasn't what ultimately gnawed at her insides. She was meeting Jeremy Birch tonight in the same spot, their spot, though she'd tried for years not to think of it that way. Her emotions flared at unexpected moments, while helping Holly find words in the dictionary, while describing the proper way to state a paper's thesis to Sean. What had she done? She couldn't meet Jeremy there. Not tonight, not ever. She'd contacted him in a moment of pure irritation and hadn't been thinking clearly. But what was she going to do now? Back out? She needed to think this through, out loud, maybe over some tacos. With some deliberation this time, during the space between Holly and Sean's time slots, she sent another text, this time to her best friend. Blaire. Hey, you have any plans for dinner? Taylor's reply came as quickly as Blaire expected. She worked at Winslow Books, not only stocking shelves and sorting books, but also entering business statements. She had the majority of the day to herself, so her phone was readily available at all times. Taylor. Not yet. You have first dibs. Blaire. Great. Want to meet for dinner when you get off? Taylor. Umberto's again? Blaire. You know me so well. Umberto's was a little restaurant near the Charleston Freeway exit. Something told Blaire the majority of their patrons rarely came twice, but only because they stopped in passing, since this was the closest food besides a McDonald's to the freeway ramp. Blaire, however, was a regular. Tacos were her go-to comfort food, and she'd never had any with more succulent sauce and just the right amount of spicy than what she found here. The smell of fried pork hit just the right spot in Blaire's stomach the minute she stepped inside and was greeted by a sparkly sombrero hanging on the wall behind the receptionist's podium, with a large H on the front. Taylor rose from a bench in the waiting area with a glowing smile. Her platinum blonde pixie-cut hair was spiked short, and she draped her messenger bag over her chest in preparation for their latest adventure. Blaire waved to her. Here she is, Taylor said. 2. 2 it is, said the seating host. Follow me. What's up? Taylor said, pulling Blaire into a hug. They hadn't gotten together since their blind date the other night. I know something's wrong when you want to meet me for dinner, Taylor said once they were seated. Latino music serenaded softly around them, and several Mexican touches were added to the decor, including papel picado banners and serape blankets, striped with vibrant colors pinned to the walls. It's your SOS call? Well, this is a big deal, Blaire said. I saw Jeremy today. She wanted more of a response from Taylor, but instead her bestie blinked and stared. Saw, as in casually bumped into, or saw as in saw? The waiter approached their table and Blaire was busy formulating her response when she glanced up. He had curly hair cut short, startlingly long lashes, and a great smile. The waiter looked as though he'd requested a shirt size too small for the size of his arms. Taylor's mouth gaped as her gaze met his. Hey there, the hot waiter said. I'm Grant. I'll be serving you this evening. Can I start you ladies off with anything to drink? Lemonade, Blaire said. Grant, the hot waiter, as Blaire dubbed him in her mind, turned to Taylor. He stared at her, and she stared right back as if lost in a daze of blue eyes and muscles. Blaire kicked Taylor beneath the table. What's your favorite? Taylor asked him, unfazed. His eyes crinkled in the corners. My favorite drink? Taylor shifted and gave him a flirtatious little smile. Sure, we can start there. He chuckled and rested a hand on the table and leaned his body toward her. Nothing better than plain old water with a few slices of lemon. Perfect, I'll have that. Their gazes lingered so long, Blaire considered slipping out and talking to Taylor later. Had she ever met him before? But Grant, the hot waiter, turned and left them alone. What was that? Blaire teased, momentarily forgetting why she'd texted her friend. Taylor kept her glance in the direction of the kitchen. That? Her explanation drifted. Grant was pausing near the kitchen's swinging doors and making his way back toward them. Taylor didn't look away as Blaire would have done. She stared right back. Was a drink of water with a slice of lemon. Not quite, Grant said, approaching to their table again. But this is. He set her water and Blaire's lemonade down, and then he took their orders. Do you want to know my favorite meal here, too? No thanks. I already know what I want. Blaire rolled her eyes. She couldn't help her smile. She thought of her awkward, botched double date from the other night, of how many times she'd wished she had the stellar ability to mesmerize a guy with a single phrase the way Taylor did. Blaire could never interact with a guy like this. She could hardly talk to one she'd known her whole life, which was the whole reason they were here. You're on your game tonight, Blaire said when Grant walked away again. Sorry, Taylor said, shoulders relaxing, her face wincing. He's completely gorgeous, and I got distracted for a minute. What happened with Jeremy? Blaire sipped her lemonade, relishing the cool zing of lemon. It's more like what happened with his brother, and what's going to happen tonight. Okay, I'm listening. She stopped fiddling with her napkin and gave Blaire her full attention. Even when Grant, the hot waiter, came back with their food. Enchiladas with beans and rice for Taylor and pork street tacos for Blaire. This time, Taylor kept her gaze on Blaire. Blaire gave every detail of her interaction with Landon and the teenage boy's rudeness. Landon acted like that? Said that? Cute little Landon? They both remembered him being the sweet little boy who'd wandered around Harvest Ranch during the fall festival, excitedly picking out pumpkins with his parents while they walked around the corn maze, or seeing him on the trolley as it drove slowly through the tulips, while Blaire would relay the story of tulips and tandem's origins back when she'd been the tour guide. I know, right? That was one reason I told myself I was meeting Jeremy tonight, because I told myself I wanted to figure out how to help him. You're still going to work with Landon after that? Blaire took a bite of one of her street tacos. Spicy met with sweet in a perfect blend. I know it sounds bad, but I want to help him, and I feel like I need to give it my all before I give up. Taylor poked around her food with her fork. So, why are you meeting with Jeremy tonight? You still love him, don't you? No, she said too quickly. Taylor lowered her utensils. Come on, you moved to Charleston just so you could pick up your prescriptions in peace? I didn't want to live at home anymore, Blaire argued. That was partially true. You could have kept your apartment once Jeremy married Savannah. Harvest Ranch is crowded. Taylor snorted, right as Grant the hot waiter came back, but he didn't seem to mind her unladylike noise. How is everything? He asked, only to her. Could be better, Taylor said, giving him smoky eyes. He crossed his arms over his chest. Anything I can do to make it right? Taylor chewed her lip. Give me your number. Grant smirked and walked away without a word. Taylor's face was bright red. Blaire leaned close to the table and lowered her voice. What are you doing? She whispered. Showing you how to be bold. Taylor matched her tone and hunched over as well so she could meet her head on. Admit it. You want to see him tonight. I don't know. I'm confused, Tay. About what? She took another bite of beans, chewing pensively before going on. He's not with Savannah anymore. It might be weird at first, but there's nothing wrong with seeing him again. He cheated on my sister. Blaire squeezed her eyes shut and then met her friend's gaze. Or so she claims. Blaire nearly spit out her taco. What does that mean? Now more than ever, Blaire doubted the situation. Was Taylor saying she didn't believe Savannah? Had something else happened to make her and Jeremy break up? If so, did Blaire even want to know about it? Landon. She was doing this for Landon. Maybe you'd better ask Jeremy, Taylor said. Or better yet, your sister. Chapter 5. The March night was brisk and bright. Spring sunlight had melted the sleeping snow, but the moon harbored none of the sun's typical warmth. Jeremy shivered beneath the stars. His body temperature rose the more he moved, So he stalked farther and farther from his parked truck and deeper toward the fence line bordering tulips in tandem. He didn't want his pickup to be recognized should anyone be nearby. Harvest ranchers were friendly folk, but word was sure to spread to the Spencers if anyone saw him lurking around their property. Thankfully, the tulip field wasn't by either of their houses, but that didn't mean one of them wouldn't drive by or already be there and see him. Jeremy felt like he was 16 all over again as he broached the fence and pulled himself over it. Of all the places Blaire wanted to meet. Still, this was nostalgic, and he couldn't say he minded completely. He was worse than any cat. Curiosity had gotten the better of him. When he should have told Blaire no, he'd said yes. What did she want to talk to him about? Why here? Why now after ignoring him for so long? Savannah had discovered this nighttime rendezvous with Blaire, one reason he and Blaire had ended them. Savannah had ratted them out to the girl's mom. After graduation, when he'd started officially dating Savannah, Jeremy needed to break the news to Blaire in private somehow. He'd thought doing it in their spot was best, but he'd been so wrong. Even now he couldn't erase the hurt on Blaire's face when he'd said the words, or the way he knew she'd tried to hide her pain. He hadn't been able to think about anything else since receiving Blaire's text earlier. She was upset, agitated about something. Truth be told, he'd expected her to confront him like this when he'd ended his engagement to her twin sister. He'd expected Blaire to tackle him about what had happened 6 months ago and go off on him. But she hadn't spoken to him since. What did she want to talk to him about now? Moonlight shone on the sleeping fields. The grounds crew had done a great job clearing the field of the previous year's dead growth and the debris that the winter wind always carried in. Jeremy hurried past the field entrance to the barn where the trolley for the tulip tours was parked. A few of the goats for the petting zoo bleated from their pens just outside the barn, and the smell of animals struck him along with a dozen memories. One memory rammed in harder than all the rest. 16 years old, their group of friends were playing night games in the summer between sophomore and junior year. That night had been warmer than this chilly March evening. The tulips had long since lost their bloom and had been trimmed down, ready for the next spring. The group had been playing sardines, and Blaire had been it. She'd hidden in the barn's hayloft. Jeremy had been the first person to find her. As per the rules of the game, rather than running from the person who was it to avoid being tagged, people quietly piled into the hiding place with whoever it was. Blaire had been tucked away in the corner, but Jeremy knew right where she'd be. He'd seen her reading in her spot on the hay a handful of times. He'd climbed the ladder rung by rung and had caught sight of her nestled in the corner. Jeremy was able to stand once he got to the top. "I thought you'd be here," he'd whispered. "Shh," she'd waved him down. Jeremy had shuffled across the hay-strewn floorboards to where she sat. "No other takers? Just you so far. Be quiet so no one else hears us. They're all out in the tulips, but they could be here any second." Blaire often referred to the field where the tulips bloomed as the tulips, whether any flowers were currently there or not. Jeremy settled in close to her. "Want to hear a joke I heard today?" The corners of her lips cracked just enough to encourage him, but she said nothing. He sidled his face in close to hers, close enough his whisper carried right where he meant it to. "If you have tulips, and I have tulips," he waggled his eyebrows. Blaire had punched him in the arm. He inched closer so their legs touched. "Come on, have you ever thought about it?" The mood between them shifted noticeably. She went rigid, but she didn't slide away. She kept her body right next to his. "Thought about what?" she whispered. "You know, not tulips, 2 lips." She remained still. "Oh." He let the moment hum. "So?" "So what?" "What do you think? Want to kiss me?" "Jeremy!" she squeaked and hugged her knees to her chest. Voices were heard outside the barn, kids laughing, running, calling out Blaire's name, but so far no one besides Jeremy had found her. He touched her hand. It wasn't the first time he'd done so, but it was the first time he'd done so like this. Nerves firing like pistons preparing to accelerate, he placed his palm beneath hers, and one touch at a time wove his fingers through the spaces. Blaire stared at the union of their hands. "I'm serious," he said. "What if we did?" "Do you want to kiss me?" she asked. "I wouldn't have brought it up if I didn't." Her eyes grew wide in the dark. She swallowed so hard it was visible. Her glance never left his, and he'd taken that as a good sign. Stealing his courage, Jeremy had edged closer. The air between them had tightened. Slowly, in wordless acceptance, Blaire had lowered her lids and lifted her chin. He'd moved gradually. He'd never done this before and wanted to make sure he did it right. Jeremy had slid his arm behind her back and hooked his hand around her waist. The feel of her slim form had set fire to his lungs. His nose had brushed hers. Her grip on his hand had tightened. "Just as friends, right?" she'd whispered. "Sure," he'd breathed. "Friends." And then he went for it. The instant his lips had met hers was anything but friendly. The press of her mouth sparked every nerve ending in his body. That was all it was, a press. But the kiss held on to him long after their mouths separated again. Blaire's breathing was heavy, her gaze had impact, and she quickly scooted away as noise shuffled and another pair of hands became visible at the top of the loft. "Ha!" Savannah had said. "I found you. How long have you two been up here?" "Long enough," Blaire said, sinking away from Jeremy's side. If Savannah suspected anything just happened between them, she didn't show as much. Jeremy had sent a note to Blaire asking her to meet him here again the following day, and the next night they met, the kisses were more frequent and lasted longer. Sneaking out, meeting, talking, kissing, that lasted almost the rest of the summer, as often as they could. They agreed on a code, rubbing their left eyebrow to see if the other could come, and a headshake if they couldn't. They hadn't kissed every time. Sometimes they just talked. But more often than not, every meeting had ended with a kiss more dizzying than the last. The barn was the only place Blaire had ever given him that kind of attention, when no one else was around, almost as if she'd been too embarrassed to be seen with him otherwise. He shook the memories away at the creak of the barn door opening. He straightened beside the trolley he'd driven countless times in high school during his job leading the tulip tours. It was an open bed truck with long benches along either side beneath a metal covering that was painted the same forest green and scrawled with mustard yellow foliage. Lantern light preceded her approach. Jeremy stepped away from the trolley so she could know where he was, and Blaire jumped and placed a hand to her chest. "You scared me." The small lantern swung in her hand. "Sorry, I was trying to stay out of sight in case your dad was the one coming in here." He hoped for a smile at another shared memory. The first time, months after Jeremy had first kissed her, when Mr. Spencer caught Jeremy lurking but hadn't realized who he was. Mr. Spencer had called the cops. Jeremy and Blaire had managed to slip away and hide in the tulip field, crawling alongside the tulips until they'd made it to the children's playground, where they both laughed in relief at their daring escape and at the dirt smearing the front of their pants and shirts. But Blaire didn't smile. This was the new version of her, the one who'd quit talking to him, the one who'd left town. "I didn't expect to see you with Landon today," she began, placing her little lantern on the back rim of the trolley seating area. Jeremy checked his smile. "Yeah, Mom didn't tell me you were the tutor he was working with. I didn't even know that's where you were working now. Is that why you moved to Charleston? Because you got a job there?" She didn't answer the question. She hadn't managed to look directly at him since she'd arrived, but kept her gaze averted to the direction of the trolley's tires. "You're probably wondering why I wanted to meet you here now after we haven't spoken in so long," she said. "Yeah, it's been a while." I know things between us got weird after Savannah and I'm here to talk about Landon." Her tone punctuated the statement more than anything else could have. He got it. She didn't want to talk about her sister. Neither did he. Even still, Jeremy was caught up short. "Landon? What about Landon?" He knew his brother had some attitude problems. Was he giving Blaire as difficult of a time as he gave everyone else lately? If she had a question about Landon, why not ask their mom? Then again, this was good she'd come to him if it got her talking to him again. He'd always regretted the way things ended between them, but the fact that he'd dated Savannah and almost married her hadn't been completely his doing. Blaire had made her feelings toward him completely clear, long before he'd started dating her twin. "I don't know how to connect with him," Blaire said, resting her shoulder against the side of the trolley. The light cast shadows across her cheeks. "He used to be this kind boy, and now he's rude and introverted and doesn't respond to anything I try. I wondered if you had any insight I should know about or suggestions I might be able to do." Jeremy blinked a few times, trying to coerce his brain to get on her wavelength. "Yeah, Landon's changed a lot. To be honest, I think my mom is feeling just as lost as you are. We all think it's a teenager thing, though I can't remember ever being as moody as he is." He laughed a little. Blaire's lips cracked, still not a full smile, but at least she looked at him. "Ever since my parents' divorce last year, he's been pretty closed off," Jeremy finished. Blaire shifted. "Your parents got divorced?" She didn't know. Then again, the last time he'd really spoken with her had been just before he'd proposed to Savannah. He told her of his plans, and she seemed to congratulate him at the time. But then she'd left town, moved out of the apartment she and Savannah had shared. Every family event where Jeremy attended thereafter, Blaire had a reason not to attend or had kept her distance from him. "I think it happened after you moved," he said. "I thought maybe your parents might have told you or something." Silence was like a skunk in the brush between them, invisible but impossible not to notice. Jeremy couldn't read her expressions, and she kept it away from him once more. "I bet that's been hard on him," Blaire finally said. "It's been hard on everyone," Jeremy admitted. He hadn't spoken to anyone of his parents' divorce in a while. "Makes me wonder." "Wonder what?" His feelings for Blaire had shifted to her sister. His relationship with Savannah had then plummeted. Even his parents, whom he thought were madly in love, had let each other down. Was that all any relationship was destined for? Failure? "Nothing," he said. "That explains why Landon is so angry all the time," Blaire said with introspection. "Kids often have negative responses when their parents separate. They may feel neglected, pushed away, or even grow resentful. He probably feels like the whole world is out to get him. I wonder if his failing at school is a cry for help to get attention from your parents. You sound like you know a lot on the subject." "I studied troubled youth and emotional dysfunction while I was getting my master's degree," she said. "Oh?" Another rush of weirdness overtook him. This was a girl he'd grown up next to. A girl he used to climb trees with and build snow forts with. A girl he would pick weeds with in the tulip beds beside her parents' gift shop and had spent hours on end at her house doing childhood things with, like board games and truth or dare. He knew her better than he knew anyone else, so the fact that they'd grown apart the past few years, that she had aspects of her life he wasn't privy to, unsettled him more than he liked. Savannah had never mentioned anything about Blaire getting her master's degree. "What's your degree in?" "Reading," she said. "That's what I do at the tutoring center, too. I help kids who are falling behind or need a little extra attention. Though to tell you the truth, I'm not sure Landon actually needs additional guidance when it comes to academics. His grades before he joined us were nothing to complain about." "So you think his behavior is a cry for attention? My parents give him plenty of attention." He didn't mean to sound defensive, but his statement came across that way. Blaire twisted the hem of her jacket. "They may think so," she said. "And I'm not saying they don't. I'm not saying your parents should have stayed together. I don't really know their situation. But when parents separate, I'm just saying that's hard on kids, and they all take it in different ways. Again with the silence, Jeremy was ready to talk just to keep the discomfort at bay. Fortunately, Blaire saved him the trouble. "I'm sorry if I made you feel bad about their divorce or anything. That wasn't my intent." He opened his mouth to speak, but she glanced around and rubbed her arms before reaching for her lantern again. Shadows danced through the barn as she lifted it. "Thanks for meeting me here," she said. "I probably shouldn't have invited you." "You shouldn't have? Why do you say that?" She turned away from him. "Thanks for your help. I have a lot to think about, and I'll see what I can do to help Landon. See you later." "Blaire, wait," Jeremy said. She shook her head and kept going toward the door. Blaire hurried past the playground area, past the quiet swings and vacant picnic tables, to where her car was parked. Some decisions only made sense when you looked back on them, and inviting her twin sister's cheating ex-fiancé to meet her in the tulip barn at night, in secret, had been right up there with the time she'd followed Savannah's advice to get highlights and came out looking like a bumblebee had taken the place of her head. Jeremy cheated on Savannah. Blaire had sworn never to talk to him again. That was the reason she'd felt a secret meeting for a good cause. Landon had been justifiable. But the reaction she'd had to Jeremy back at Pullman had only amplified in the darkened barn where they'd shared their first kiss, where teenage dreams of a future with Jeremy Birch were not only planted, but had bloomed. She'd thought those sentiments were dormant and gone, annual blossoms that only made a spurt of an appearance and faded. But these raw, clustering emotions, these stupid, unexpected, unwanted feelings for him, were more like perennials, slumbering and hiding until the slightest trace of the sunlight of Jeremy's smile awoke them all over again. Curse her pitiful, pathetic heart. What was her problem? Did she love being hurt over and over again? Memories of kissing Jeremy, of laughing with him and being in his arms, had suffocated her during their entire brief conversation. The worst part was, she found herself wanting them all back, to reenact every delectable moment. She'd had to get out of there. "This is all about Landon," she told herself for the 12,000th time that day, and fumbled her car keys from her pocket. Her little beater was the only vehicle in the lot. Where did Jeremy park? Didn't matter. Landon. She supposed she wasn't one to give up, not when there was hope. That was the whole reason she was trying so hard to help Landon. Because heaven knew he wasn't the nicest boy to be around, and at least Landon's situation was something she could help with. Blaire was no trained counselor, but now that she had an idea of what was causing his surliness, she was certain she could continue doing her job and hopefully help him pick up his grades at school. From now on, she would just keep the questions where they belonged. She thought about exactly how to go about helping Landon all through the next day of tutoring, as well as the following day, looking strangely forward to the weekend when Landon would come again. Her heart half hoped, half dreaded that Jeremy would be the one to bring his brother into Charleston again. Friday night, Blaire decided she'd better bring her idea up with her parents first before she broached the scheme with Landon. As soon as dinner was over, Blaire stayed to help with the dishes. "What's keeping you here? Usually you're the first one to go," Mama said. Her dark hair was piled in a bun, her bangs ruffled along her forehead. She placed the bin of flour back in its cupboard and wiped her hands on her apron. "I've had something on my mind lately that I wanted to bring up with you." "What's that, hun?" Mama bent to place the sugar can next to the flour. Daddy squeezed past to place his dish in the sink. He began rinsing and reached for the dishwasher, boxing Mama into the small kitchen space with him. Looked like they didn't need her after all. Blaire situated herself on one of the bar stools. "Are you still looking for kids to help around the fields?" she asked. "You know, I think we are short-handed this year," Daddy said. "We haven't had as many volunteers as usual. We'll have to check with Justin, though. I don't think he'd like it much if I brought on any more high school kids, especially if they're not willing to work. He says he doesn't want a babysitting job. He wants kids who can dig in and do what they're asked, without having to be monitored all the time." Blaire hoped Landon wasn't one of the needs babysitting variety. "I had an idea. There's this boy I've been trying to connect with at the tutoring center." "Oh? Is that the same boy who's been giving you a hard time in these sessions?" "Yes." Blaire had never told them who he was. Things between the Spencers and the Birches hadn't been all that sociable since word of Jeremy's true nature surfaced. That might have been why word never spread about their divorce. Mama had stopped talking to Mrs. Birch. "I think working at the fields could be really good for him," Blaire said. "Get his hands good and dirty, the right kind of dirty. If he puts his mind to it, he could dig in. Work toward a worthy goal, learn some new skills that don't have anything to do with school, and make him care about something again. I'm not sure he cares about much right now." Especially if her suspicions were correct. Divorce was hard on kids, and if he wasn't getting enough love at home, through no fault of the Birches, Blaire was sure they had their own other set of worries troubling them through all of this, too. Maybe he could feel satisfaction for himself, for accomplishing something good. Mama and Daddy exchanged a glance. Mama raised her eyebrows at Daddy as if to say, "It's your call." He released a sigh. "I suppose one more worker wouldn't hurt anything." Blaire clapped her hands. "Thank you, Daddy. I'll talk to him about it during our next session and see if he's interested." "He'd better pull his own weight," Daddy said. "What's his name, anyway?" Blaire paused on her way to get her coat. "Oh, about that." She splayed her hands in the air in front of her as if ironing an invisible shirt. "Don't be mad, but it's Landon." Mama slammed a dish too hard into the cupboard. "Landon Birch? Next door?" "That boy's trouble," Daddy said. "You should have said as much from the start. I'm not having him anywhere near our tulips, not when they're nearly ready to blossom and our festival is ready to start." "But you just said it would be okay," Blaire pleaded. "I should have told you his name from the start, I know, but I wanted—" "You wanted to rope us into saying yes first. I get it, but I still say no. I say it's a bad idea." "Come on, Daddy. Aren't you always the one who told me we all need love most when we deserve it least? I think he needs this." "And what about no good Jeremy?" Mama spat, hands on her hips. "What about what he did to your sister?" Blaire was grateful Savannah was away at school. Her twin sister got her spitfire personality from their mother, while Blaire was a little more reserved, like Daddy. "I know, Mama. I know what he did was rotten and awful, but you can't blame Landon for that. Landon had no part of it." "Yes, but if we hire his brother, it'll look like we've forgiven Jeremy." "So you're going to hold a grudge against him forever?" "Aren't you?" Mama's voice raised. "Are you saying we should forgive what he did?" Blaire didn't have an answer for that. She formed a response in her mind about the Bible and how Jesus told them to forgive 70 times 7. But Jesus also said not to be a hypocrite, and a statement like that would certainly make her one. "I'm talking about Landon, not Jeremy," Blaire said. "I think we should give Landon a chance. He's failing all his classes in school. He'll barely talk to me during our sessions, but I really do want to help him. I think he's smarter than he lets on. I think he's got potential in his life to do great things. But if we don't do something now before he gets older, then who's going to help him?" Mama and Daddy exchanged that look again. Daddy gave Mama a nod. "She's right. We're talking about the younger brother. You know, though our two girls look the same, they're nothing like the same person. Landon isn't his brother, Shauna, and we can give him room to prove as much." Mama always had the final say in their household, and so Blaire and Daddy held their breath, waiting for her southern fire to cool. Several moments passed before she angled her head and spoke, granting Blaire only her periphery. "As long as it's only the brother, and not that lying, cheating, good-for-nothing Jeremy Birch." "Thank you, Mama," Blaire said, rushing over to give her a hug. Mama patted Blaire's back. She no sooner pulled away than she found Mama's finger wagging in her face. "If anything goes wrong with that boy, we're coming to you about it." Blaire grinned. She wrapped a quick hug around both of her parents before either of them could change their minds. Fortunately, Mrs. Birch was the one to bring Landon in this time. As it was Saturday, she probably had the day off. Blaire gave her more than a passing glance this time. Mrs. Birch was long and lanky like her sons. Unlike most women her age, she didn't dye her hair or keep up with the latest fashions, so her shoulder-length hair curling up at the ends was partially gray, partially blonde. That wasn't all Blaire noticed. Sadness, tiredness, both took residence in Mrs. Birch's gaze, and a single glance touched Blaire to the core. This woman was hurting. Though whether it was internal or physical pain, Blaire couldn't tell. Might be both. "Hello, Blaire," she said. "Good to see you again." "And you, Mrs. Birch." "Hey, Landon, ready to get started?" "I guess." Mrs. Birch placed a hand on his shoulder and opened her mouth, as if to say goodbye, but Landon shrugged away from the touch and stalked down the hall. The briefest elevation of sorrow pricked her already sad expression, but it vanished as she gave a repressed smile. What kind of inner battle were these two both facing? Blaire hurriedly spoke with Mrs. Birch about offering Landon a place on T&T's grounds crew, and she agreed. Her acceptance of the idea spurred Blaire with excitement, but she tamped it down once she reached her room. Landon was already sitting in his usual spot. Blaire circled behind him to sit in her place across the desk and attempted conversation. "Are you having a nice weekend?" "It's a weekend. Do you have any fun plans?" Grunt. Blaire closed the door and situated herself across the desk from him. Her usual frustration with this behavior was muted by new awareness. This lackluster response was typical of him, at least since he'd started tutoring, but she felt like she was seeing his behavior with a fresh perspective. She'd meant it when she'd told Jeremy that Landon used to be a sweet little boy. She'd remembered when he was little and how excited he'd been to start school in the first place, though she decided that wasn't a good thing to bring up. Pointing out his youth compared to her could only make him feel embarrassed and cause him to close up even more, which she didn't want. "How about school?" she asked. "What about it?" "How's school going?" "Same as usual." He traced a finger along the edge of the desk in front of them. "Boring, stupid, a waste of time." "I used to love school," Blaire said. This was a change. She could tell he thought so too. She rarely talked about herself during their little sessions. "Good. Maybe you should go back there." "I would love to. I guess that's why I work here, so I can help kids who don't feel the same way I did." She paused, hesitated, and then dared. "You do know I'm only trying to help you, don't you?" "Sure you are. Do you believe it?" A frown. He lifted his brown eyes to hers. Eye contact was good. She smiled at him. "What are you, a shrink?" "I'm not. I feel like I'm your friend, though, if you'll let me." "I don't have friends." "Is that what's bothering you? Can we talk about something else now?" Blaire wondered if this time he might be willing to work on his English assignments, but she suspected not. She was making progress. She was making him uncomfortable. But this was a good kind of uncomfortable. "Sure, we can talk about something else." He folded his arms and sank lower into his seat, if that was possible. "Not schoolwork. I know that's why I'm here, but I don't want to talk about that either." "Fair enough. I have had an idea over the past few days. You know my family owns the tulip farm?" "So?" She worked down her desire to reprimand him for his rudeness and kept her chipper attitude in place. "So I wondered if you might like a job there." "I can't get a job. I'm only 14. "Maybe at other places, but Jeremy worked at Tulips in Tandem when he was 14. So did I, and my sister, too." Landon fidgeted and sat up a little straighter. "Like, a real job?" he said. "Like I could get paid?" Blaire hadn't completely thought this through. Most of the help they received was volunteer-based, kids who did the work willingly so they could list as much on their resumes. She could pay Landon, though. "Sure, you'll get paid. My parents hire teenagers to work on their grounds crew every year." "What do you say? It could be fun. Get out of your house and do something else that isn't school. Maybe you'll even make a few friends." "Who else is on the crew?" he asked. "I'm not entirely sure, but they've been working to ready things for our spring season to hit and for tours to start up during the Tulip Festival. We're short-handed and could use the help if you're up to it." Landon's gaze flicked to Blaire's a few times, and then to the clock and back to her again. "I guess it wouldn't be so bad." "Perfect. Why don't you stop by the gift shop in front of the barn in a few days? I'll get you all signed up and show you where you're needed." "Okay. Are we done here?" This was usually the time she'd release a sigh, but today she found she couldn't do much else but smile. "We're done for now. I'll see you Wednesday." Chapter 6. Tulips in Tandem was near Mama and Daddy's house. The land her parents had inherited after his father's passing happened to be the next field over, right on the outskirts of Harvest Ranch. There were 80 acres total, but Daddy had landscaped half of it, built a gift shop, and created a playground and picnic area for families, a walking path for young lovers, and had left the other 40 acres for tulips. Grandpa's barn had been repainted red and remained on the west end of the tulips. About 4 years into the project, Mama found the trolley and instituted the trolley tours through the fields themselves, where people could sit and enjoy the colorful surroundings while listening to the tour guide give a witty but soothing rendition of how Daddy inherited the land and turned it from a farm into a tulip field. They'd left a small portion of the land south of the barn as a petting zoo, which was a hit with kids and adults alike every year. Blaire stood with a foot on the wooden corral, penning in the goats and the llama that Mama had acquired. She stared at the grazing animals, at the dirt that was finally drying out of its muddy state now that the spring sun had melted the last traces of winter. Daddy's grounds crew foreman, Justin, had taken the job when Blaire had been in high school. He'd come to family dinners and even had a brief fling with Savannah a few years after, despite the fact that Justin was 10 years older than her. That had been while Jeremy had been at pharmacy school. Blaire wondered if Jeremy had dated others during that time, too. Justin stood near the largest flower bed situated along the fence line bordering the picnic area. He bent to remove a few brittle stalks from last year's landscape and added them to his wheelbarrow parked near a teen girl whose name Blaire didn't know. Soon, flowers of all kinds, not just tulips, would fill these beds, but the crew had to clear and prep them first. Blaire hadn't yet informed Justin of her plan to have Landon join his crew, probably something she should have done before now. She approached and Justin gave her a smile. "Hey there, Blaire," Justin said. "You joining the crew this year?" "Not this year. Listen, I know I should have straightened it with you first, but I have a boy I'd like to have work on your crew. Is that okay?" "Should be fine," Justin said. "I could always use more hands. Who do you have in mind?" "Here he comes now," she said. Landon shuffled up the sidewalk toward the gift shop, but caught sight of Blaire and changed directions, heading toward her instead. He wore the hood of his sweatshirt up, his hands in his pockets, and walked as if every care he'd ever had weighed on his shoulders. "Landon, you're here. Good to see you," Blaire said before pointing to the foreman. She was glad he'd seen her before he made it to the gift shop. "This is Justin, the boss of the crew you'll be working on." "So, what am I doing?" Landon asked, glancing around at the still brown surroundings. Even the grass didn't have its green yet, and was still the orangey-yellow color of banana squash. "You'll be on my crew," Justin said. "And if so, you gotta take out the earbuds until I send you off on your tasks." Blaire worried Landon would reject the request, but he lowered his hood, removed the pods from his ears, and stuffed them in his pocket. "Good?" "Good. You ever planted anything before, Landon?" With things seemingly under control, Blaire gave Justin a nod of thanks and meandered her way toward the parking lot. To her surprise, she spotted Jeremy standing beside his truck. Had he dropped Landon off? He must have. They were neighbors, but a country neighbor had more distance than a city one, and the fields were farther out than their houses were. Jeremy waved Blaire over. She hesitated long enough to peer toward the gift shop. If her parents saw them talking together, she'd never hear the end of it. But Mama had gone back home for something, and Daddy was working in the tractor, so they were good. Blaire's heart raced the closer she drew to him. He looked good in a dress shirt, tie, and slacks beneath his zip-up jacket. His hair was gelled to perfection. "What's up? Did he meet you like he was supposed to?" Jeremy peered to the playground area as if he could tell as much from here. Yeah, you dropped him off? Jeremy nodded. I did, but I didn't want him to think I didn't trust him to get where he said he was going. I get that. She turned to leave. Thanks, Jeremy said from behind her. Blaire faced him again. Jeremy's expression turned timid, which wasn't like him. He combated the look with the smallest quirk of his mouth. He actually seemed excited today. I can't remember the last time he was this excited. I'm glad, she said. He responded okay to Justin's demand that he take his earbuds out, so that's great. Justin's cool, Jeremy said. He's a good foreman for those kids. We used to have fun working for him, at least. Memory lane was impossible to avoid when he was around, but she wasn't ready to recount their high school summer shenanigans with Savannah, Taylor, and Jeremy's best friend Shane, who'd left town shortly after graduation. Yeah, she said, grateful for the buzz from her phone. Blaire inspected the device, and her heart seized. Daddy's description fisted inside of her. Dad, we need everyone's help ASAP. Cows from Beverton's field got through the fence. Tulips in danger. Oh no! Blaire was already running toward the fields. Heavy footfalls told her Jeremy kept pace at her side. What is it? What's wrong? He asked. What was he thinking, running beside her in his nice clothes? Blaire pounded the sidewalk, circling the playground, and hit the graveled area between the barn and the gift shop. Beverton's cows got through the fence. The fence we reinforced a few years ago? Yes, Daddy just texted. He needs everyone he can get to help herd them back before they reach the tulips. Her pace picked up then, and Jeremy kept right alongside her. You don't have to come, she said. They already had a crisis on their hands. Mama wouldn't be on her best behavior, and Blaire wanted to avoid a scene where Jeremy was concerned, especially when Blaire assured her that he wouldn't be here. At least Savannah was miles away at school. I can do it, Jeremy said. Dressed like that? This'll wash, he said. They turned the corner past the trolley pickup area. Commotion was visible across the field. Tender green tulip shoots had already sprouted like soldiers in their rows, but hadn't yet bloomed. Blaire cursed herself for admitting what Daddy's text was about. She wished she'd thought better of it, but in the moment, the words had blurted out. Don't you have work? His words came sparser as he spoke between rapid breaths. I just got off. Mary's covering the pharmacy today. I'm good. Besides, I can't walk away when there are cows involved. She could tell he intended the dry comment to lighten the situation between them, and it might have if he hadn't mentioned Mary's name. Though Blaire didn't know for sure, Mary Sprawling was the one Savannah suspected Jeremy had cheated on her with. We don't need your help, Jeremy. Doesn't look that way to me. The view from the south end of the tulip fields left a wide and clear view of the commotion at the east end. A full stretch of barren ground stood between the line of tulips and the fence line separating Daddy's land with the Bevertons. This was done intentionally, Blaire knew, for reasons like this. They'd reinforced the fencing before Jeremy left for pharmacy school, and the stronger border had worked for a few years now. Apparently not long enough. At least 25 head of cattle had moseyed through the broken fence, trampling across the damaged wood and pressing boards into the soil. Daddy and Justin were there, along with Dan Beverton and his grown sons. Justin's crew of teens also mushroomed into a line. Spread out, Daddy called. Keep 'em from reaching the tulips. Blaire didn't need to be told twice. Mama was seen hustling from the direction of the gift shop, calling out incomprehensible commands and curses and slipping her work gloves over her hands as she jogged to join the emergency clan. Cows meandered, mooing and chewing, their hooves making defined divots in Daddy's carefully tended dirt. A few had rambled over into the line of fresh tulip sprouts, nothing more than green shoots out of the ground at this point. It would be a good 2 weeks before the buds formed and blossomed. Jeremy joined Blaire's side, arms stretched wide and calling out loud grunting noises to startle the cows. The teenagers, including Landon, followed suit. This was the least reserved Blaire had ever seen him. His hood was down, his hands spread wide, arms open, with his attention on the cows and the occasional darted glance to some of the others on the crew. A smile even snapped out. Hup, hup! Blaire called out along with Jeremy and the others. Together, their half-circular line inched closer together, and the cows responded, their eyes wary, their hooves retreating until they stepped back over the damaged fence line. The distinct smell cows carried with them filtered through the spring air. Though the day was still chilly, Blaire sweated beneath her jean jacket. Jeremy's cheeks were also flushed. He smiled, first at his brother, then at her. She supposed to anyone else this situation was funny, and now that the crisis was averted, she allowed herself to return his grin. She wasn't the only one to sense relief. It was palpable and strung through the group as several teenagers let off whoops and cheers. Justin and Daddy saluted one another as though they were 20 years younger, too. Their smiles were infectious. Disaster averted. "Thanks for the haul," Daddy called out to the group, receiving several more enthusiastic whoops. He clapped Justin on the back. "Let's get this repaired," he said. "On it," Justin said. "I think I've got some spare boards. We need some of these kids to stay here and keep the cows where they belong." "I'll help with that," Landon said. Blaire and Jeremy swapped an eyebrow raise. Jeremy even shot her a thumbs up against his chest, hidden from Landon's view. Blaire nearly laughed. This was what she hoped would happen. Not that cows would nearly trample the tulips, but that Landon would engage himself and let go for a little while, remember who he used to be, and that life was still good. "Good," Daddy said to Landon and the others. "Blaire, keep tabs on the situation and keep things in hand as much as you can. We'll be right back." "Got it," she said. "We're good here. We can salvage some of these boards, too," Jeremy said, bending to retrieve some of the broken wood. Daddy moved as an automated piece of machinery would, slow and deliberate. He glowered as if only just realizing Jeremy was among the helpful crowd. Blaire held her breath. At least Jeremy hadn't made the suggestion to her mother. Mama would have told Jeremy exactly where he could stick those boards, and in none too uncertain terms. After several tense moments, Daddy relaxed his shoulders and nodded. "Appreciate the help," he said with a grunt, and then turned, rested a hand on Justin's back, and the two men ran toward Justin's work pickup. She moved toward Jeremy as if through water. An invisible current pushed against each of her limbs. But she pushed back and joined Jeremy's side. "That was close," Jeremy said. "The cows or my daddy?" "Both." Jeremy gave her a nervous smile. Behind him, the teenagers stood together in groups, laughing and reliving the incident, speculating over how bad it would have been if the cows had actually reached the line of tulips. The kids made a human fence line where the board should have been. "You're lucky it wasn't my mom," Blaire said. "He's lucky what wasn't me?" Blaire's eyes clapped on Jeremy's before both turned. Mama stood, feet behind her, her arms folded. The minute Blaire granted her attention, Mama took several steps forward. "I thought you said he wasn't going to be here if we agreed that Landon could come." She pinned Blaire with a pointed look, as if determined to pretend Jeremy wasn't standing feet away. "Not so loud, Mama," Blaire pleaded. Landon glanced over. The last thing she needed was Mama scratching whatever progress might have been made with the boy today. "Shouldn't I be loud? Doesn't this man want the town to know what he did to your sister's poor heart?" Mama pointed to Jeremy with a gloved finger and gave him her fierce attention. "You can go now." "He was just bringing Landon," Blaire said in his defense. "Good. Then he can just get on going again." Jeremy dusted his hands. "I'm sorry if I inconvenienced you in any way, Mrs. Spencer." Jeremy ducked his head. He turned to Blaire. "I'll see you later." "You certainly won't," Mama said, but at least she kept her grumble under her breath this time. Blaire really didn't want to have this out with her mother here and now with so many listening ears. Several teenage kids glanced in their direction while still keeping their arms outstretched to keep the cows in place. But fortunately, Landon was laughing with one of the girls and not paying attention to the fact that Jeremy had been uninvited from the situation. "Mama," Blaire snapped in a whisper. "He was helping." Mama's eyes flashed. "That man can best help from a distance of either of my girls. Don't forget what he did to Savannah." "I wish I could," Blaire muttered. In the next few minutes, Daddy and Justin returned in the work truck with several boards and hammer and nails. The kids on the crew continued to placate the cows and keep them wary of returning, while Daddy, Justin, Mama, and Blaire got the fence back into place. Dan Beverton returned too late with his own tools and profuse apologies. "Not at all," Daddy assured him. "This kind of thing happens when you have livestock. I'm only glad we got the situation averted before they got to the tulips." "That would ruin your festival for sure," Dan said. "That it would," Daddy said, clapping a hand on Dan's shoulder. "Never you mind about it. We appreciate your help, Dan." "Anytime," Dan said, inspecting the fence a final time before joining his son on their way to his parked car. "I'll give you ladies a ride back to the gift shop," Justin offered. "That would be just the thing I need," Mama said, moving with effort, probably a result from her jog to get to the cows in the first place. "Come on." They climbed in and waited until Justin pulled up in the trolley pickup area between the barn and the gift shop. Blaire sensed the storm brewing. Mama hadn't finished with her. She could feel as much emanating like steam over a pot of boiling water through the entire ride. She'd faced such a tempest many times before, and she braced herself as any guilty child would do. The instant Blaire closed the door to Justin's pickup, Mama rounded on her. "Just what were you doing with that man, Blaire? I told you he came to drop Landon off." And nothing, Mama. I was standing next to him when I got Daddy's text about the cows. Jeremy wanted to help. I tried to tell him not to, I swear." "Of course he didn't listen." Mama crossed her arms over her chest and seethed, staring at the freshly tilled flower beds and the areas where crew boys and girls had turned soil in preparation for planting the annuals that would line the beds. Typically, those flowers consisted of violets and pansies, as well as a few snapdragons, which were one of Blaire's favorites. Blaire allowed her voice to climb to match Mama's now that they didn't have an audience. "What did you expect me to do? There was a crisis. We needed help, and he came to help." And his dress clothes, no less. "Just be careful around him, Blaire. I know how you used to feel about him. I know he's the reason you moved to Charleston." Blaire's cheeks flamed. "I moved because I got a job there. Charleston isn't that far away. You could have lived in Harvest Ranch and commuted the 15-minute drive. I knew the minute they got engaged I was going to lose you. That man has broken both of your hearts and still thinks he can waltz around saving people's cows." "He didn't save the cows, Mama. He saved the tulips from the cows." "Yeah, well, same difference." Blaire had already mulled over Mama's point enough times to drive her crazy and steal her sleep. She chewed on the words all over again, Mama's words, as she cleaned out the racks situated on both sides of the gift shop door. Ordinarily, these pots would offer bundles of freshly cut tulips for those who wanted to take a little of the festival home with them. Right now, though, they were filled with dead leaves and the occasional discarded plastic wrapper. She cupped the dead leaves with a vengeance, stuffing her fodder into the accompanying garbage bag. Why did he have to come back after pharmacy school? Why did he have to pick Savannah? Why did he have to cheat on her? She'd told her heart plenty of times it needed to move on. Her heart was more stubborn than her southern mother. It heard all right, but disregarded the notion completely. Chapter 7. Jeremy returned to his truck with his hands in his pockets and his brain blurred with thoughts. The day's events brought back all kind of painful questions, things he'd asked himself years before and then forgotten because he'd pushed the truth aside to make things easier. He didn't much like the way Shauna Spencer had dismissed him the way she had, in front of everyone else, no less. There had been a time she'd shown just as much, if not more, excitement than either of her daughters had at his arrival. Blaire had always been so reserved around him when other people, especially her mother, were around. He'd been enthralled by the change in her, by her openness during their nights sneaking away into the tulips, by the way he felt like he could talk to her about anything. But then Blaire had told him they couldn't meet anymore. She'd never told him why. Jeremy thought about the time Shauna had gotten her appendix removed. The girls had begged him to stay the night with them so they didn't have to be alone while their parents were in the hospital with complications from the procedure. For propriety's sake, Jeremy had asked his mom to come along, and Mom had agreed. He'd been hoping to catch up with Blaire that night and see where they stood, but instead, Savannah had showed more interest in him. From that point on, Savannah had dominated his attention any time they spent together. Savannah was spunky and flirty. She'd been fun and unexpected, the one to visit him, invite him over, ask him to walk with her to Maple Park after school. Though he'd been concerned over the lack of time he'd spent in Blaire's company, Savannah had even told him that Blaire was bothered by him coming over all the time, so he'd stopped seeking Blaire out. Savannah noticed then, though. After that, she'd asked him why he'd stopped coming over so much. She'd said she'd missed him. Then she'd kissed him to prove her point. Even when he'd started officially dating Savannah after graduation and through college, he'd never forgotten Blaire and the way she'd made him feel. He'd tried to talk to her when they were together after that, but Blaire had always ducked her head, cheeks pink, hurrying to get away from him as quickly as possible. He climbed into his truck and headed toward his house, a few streets down from Maine. Jeremy could tell something was different. He wasn't sure if it was the change in the weather, the welcoming of birds and bugs and flowers in spring, but with every inhale, the oxygen struck him in a way it hadn't in so long. Even at work the next day, his step was lighter than it had been since his failed engagement. Jeremy scanned through the few prescriptions that had been dropped off and attempted to read the doctor's handwriting, always an interesting feat. "You're smiling?" Mary said. She was a pretty girl about 5 years younger than he was, her thick dark hair pulled back and emphasizing almond-shaped eyes and freckles. Jeremy lowered the prescriptions. "What?" "And whistling?" Mary folded her arms. "Okay. Who is she?" "What are you talking about?" Mary nibbled her lower lip with a coy smile. "You seem happy, that's all. Did something happen? Did you meet someone?" Jeremy bent for the bin of sanitized, unused prescription bottles and retrieved the sizes he needed. "No, I've known her since we were kids, but it's not her. I'm not..." Mary raised both of her eyebrows and mm'd. "Sounds like it." She made for the register to help the waiting customer pay for her order. Jeremy flushed and prickling heat spidered in his chest. He'd gotten flustered just talking about Blaire. He couldn't think. Him and Blaire? There was one time he wanted something with her, but she'd acted completely uninterested. Hadn't she? Shy, reserved Blaire. He recognized her behavior when he'd helped with the cows. She was the same girl he'd known, yet it had taken a lot of bravery to confront him about Landon the way she had. Jeremy shook his head and stared at the cachet of medicines on their shelves, ready to be used to fill people's needs. He was being stupid. Nothing could happen with her now, not with things so trashed where her sister was concerned, not with their mom hating him for something he hadn't done. Why had Blaire insisted on meeting with him the way she had, in secret, the place she'd wanted to meet him at? If friendship was the only option on the table, she could have talked to him later, in the daylight, around other people. Unless she didn't want to be seen with him. Unless she cared for him too. The thought was a tornado. It whipped him from one side to the other, threatened to toss him into the air for even thinking it. Jeremy's palms grew clammy and he wiped them with a paper towel. He'd gotten an email from Westville Hospital earlier, before he dropped Landon off with the Spencers, and he still had that to consider as well. They were open to interviewing him for a position with them. Now that the prospect of spending more time with Blaire was opening, Jeremy had harbored second thoughts about his earlier resolution to take a new job, leave town, and move on. But Blaire wasn't interested in him that way anymore. She would never consider a relationship with him again. But what if she did? Could he walk away when the possibility was before him? A stone sank into his stomach. If he declined the interview, he'd look like an even bigger idiot, because this time he'd been the one to ask about the position. He didn't have to answer right away. After all, nothing had happened with Blaire yet, but that didn't change the fact that he hoped something would. He needed his nerves calm and to focus on filling these prescriptions. He couldn't date Blaire, not when the whole town thought he'd cheated on her sister. But what if he did? Would it look like nothing more than a rebound? Would Blaire even consider dating him? What about her family? Jeremy glanced at the clock. 2 hours until closing time. 2 hours until he could attempt to get some answers of his own. Though whether he'd pushed for them this soon or let things develop on their own, he wasn't sure. The feeling between Landon and Blaire in her small tutoring room the following week was completely opposite from the typical clenched impression of annoyance that had been there before. Now, rather than single-sided conversations and the threat of schoolwork, heaven forbid, Landon sat a little higher in his chair and made eye contact with her. He actually talked to her. Just small talk, but small was big enough for her. "Any more cow issues?" Landon asked. "Not that I know of, thank goodness," Blaire said. "I'm glad you were there to help save our tulips. That would have been so bad for the festival." "Yeah, that would have ruined the whole thing for you." The two of them shared a rare smile. "I knew it." She nudged his leg with her foot. "Knew what?" "I knew you could speak more than in grunts." She let her smile linger. To her relief, though, his cheeks colored. He didn't fold in. He simply pulled at the neck of his hoodie and adjusted his posture. "Miracles have been known to happen." "Don't I know it," she said, thinking of Jeremy and the fact that they were speaking again. Mama had a point. Jeremy had done the unthinkable, but the least she could do was stop pretending he didn't exist. "You mean you've had a miracle?" "I mean, I believe in miracles." She didn't elaborate. "You still going to work with Justin this week? Sounds like they still need help clearing dead leaves from the flower beds along the footpaths." "I think so. I like the money." "Only the money?" Stereotypical shrug. She'd give him that one. Then a thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled enough his shoulders shook. Landon changed the subject to the last one Blaire was expecting to talk about with him. "Your mom doesn't like Jeremy much, does she?" Blaire squirmed. He found that funny. "What do you mean?" Had he overheard Mama and Blaire talking? "Just the way she kept talking about him. She pulled me aside the other day and told me if I wanted to keep working there, I need to find a different ride." "Yeah, that sounds like Mama." She released a little sigh. "Why, though?" Landon drummed his fingers on the table. "I mean, it's not his fault Savannah cheated on him, or that he picked her over you." Something exploded inside of Blaire. She rocked back in her chair. Never mind his callous statement about which twin Jeremy had picked. His assertion was flippant and more serious than he knew. "What do you mean, Savannah cheated? Is that what he told you?" Landon shrugged. Blaire was nonplussed to find he wasn't nearly as agitated by this conversation as she was. She breathed as if she were on the run from a raging buffalo. "Yeah, I guess so. He mentioned something about her being the reason they broke off the engagement." Blaire had to clamp her teeth as hard as she could. Jeremy had some nerve. Mama had been so right about him. How could she have been so stupid to start thinking about giving him a second chance to at least be her friend? The dirty, rotten, lying, good-for-nothing. Of all things, telling his brother Savannah had been the one to cheat. That was lower than earthworms and beetles and other creepy crawling things. "You okay?" Landon noticed her clenched fists and heavy breathing. Blaire stood, knocking into the table wedged between them. She couldn't cross the little room or get the door open quickly enough. She had to get out, to get away from such lies. Roberta walked out of the break room and into the hall at almost the same moment. Her black hair was tied back at the base of her head and hung in a single ponytail down her back. She gripped the stack of papers in her arms. "Blaire? Is something wrong?" Roberta peered over Blaire's shoulder toward the glass wall displaying the room she and Landon had been in. Her chin juddered. "I just need a minute." She wanted to say so much more, but her emotions were ready to cliff dive. How dare he? That self-righteous, indignant little... No. Landon hadn't said it out of spite or even vindictiveness like Blaire would have suspected even a week before. Things had been so cool and easy between them. That may have been why Landon let the statement slip. She wanted to rant and rave, to burst back in there and set the record straight, but difficult questions kept her from overreacting any more than she already had. Why would Landon say something like that? Had Jeremy said something about her recently? She didn't want to ask, and truth be told, it wasn't appropriate for her to confront Landon about it in the first place. Landon's words about Jeremy picking her sister over her hurt too. Over the years as his neighbor, Blaire had known Jeremy had liked them both at different times growing up, but the mention of cheating, of Savannah cheating? Savannah, not Jeremy. Blaire's memory of the day she'd driven home in a rush and found her twin sister bawling her eyes out over Jeremy's infidelity was too stark. Having Landon claim Savannah had been the one to cheat was too much. Savannah had been so distraught that night, which meant if Jeremy claimed she was the one to ruin their relationship, then one of them was lying. But which one was it? Blaire requested the rest of the morning off. She drove back into Harvest Ranch and, in spite of herself, went to the drugstore where Jeremy was the resident pharmacist. She entered, waving to Mrs. Lindgren and smiling, praying the town gossip wouldn't say a word about her and Jeremy, or about Savannah and Jeremy's breakup. Though it was technically old news, she wouldn't put anything past her. Blaire turned and bumped into Allie Ward next, who ran Sticky and Sweet with her sister Josie. Allie's blazing red hair was twined in a side pony, the lovely tresses curling in a pool down her shoulder. She gave Blaire a kind smile. "Blaire, good to see you. How have you been?" "I'm great, thanks." She half expected Allie to bring up the embarrassing blind date she'd witnessed, but fortunately Allie said nothing. Allie accepted the news with a smile. "I'm glad to hear it. And Savannah? How's she doing at school?" "She's fine," Blaire said. "She's really loving her classes." "What did you say she was studying?" "Culinary arts," Blaire said. "They have a great cooking program at that school." "Good for her. Tell her when she comes home, she needs to come cook for me sometime." She finished with a laugh. Blaire laughed too with a wave, but her smile soon fell. The first topic she'd been talking to Savannah about was going to be a lot more serious than food. Rosalind Evans, a rotund woman in her 50s, passed with her cart full on her way to the checkout counters, and Blaire turned toward the pharmacy in the back. Jeremy stood with his back to the panes of glass, keeping his work area separate from the rest of the store. Dora, Blaire didn't know her last name, stood waiting for him to turn around. She worked at the Cornucopia Inn as head of housekeeping. Blaire's heart lumped into her throat, but she pushed her feet in his direction. She browsed the headache medicines as she waited for him to finish helping Dora with her prescription. Too bad there isn't a medicine that can let you read another person's mind, she thought, or a way to eliminate the way a certain person can manage to give her a headache. Jeremy placed his thick-rimmed reading glasses on and gave his customary instructions for how the medicine should be used. His low, lulling voice traveled from the counter to where Blaire stood a few feet away, and the sound only made the prospect of what she was about to do that much more gripping. She should leave, let the drama of the past stay where it belonged. But the lie screamed at her from all sides, and she had to know which of them to believe. Finally, Dora ambled past with her prescription in hand, leaving the pharmacy vacant for the time being. Jeremy's associate, Mary, beamed, her freckles evident. She was a few years younger than Blaire was, her black hair curled at the ends just above her shoulders. "Hey, Blaire! Haven't seen you around here for a while." "Hi, Mary," Blaire said. Jeremy rotated, and the impact of his gaze was a boulder. It collided with physical force, making it hard to breathe. Was Landon telling the truth? Had Savannah been the guilty one? If so, these feelings Blaire had been battling for him for so long weren't so wretched after all. But she had to know for sure. Behind the cash register, Mary reached for a plastic bag containing a few prescription bottles. With her attention on sorting the orders, Jeremy stepped forward. "Hey there," he said, taking off his glasses. His dark hair was gelled to one side, and in his white coat and the blue collar beneath it, with his clean-shaven jaw, with his earnest smile, he was the picture of pristine, a man who could be believed to keep his shirt, and everything else in his life, orderly and clean. That was the Jeremy she'd known all her life. The idea that he'd been anything but reliable, anything but honorable, had been excruciating. Almost as painful as the hope, the genuine wish swelling inside of her now. Was he good? Could she trust him? If so, what did that mean about her sister? Blaire wiped her palms on her jeans, grateful he could only see her torso thanks to the barrier between them. "You have a prescription? I'm not sure it's time to fill your dad's again yet. No." She cut him off. "No, I'm not here for me. For that. For—" She shook her head, willing her heart to slow down and her tongue to speak sense. "Everything okay?" "I don't know," she said honestly. "I need to talk to you again." She was dying to blurt the question out here and now, but another townsperson was approaching the pharmacy. Listening ears were everywhere. "Is Landon doing okay?" he asked. She hurried to smile, though she wasn't sure how persuasive it was. "He's fine. Things with Landon were great today. It's just that—" The townsperson got closer. Blaire inched nearer to the glass. "Can you meet me again? I really need to talk to you." He swallowed. "Sure. The pharmacy closes at 9 tonight. Tulips again?" "Tulips," she agreed. His smile was timid and teasing. A surge of heat slammed into her cheeks. She couldn't say the word around him without thinking of their first kiss, of the time he'd hinted at them putting their two lips together. She turned so fast she collided with the display of reading glasses, nearly knocking it to the ground. Fortunately, Chris Bridges, who owned the apple orchard outside of town, was there to help Blaire catch the tower before it tipped, though several pairs of glasses hit the ground. "Whoa," Chris said. "In a hurry?" "Yeah, sorry. Thanks for your help," Blaire said, hurrying to put everything as it was. She chanced to peek at Jeremy, whose head was thankfully ducked, but Blaire could have sworn he was smiling. Chapter 8. Blaire wasn't sure how long it would take Jeremy to get to the barn after work. She assumed he would have some closing up to do, and then he would probably stop by his house to change his clothes. A dirt-speckled barn was no place for a dress shirt or a white lab coat, though he had managed to save his nice clothes after the cow catastrophe well enough. She'd almost called Savannah. Maybe a confrontation like this would be better if she had both sides of the story, but Blaire wasn't sure what her sister would say. She figured hearing Jeremy's side of things before approaching her twin about them might be better. Undoubtedly, Savannah would demand to know what Jeremy was claiming, and Blaire couldn't hope to resolve things with her sister if she didn't know what that was. She wasn't going to accuse her sister of anything without as many facts as she could get. She paced along in front of the corralled-off goats grazing on their hay. Several had their heads jutting through an iron grate, where more hay was strewn along a manger. Others bleated and chewed, giving her curious glances. She hadn't dared turn on the light, and so had brought a lantern again. The red lantern hung from its hook at the end of the goat section and cast light around her. A shadow broke into the light, and Blaire found Jeremy wearing his familiar brown corduroy coat with the wool collar turned out. His hair was a little less coiffed, and he had changed into jeans and a white t-shirt. He stuffed his hands in his pockets. "We meet again," he said. "Hey, Jer. Thanks for coming." He moved closer. From the concern in his expression, she suspected he wanted to reach out to her as he once would have, to pull her in for a hug or place a hand on her arm. She kept her distance. She needed space for this. "Keeping the goats company, I see," he said. "Yeah." Enough of the awkward and no more small talk. The ton-heavy questions hammered too loud in her brain to allow for anything else. Had he loved Savannah? He would have had to if he proposed. If Jeremy had loved, really loved Savannah, he would never have stooped so low. So she would start there. "What made you want to marry my sister?" she asked. "Wow." He exhaled and rested his shoulder against the beam across from the one holding her lantern. I thought this conversation would have come sooner. Sooner how? Like when I proposed to her, he said. But you shut me out after that. You pulled away, stopped talking to me. Are you really that surprised? What does that mean? Never mind. That was a whole different track, one she wasn't ready to explore just yet. What's bringing all this on? He faced her directly. You haven't come to visit me at work in a long time. What happened? At work today, Landon was finally opening up to me. Really? That's great. Yeah. I don't quite know how our conversation detoured in the direction that it did, but he let slip that... She wasn't sure how to say it. Out was better than in. He said Savannah was the one to cheat on you. She was, Jeremy said. Blaire shook her head. She paced along the straw-strewn dirt, and not only because cold spring air seeped into her jacket. She couldn't think when she stood still. But I don't get that, Blaire said. Why not? What did Savannah tell you happened? She said you were the one who cheated on her. Jeremy lowered his chin to his chest. Wow, he said on a breath. He rubbed the back of his neck. No wonder your whole family acts like they can't stand me. I'm surprised you hadn't heard. You know how people talk. Of course I knew there were rumors about what happened between us, he said. They were worse when we first broke up, but I thought things were cooling down. They're only just firing up for me, Blaire said. He shook his head several times, forehead crumpled with heavy thoughts. After several long moments in which Blaire kept clenching and unclenching her hands, he raised his gaze to hers. Lantern light bounced off the defeat in his eyes, and for a moment she wished she could take the questions back. So this is why you asked me here? He asked. I would like the truth, Jeremy. He released a humorless chuckle and lifted his head to the ceiling. Truth? Please. Have you talked to Savannah about this? She told us you were the one with the second thoughts. She said you told her she wasn't wife material, and so you cheated on her. When Mama asked for details, Savannah always said she didn't want to talk about it. Unbelievable. Did you ever think maybe the reason she didn't want to give details was because there weren't any? Blaire ignored this and went on. Later, after things between you had ended, she said when you left town for a pharmacy meeting, you'd hooked up with another woman there. That's all we knew. Rumor had also had it that something between him and Mary had happened as well, but Blaire discounted that as well. She'd give Jeremy a chance to explain. The admission simmered and stewed between them. Jeremy kept his head down. Blaire grew interested in the wood fibers on the beams supporting the loft above their heads. So now what? He opened his arms to her. What am I supposed to do? Tell me the truth, Blaire pleaded. We can go up to the loft. We can talk. I'd rather stay right here, if it's all the same to you. His voice was brusque, but not unkind. This was clearly difficult for him, and she wouldn't hold that against him. She would give him a chance. Okay, she said. Jer, I know this is hard. I think it's best if we get everything out in the open. He exhaled, paced a few times, nudged the barn post with his boot, startling a few goats. We dated through college on and off, he said, but we picked up again when I got back from grad school. Blaire nodded. That much she knew. Shortly after that, Jeremy had asked her to meet him here just like this. She'd expected another secret kiss, for him to renew their old spring fling. But instead he'd confessed how he'd felt for Savannah, and Blaire had died a little inside. Savannah asked me what we were doing once we started dating again after I got back. I told her dating. Then she gave me an ultimatum. She said she was tired of not knowing where we stood and said I either had to marry her or we needed to break up. Blaire's chest tightened at this, but she didn't interrupt. She meant when she'd said she wanted the truth. Jeremy exhaled. I think she was probably banking on me backing out so she didn't look like the bad guy, but I loved her. Or I thought I did. I didn't want to break up with her. Plus, she recorded the whole confrontation on her phone while it was happening, and I didn't want her to post online about what a coward I was. So I got down on one knee instead. I didn't even have a ring at the time. I ended up buying her one later. Blaire remembered the video of his proposal going viral, not the ideal way to get a man to offer himself to you, essentially manipulating him into the proposal so he wouldn't look bad in the video. Jeremy's face fell. "And then what?" she prompted. "She was so different after we got engaged. We were happy for a little while, but the closer our wedding date got, the more it almost seemed like the time she spent with me, like I was an unpleasant obligation." "How so?" He rubbed his face. "Her kisses changed, the look in her eyes changed, the way she talked to me, the way she avoided my calls, everything was different. I couldn't figure it out because, in my head, we were engaged, so I knew everything should be different, but in a good way, you know? Anyway, one day I asked her what was wrong, and she said—" He hesitated. "Truth, remember?" Blaire prodded. They were friends once, they could be again, and this was what friends did. "You can tell me." She said I was annoying her. The pain on his face was stark. That I was too clingy. "What did you do?" "I said we just got engaged, how else should I behave? And then she said maybe we made a mistake. I didn't think she meant it. I tried working things out with her. She found out about the Virginia School of Culinary Arts and went to an orientation to see if she wanted to attend. Asked if I would pick her up. I went to Charlottesville and waited near the door, just idling by the curb. She knew I was coming. I mean, she was the one who asked me to pick her up. Maybe she forgot or didn't realize I would be where I could see. In any case, she came out of the building holding another man's hand." "Jeremy," Blaire said delicately, sorrowfully. They strolled down the steps together, smiling, laughing. I waited for her to pull away, but she gave him that doe-eyed look you give someone you're just starting to be crazy for, you know? They stood together, both of their hands linked this time. He reeled her in and kissed her, and she kissed him back. This wasn't just a peck, Blaire. They stood there for a while like that, making out right there in broad daylight. "What did you do?" Blaire asked again. His voice grew thick. "I didn't know what to do. Rage blinded me. I wanted nothing more than to march over and punch that guy's lights out. Instead, I pulled forward just enough that she could see it was me when she finally pulled away from him. I leaned forward to make sure she knew I was the one behind the driver's seat. This look crossed over her face, this cornered, guilty look. She said goodbye to the idiot she was with and made as if to come get in my car, but I drove off. The worst part about Jeremy's recounting of events was that Blaire could see them happening. She loved Savannah, but her twin had been known to string guys along before this. "I'm so sorry," she said. Jeremy stared at Blaire. His direct gaze was unnerving. "I should have known she wasn't ready to settle down. I knew she dated a lot of other guys while I was gone to grad school. She even dated Justin." "Yeah, I wondered if you knew that," Blaire said. She thought again about how hysterical Savannah had been when telling Blaire and their mom about her breakup with Jeremy. Blaire knew how dramatic she got. She should have suspected there was more to it, but Savannah had been too believably distraught. I thought she loved me too. Turns out she didn't, and that's why I think that ultimatum she gave me was because she wanted me to be the one to back out. So I finally did back out. But apparently she tried to cover her tracks in case word spread about why things ended between us. "So Landon told me the truth today?" "Yes." Blaire didn't know what to say. Jeremy's story ran circles in her mind. "You don't believe me, do you?" he asked. I don't know." "Why would I lie to you? When have I ever lied to you?" He looked so fragile in the lantern light, pleading with her like this. Blaire wanted to hug him, to reassure him and accept his word that instant. But this was so dissimilar from Savannah's story. She had to at least talk to her. Believing Jeremy's side meant her sister was the liar. She couldn't accept that without hearing as much from Savannah's own mouth. They stood feet apart. A few steps was all it would take to close that distance. Jeremy's gaze pleaded with her to do just that. But after several long moments and a few bleeding goats and hoof scratches over the hay, a trace of hurt flashed over his expression. "If I believe you," she began, "then that means I also believe Savannah cheated on you. And I can't manage to wrap my head around that yet." "Right," he said. He sniffed and peered up to the loft over their heads before going on. "She's your sister. You want to think the best of her. I'm really not trying to come between you. But I also think truth is always best." "And you're telling me the truth?" "Yes." No hesitation, no shifty eyes, no other signs of falsehood or deceit in his demeanor. Yet that wasn't what made her want to believe him. This made sense. Savannah had always been flighty. She grew bored easily. She never stuck to a single interest for long, whether that was music lessons or dance teams or home decor that she often changed, even when she'd recently bought something new and cute. She dated boy after boy all through high school and had even dated guys while Jeremy had been gone. But Jeremy had always been reliable. He was the guy you wanted to come to your rescue if there was ever a problem. He could be counted on to keep any secret. He wasn't the kind of guy to be unfaithful. Blaire loved her sister. She was a part of Savannah, but she also knew her better than most people and could believe infidelity of her, as hard as that was to admit. Still, she needed to give Savannah the benefit of the doubt. "I'm sorry, Jer. I have to talk to her." "Okay," he said. He didn't face her or say anything else before turning toward the door. Blaire scurried after him, not wanting to end their conversation like this. This was not enough. He reached the door. "I'm sorry," she said to his back. She'd left the lantern behind with the goats, so all they had was moonlight stealing through the barn's open side door. It pooled over the side of his face, framing his jaw and the pain in his gaze. "Me too," he said. Chapter 9. Blaire sat in her car in Tulip and Tandem's parking lot, long enough that cold started seeping into her teeth. After doing a mental recap of her conversation with Jeremy for the 10th time, she texted Taylor. She was going to talk to her sister, but going over things with Taylor first wouldn't hurt. "Blaire, I think Savannah lied to me. I'll fill you in." Taylor, "Love me some dirt." Blaire, "Any word from that hot waiter?" Taylor, "Not yet." Blaire, "His loss." It was true. Taylor was the best friend she'd ever had. She was plucky, thoughtful, and energetic. She gave her all to everything she did. Any guy would be lucky to have her. Blaire drove home to Charleston and crashed early. Emotions took it out on her. She was usually drained after crying or after feeling angry. Opening up to Jeremy and then gushing to Taylor clearly had the same effect. The next morning, she stared at Savannah's name on her phone contacts all through breakfast. She flipped through Savannah's social media pages, skimming her posts and trying to glean an ounce of courage from them to call her sister and have this conversation. But this wasn't something she wanted to talk about on the phone. She had a different idea, and after she brushed her teeth and spritzed her daily dose of perfume at her throat, texted her sister. "Blaire, hey Anne, haven't talked for a while. How have you been? How's school going?" Savannah, "Going great." She gave some details on learning proper technique for chopping vegetables. Savannah, "It's revolutionary. Seriously, can't believe I've been doing it wrong all my life." Blaire, "Sounds amazing. You've already had a cooking request from someone in HR or BTW. Savannah, "Good old Harvest Ranch. Oh, we're coming home for Sunday dinner this weekend, so I can show you then." Blaire, "We?" She wasn't sure that Savannah had a plural. Savannah, "Oh, yeah. We as in Nathan and me." Blaire, "Who's Nathan?" Savannah, "New BF. He's great. Can't wait for you to meet him." Blaire's guilt from talking to Jeremy the night before eased up slightly. After mulling over everything Jeremy had confessed the night before, the same old foolish hopes that something might be possible between the two of them reared all over again, and the desires and foolish fantasies she'd replayed a dozen times hadn't left her alone. She'd tried casting them aside, But if Savannah was already moving on, wasn't it okay that Jeremy did too? She'd thought about it a lot as she drifted off to sleep, about why the fact that she still wanted Jeremy had bothered her so much. Savannah's feelings on the subject, whether she liked it or not, mattered. Blaire would always be her sister. Savannah. Well? Blaire realized she hadn't replied yet. Blaire. Sorry, getting ready for work. Congrats. Savannah. Thanks. She added a smiley emoji. Blaire locked up her apartment and headed to work. Savannah bringing her new boyfriend home for Sunday dinner wasn't the ideal time to peg her down for the truth about what happened with the last one. But she desperately wanted to ask her sister to see if Savannah's story still matched the same tale she'd hysterically shared 6 months ago when her breakup with Jeremy had initially happened. She hated doubting her twin, but she knew too well what kind of tapestry Savannah would weave if it meant getting out of something she didn't want to do. Like the time she'd claimed a broken toe to get out of repainting the barn, and their mom had bought the fib and let Savannah sit out from all the work. The week passed as most weeks tended to do. Though Blaire was pleased that not only was Landon different with her sister since he'd started helping with the tulip fields, he continued talking in full sentences now. Looks like he'd advanced out of the teenage grunting stage to regular speech again. Progress. Now if she could get him to do his schoolwork, to do what his mom was paying her to do, she'd be golden. Jeremy had also texted Blaire a few times, and she'd responded, but attempted to keep her distance until she spoke with Savannah. She couldn't let things go any farther with him until she heard what her sister had to say. Sunday rolled around soon enough. Blaire drove to Harvest Ranch to attend church with her family, glad to see that Savannah hadn't decided to do the same. Jeremy waved to her from his pew a few rows back, and Blaire nodded to him. "What are you waving to him for?" Mama asked under her breath. "Just being nice," Blaire said, though if her mama knew how chatty she'd gotten the last time she'd been in the same room with Jeremy Birch, she'd be dishing out more sermons than the preacher. Well, stop it. What if the situation between him and Anne wasn't exactly what she said it was? What does that mean? Mama spoke under her breath. The preacher continued his spiel about serving God and mammon. "You cannot serve God and bling bling," he said, to which several people raised their hands and nodded in agreement. Blaire spoke under her breath. "I'm just saying, what if Jeremy isn't as bad as you think he is?" "What's that man been telling you?" "His version of the story, Mama. Don't you always say there are two sides to any story? Not when it comes to cheating liars." "But if he's not a cheating liar?" Mama patted Blaire's knee. "Hush, I'm trying to listen." Blaire sank back against her seat and fought the urge to glance back at Jeremy again. Mama's manner toward Blaire remained cold through the rest of church and during their entire prep for the afternoon meal. She peeled potatoes with so much vengeance several peels went flying farther than usual, and Blaire's offer to finish when Mama cut her finger chopping them went unheeded. There was still no sign of Savannah. So much for those veggie chopping lessons. "You going to stay mad at me forever?" Blaire asked. "All I've been doing is talking to him." "What good is that going to do?" Mama asked. "He was my friend for a long time." "I know that, sweet angel." Nothing about Mama's tone was sweet or angelic. "Then I don't see why—" "Because you know what he did to your sister." "That's not the full story I've heard." Blaire knew she was treading on dangerous ground. Still, she wasn't backing down. Mama slammed the spoon so hard against the bowl it clanged. "Don't you let that man change your mind." "He wasn't the one who told me," Blaire defended. "At least, not at first." Mama lowered the spoon and her hands in an exasperated kind of way and gave Blaire her full attention. She planted her hands on her hips. "All right, then. You obviously want to tell me about it. What lie is he feeding you now?" "His brother told me Savannah was the one who cheated, Mama." Her exasperation could have been up for an Academy Award. "Of course he told his brother that. Wouldn't you want to save face with your sibling?" "My point exactly. Wouldn't Savannah?" Mama's cheeks turned beet red. "Don't tell me you think our Anne made it up." "I don't know," Blaire said, "but I think it's worth talking to her about." "Well, don't you dare. She's bringing her new boyfriend to dinner. I know, she told me. But if that girl lied to me. Mama let the unfinished threat dangle. Blaire left the matter alone, and this time she winced at Mama's occasional muttering and the vegetables flipping from their places on the cutting board until they made it into the soup. Blaire waited with bated breath until the doorbell finally rang and Savannah burst through the door, hugging Daddy fiercely. She wore fitted dark-washed jeans and a pretty V-neck sweater. Her long, dark hair, about the same length as Blaire's, hung in a silky sheet, and her lips were so red they could have made Dorothy's ruby slippers jealous. "Daddy! So good to see you. And Blaire, this is Nathan." She gestured to the handsome man who wasn't as tall as the men Savannah usually dated. He was also shy compared to the other guys Savannah had brought home. He wore his curly hair longer than most men did. It squiggled down past his ears while the rest was pulled into a man bun at the back of his head. He gave a careful little wave and kept his chin down. "Savannah, Rochelle Spencer, get your hiney into this kitchen this instant." Savannah laughed and exchanged a smile with Nathan. "That would be Mama. Come on." She kept Nathan's hand tight in hers and led him to the kitchen. Blaire and Daddy exchanged a glance of uncertainty. Though Savannah had smiled, anyone who knew their mother knew that tone. Mama's accent always got thicker when she was upset, and her twang was as thick as music strains. Blaire squeezed past Savannah to retrieve the bowls Mama had set on the counter in their designated place, waiting to be situated on the red tablecloth in the adjacent dining room. "What's this I hear about you lying to your sister?" Mama said. Hands on her hips, wooden spoon in hand, she was a formidable opponent. Savannah glared back at Blaire. "What are you talking about? Blaire told me a yarn today that I almost can't believe. I think it's time you told us the truth about what happened between you and Jeremy." "Your ex? Jeremy?" Nathan said. His brows furrowed, and he glowered at Savannah as if wanting an answer. Savannah waved him off. "Don't worry. She gets like this sometimes." Then she turned to Mama. "Can we talk about this later? I brought my boyfriend home to meet you all." Mama's glance was laced with knives. That look meant a tongue lashing was coming. Dinner passed in semi-calm fashion, though Mama's fiery introduction to the current man of Savannah's dreams wasn't forgotten around the table. They ate the soup, devoured the rolls, shared friendly updates about Savannah's new school, and how she and Nathan met in a singles chat room online, and how he was the reason she wanted to move to Charlottesville. Finally, pie was served, and Savannah set her napkin down. "This was amazing, Mama. You outdo yourself at every meal." "It really was nice," Nathan said, among the handful of words he'd spoken throughout the evening. Then again, Blaire wasn't sure she blamed him. Mama was an intimidating woman to the unsuspecting passerby, and with Savannah's dating record, he would be among the passerby category in a few weeks, no doubt. Blaire chastised herself for that thought, too. What was her problem? "You're too kind, but thank you," Mama said. "You two heading back to Charlottesville?" "I think it's best. We've got to work early tomorrow." Nathan nodded in contribution, though something told Blaire the man couldn't wait to be out of the Spencer household at the nearest possible moment. He eyed Mama's doll collection on their various stands throughout the living room as if they were whispering threats. "It was lovely meeting you," Mama said, pulling Nathan into a hug. He patted her back awkwardly a few times. "And you," he said. Mama acted as though she wanted to say something else, but her phone chimed from one of the rooms down the hall and she scurried off to answer. Nathan lingered, but Savannah waved him on. "I'll be out in a minute. Why don't you go start the car?" She smiled sweetly at him. He gave nervous glances to each Spencer before doing his bidden and heading out. Nathan barely made it onto the sidewalk before Savannah rounded on not Mama, but Blaire. "What was that about? You talked to Jeremy? You promised you wouldn't." "I work with his brother at Pullman, Savannah. I couldn't help talking to him. Their parents are divorced and their mom works now, so sometimes Jeremy is Landon's only ride." "And you've just been buddying up to him, haven't you?" "You seem pretty upset about it," Blaire said. "You bet I'm upset. Mama nearly attacked me the minute I walked in the door, right in front of my new guy. That was low." Fortunately, Mama had disappeared from the scene. Otherwise, she'd be all up in their business. Blaire didn't have time to wonder who Mama's call was from. "I didn't make her do that," Blaire argued. "Excuses." "Not really. I suppose Jeremy is telling you some random spin on our story, that I was the one who cheated, not him. Of course Jer is going to deflect and lay all the blame on me. Wouldn't anyone?" Frustration simmered, but Blaire gripped the stair rail, blocking a fall down the steps leading to the front door, and pushed the sensation down. "Actually, Landon was the first one to mention you were the one who cheated. Jeremy never said a word about it until I asked him." "And what did he say?" Savannah folded her arms, baring her manicured claws in the process. Blaire braced herself. She was always doused easily by Savannah's fires, not having enough fuel to meet them head-on. But she'd always heard it was best to fight fire with fire. Time to test the theory. "He said you did. He said he came to pick you up in Charlottesville and saw you kissing someone else, and when he asked you about it, you got defensive." Savannah scoffed and glanced away. Blaire went on. "He said he tried before that. He said you showed less affection and kept getting annoyed and snapping at him when he tried to touch you. Then he worked late at the pharmacy one night, and you made an accusation without any proof." "Enough!" Savannah snapped. "Just tell the truth, Anne," Blaire pleaded. "Please, you owe me that much." "Why?" Her smile turned derisive. "Because you want to be with him?" Taylor had said the same thing. Savannah had known Blaire had been crazy for Jeremy her whole life. That made the whip of her tongue crack a little harder. Blaire took a half-second to recover. "Because I'm your sister," she said with effort. Savannah tossed back her hair. "He's right, okay? It was me." Blaire's mouth dropped. She couldn't believe Savannah confessed so readily. "You cheated on him? How many times do you want me to say it? Yes, I did. I was happy with him for a while, but you don't know how lonely I was with him, okay? I couldn't talk to him anymore. I was bored. And so one night I jumped online and thought how fun it would be to go on one of those dating sites, you know? And then I didn't even mean for things to go that far with Nathan. But it got out of hand and there was nothing I could do by then. I was so stuck. I didn't know what else to do, so I thought I'd take some time and figure out which one I'd rather be with. Nathan was the online boyfriend. You had Jeremy pick you up after a meeting at the school." It almost sounded as though Savannah had set herself up to get caught. On purpose. Blaire thought again about the ultimatum she'd given Jeremy, and his mention that he wondered if she hadn't hoped he would end things instead of proposing. If Savannah had wanted out of their relationship, why hadn't she just ended it herself? Savannah's voice turned whiny and pleading. "Don't look at me like that. It's not that bad." "I can't believe you just said that." Savannah shrugged. At least she wasn't producing false tears, something Blaire knew she was good at. "Look, I was already going to look at the school there and check out the campus. I figured, why not meet Nathan while I was at it? He was a student there too, and I didn't know anyone else there who could show me around, and then Jer agreed to pick me up. I didn't even think about it." She was so full of herself. Didn't she think through anything? What her actions would do to Jeremy? To Blaire? Zeroing in on that now would do no good. Blaire pushed her frustration aside. "You have to tell Mama the truth," she said. "No way. She'd eat me alive. She hates Jeremy now, Savannah." "That's not my fault." Blaire fisted her hands over the stair rail. "It's totally your fault. You have to make this right. You broke his heart." The remorse her twin should have shown earlier made an appearance. Her mouth turned down. "I know. I'm not proud of it." "Then you'll fix it?" Savannah's lashes dotted with moisture. Blaire couldn't fully accept them as genuine. She wasn't sure she'd be able to accept anything her sister said again after this. "Why?" Blaire braced herself. She wasn't like Savannah. She couldn't keep her feelings to herself, and maybe by being open about her feelings, that might persuade Savannah to follow through. "Because you had it right. I do want to be with him." Savannah stilled. Traces of fake tears vanished, and anger took their place instead. "Then it sounds like you should be thanking me," she said defensively, before turning to leave. Chapter 10. That was all she had to say. Blaire fumed over the entire confrontation as she drove down Main Street. Spring evenings in Harvest Ranch were beautiful, with hazy amber mauve light bringing out new-coming buds on the trees. But she couldn't appreciate the radiant night or the dusty blue blanket of oncoming starlight. It took every ounce of effort she had to keep a slow pace down the road. She ran through every excruciating moment of their argument. Savannah admitted she was the one at fault. No apology for stringing Blaire and Mama along with her freak-out 6 months ago. No apology for her completely deliberate, terrible lies. She'd painted Jeremy's reputation in every shade of black there was, and she didn't appear interested in trying to make it right. Blaire paused at the end of Cherry Avenue. Jeremy's house came up on the right, small with blue siding missing in some places, revealing the house's original orange brick underneath. He was out front, unloading something from his car. On impulse, Blaire pulled up and parked behind him. Word around Harvest Ranch would spread to Mama that her car had been parked at his house, but at this point her give-a-darn was broken. She didn't care. Let Mama and Savannah know she'd come to Jeremy's. She was going to do the right thing. "Hey," he said, his tone holding a hint of confusion. She trembled like a leaf in winter. The night was chilled, but that wasn't all her shaking was. "Hey, I saw you out here, so I thought I'd drop by for a minute, if that's okay." "Sure." "I just wanted to say, I talked to Savannah." "And?" Uncertainty joined the two of them. Blaire was ready to dash it to pieces. "She told me the truth, Jer. I needed you to know that I believe you. I really believe you, not just sort of, but all of my belief." She wished there were stronger words to express just how sorry she was, how wrong she felt the whole situation was, and how she wanted to make it up to him somehow. That wasn't really her responsibility, but she'd thought the worst of him. He needed to know she no longer did. The smallest smile quirked. "Thank you," he said. "That means everything to me." She licked her bottom lip. He held his groceries. The space between them widened, even though neither of them moved. Blaire took a step to close it. She tucked her hair behind her ear and gestured to the little house. "So this is where you live now?" "It is. You want to come inside? I've got to take this milk in." "Sure, just for a minute. I'll help." She took the other bags of groceries from his back seat and followed him up the crumbling concrete porch step. Blaire trailed through a bare living room with gleaming hardwood floors and a single gray rug in the center, offsetting a black leather couch in front of the window to a kitchen. A short bar interrupted the space between it and the dining room that hung as an afterthought. Jeremy placed the milk on the counter before opening the fridge. "Yeah, I actually bought this place as an engagement gift for Savannah." Blaire's brows couldn't have risen any higher. While Savannah had told her Jeremy had gotten a new place for them, she'd left out that little detail. "You bought this? For my sister?" I bet she hated it. He chuckled and placed the milk in, closing the door. "She did." He stuffed his hands into his pockets. "I kept trying to tell her all the plans I had in mind for fixing it up, but she couldn't see what I saw, I guess. I thought this home would be something we could work on fixing up together." "With Savannah?" He raised a single shoulder. "I know how it sounds now. It was a stupid idea I had, thinking she would be willing to tear out walls with me and pick new carpet and wait for the masterpiece to reveal itself." Blaire's high-maintenance, perfectionist sister, who never left the house unless her hair was coiffed exactly right, and who took an hour on something like painting her fingernails in an effort to cover every surface without smudging a single drop on her fingers in the process, Jeremy read her expression and his fell a little more. "I know, right? What was I thinking?" He'd seemed so dejected when he'd confessed the truth behind their breakup. The last thing she wanted was to add to it. Blaire pulled the butter from the bag and placed it in his fridge, stepping away and taking in the kitchen's dark brown cabinets that somehow made the space seem even tinier than it was. This place really did need a facelift. "You were thinking she would be a girl with romantic notions like you had." "I know!" He livened up at this. I mean, it would have worked with you. You were always easygoing and game for anything." Silence muted everything between them in an instant. Her pulse, her blood, the particles in the air. Jeremy's eyes widened. He quickly backtracked. "Blaire, I'm sorry. That was really thoughtless of me to say." She was ready to bid him goodbye and head back to her car, ready to curse herself for ever stopping to talk to him in the first place. But he was so hurt by Savannah's rejection and by his own admission of thinking something would work with her that hadn't. Pity won over, and she rested her hip against the counter. "I'm used to being compared to her. It's been that way my whole life. And depending on who's asking, I never quite seem to measure up." That awkward kind of silence that comes when a person says uncomfortable truth hung around her statement. Things had once been so chill between them. Maybe that time had passed and could never be resuscitated, no matter how many compressions they gave their relationship. "It's hard not to compare you two when you both look exactly alike." "I know." Her entire life she'd gotten used to the double takes and the furrowed brows every time she'd stood beside her sister. That didn't include the comments people made. Savannah's talents were always flashier than Blaire's. 4-H competitions, dance teams, and beauty pageants got more renown than blue ribbons for quilts or drawings. "But I think you've got things backwards," he went on. "She has her good qualities, don't get me wrong, but you have yours too. And in many ways, yours shine brighter." Blaire shook her head. She definitely should have chosen the car option. By this time, she could have been venting mentally about all the reasons to keep on disliking Jeremy. But she wasn't in her car. She was here in his tiny kitchen, and he was opening himself up to her like he used to do. She lifted her gaze to his. "What are you saying?" He backed against the sink and stared at the fridge. "I guess I'm still trying to figure out what's going on right now. What happened between us?" The ground between them turned to glass. One touch and it would break. She treaded carefully. "Us, as in you and Savannah? Or us, as in you and me?" "I'm not sure. Both? Although I do know what happened with Savannah, or I think I do. It's you I'm thinking about right now." His attention was solely on her, and this was one of those moments where the air thickened and it became harder to breathe, where her awareness tunneled and saw only him. She waited in the pulsing pause, uncertain but needing to know what he had to say. "Why did you come here?" he asked. "You said sorry. Was that all it was?" Air burned her lungs. She grasped for a breath anyway. "Because I think I'm slightly demented." Jeremy laughed, a deep belly sound that made her smile in spite of herself. Blaire went on. "I'm serious. I think I must like to injure myself or something because I know being around you is only going to hurt more in the end, but I can't seem to stop. I can't help myself, I guess. I was able to stay away from you for a little while, but once I saw you with Landon, it's like that opened the floodgate again." "And that's a bad thing? Being around me?" She shifted. "It's been hard. I can't imagine my life not having you in it." Talk about floodgates. This one was gaping wide open, and she couldn't keep her thoughts in any longer. She'd held these feelings in for so long. If she kept them inside any longer, she would be the next Mount St. Helens. If that was the case, I couldn't figure out why I hated so much that you were marrying Savannah. And I think the thing that bothered me the most wasn't the fact that you'd still be a part of my life by marrying my sister. It was that I wanted you to be with me instead. Now she'd done it. Blaire took in a breath and kept going. And I knew I couldn't bear seeing you with her at family reunions and Sunday dinners, and watching her carry your babies and seeing you build a life with anyone but me. And then I felt so unbelievably guilty for feeling that way that I told Mama and Daddy I was moving. I left Harvest Ranch before I even found the job I have now. I couldn't stand rooming with Savannah anymore and seeing her flash her ring every chance she could and hearing her recount the engagement every time she was on the phone or a friend stopped by. And then seeing you after that was worse, because I knew I could hide my feelings from her, but I couldn't keep myself together around you. "Blaire." He shattered that glass floor and stepped toward her. Blaire retreated. She backed out of the dining room, stopping on Jeremy's gray rug in the center of the living area. "Just I was right. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't be telling you any of this, not when it won't make any difference. Who says it won't make a difference? Because you clearly don't feel the same way, so now I'm making an even bigger fool of myself than I made back when you two were engaged. Who says I don't feel the same way? What does that mean? Tentatively, slowly, his eyes never leaving hers, Jeremy gathered her to him in an embrace. Blaire stiffened at first, but his body was warm, his arms secure, the smell of his skin was a cologne all its own, and he didn't pull away. She gave in, wrapping her arms around him. The night stilled, warmth engulfed her, shadows quieted. Even the ticking clock on Jeremy's wall tiptoed, allowing them to bask in lost time and make up for every moment of it with a single embrace. He hadn't held her like this in so long. She came to life in his arms, existing only to hear his heartbeat. "I'm sorry I hurt you," he said, his cheek pressed to her hair. "I'm so sorry." She held tighter around him, needing him like oxygen. "I was so blind," he said. "I nearly made the biggest mistake of my life." Blaire pulled away just enough to meet his expressive, gentle eyes. The time for tiptoeing had passed. She'd all but borne her soul to him. There was no going back now. "Then what are you going to do about it?" she asked. He answered with a quirked smile and lowered his mouth to hers. They'd shared plenty of secret teenage kisses while hiding in the tulips and in the barn, and those had been filled with hope and expectation and a side dish of daring. But this kiss was nothing like those. Those had been exploration. This kiss was a destination. It had all the adventure of the long dregs of a journey filled with difficult twists and turns finally coming to a close. The sense of arrival that she'd come to a place she'd always craved to be and never intended to leave again. His hands stroked her spine, her shoulders, and then cradled her cheeks, and he pulled her away slowly enough that she savored the tug of his lips against hers as they parted. "I don't know how I can stand this," she said, wedged between delirium and unease, pressing her forehead to his chest. "Stand what?" he asked. "This?" He kissed her again. Blaire bunched her hands into fists and pressed them against his washboard stomach. She ached to give in, to lose herself in his mouth the way she could sense he wanted her to. But she tore herself away, needing, desperate, fearing to meet his eye. "How can I stand kissing you like this when I can't tell? I can't tell if you're kissing me or Savannah." Jeremy's brows puckered. He took her chin in his hands and turned her face gently one way, then the other, as if examining her. Blaire fought away the tears her confessional question threatened to bring. Her entire life, Savannah had always come first. She'd always been the admired, outgoing twin, the twin who got noticed. Blaire had given her heart away to Jeremy a long time ago, and while being secluded here, being kissed and adored by him, was everything she'd ever dreamed of. Everything lost and found. She couldn't afford to give any more of her heart to him than she already had. Not if he was only doing this with her, with Blaire, because he was pining for Savannah. "You look like her," he said, finishing his examination of her. "Except for this." He kissed the distinctive freckle on her temple, hitched right up next to her eyebrow. "Or this." He kissed the scar from her hemangioma on her forehead. "Or this." His lids fell and his mouth melded to hers once more. The kiss detonated something inside of her. She gripped his shoulders, grounding herself while the rest of her threatened to immerse in him fully. "I know who you are, Blaire," he said. "I know who I'm kissing." "Then why are you kissing me?" she asked, breathless, pulling away, needing space, needing to move closer, needing. "You dated my sister for so long while I was right there," she said. Now that the floodgate was open, she had to get everything out. "Yet you never once saw me. I always saw you. Liar. I swear, right before I stayed with you during your mom's recovery, when we used to talk all night, I had a connection with you that Savannah and I never had. She was always giggly and flirty, but never down to earth. Never open. I'm only glad it wasn't too late before I realized just how superficial she was. Then why did you pick her? She wasn't sure she wanted the answer. Not enough to hear him admit the reason she'd come in second. Don't ask me that, he said. Why not? Because it doesn't matter anymore, he said. It sounds like you think I knew I had a chance with both of you at the same time or something, and that I had to choose between you. You think that you were the lesser of the two options, but that's not it at all. It was always you, Blaire. I just didn't think you were interested in me anymore, and Savannah was. I didn't get much other attention, and she made me feel special for a while, so I fell for it. Blaire mulled this over. Maybe her assumption hadn't been the case at all. She was heartened by his admission, really. He'd thought she was indifferent to him. She had always had a hard time showing her affection for him publicly, which was why they'd met at the tulip barn in secret so many times. I get that, she said. Thank you for telling me. Jeremy hugged her again. Would you like to meet me for breakfast in the morning? Shock the town? He waggled his eyebrows. She gave a little laugh. I'd love that, except I don't live in Harvest Ranch anymore. He rubbed his chin in briefest thought. Sounds like you need a new address. She was locked in his gaze. What did that mean? Another decisive moment passed. All right then, he said. I'd offer to come pick you up so I can see where you live now, but we both have to work in the morning. Or at least, I do. Me too, she said. But I get off at noon. Okay then. Lunch? She grinned. Lunch it is. Chapter 11. Blaire bypassed the road that would have exited to Charleston and instead headed across Harvest Ranch to Taylor's condo on Oak Avenue. She was a laundry load of emotions, finishing up the spin cycle and needing the calm wait before she could dry out and return to normal again. Was normal even possible after that? She'd fantasized about kissing Jeremy again, about spilling her heart and all its contents at his feet just as she had. He'd heard every word. Not only that, he'd accepted every word and wanted to see her again. Blaire was all pulses as she stepped up the metal stairs to the second floor, where Taylor's apartment was. She knocked on the door and waited. Seconds later, Taylor opened it with a smile. Her short hair was extra spiky, and she wore a bright pink, long-sleeved shirt that reminded Blaire of taffy. Hey, I was just going to message you. The hot waiter called me. Her smile quickly fell as she took in Blaire's expression. But I'm guessing that's not who you're here to talk about. She stepped aside, making room for Blaire to enter the small living room. A squat couch situated too close to the floor for easy descent separated the apartment's living room area from its tiny, square dining table and kitchen all in one area. Come in. What happened? What's wrong? The smell of popcorn permeated the air, and a bowl of what was left of it sat on the floor by the couch. He kissed me, Blaire blurted. She wasn't sure if Yolanda, Taylor's roommate, was here or not, so she attempted to keep her voice moderate. Who? Who kissed you? Jeremy, Blaire wailed. And I let him. I wanted him to. She plopped onto Taylor's too-hard couch and spilled everything that had happened since the night they'd gone to dinner. Landon coming to work for her parents in the tulip field, the cow catastrophe, and how rude Mama had been. About Landon opening up and blurting Savannah's side of things, of the barn confrontation and her clash with Savannah. And then she'd stopped by Jeremy's house. He'd invited her in, and she'd been a blubbering idiot. And then I just spilled my guts to him in one fell swoop without thinking. I told him I've always wanted to be with him. And we kissed, and what am I doing? What are you doing? Taylor asked, managing to look comfortable on her odd piece of furniture when Blaire felt like a splinter. I don't even know. Blaire ran her hands through her hair. I love him. That's my problem. I've always loved him. And I think no matter what, I always will. So? Blaire shook her head, warding off Taylor's question before she could fully voice it. I kissed him. I am the worst sister ever. No, you're not. Taylor sat up straighter. Blaire sniffed, waiting for some much-needed comforting words. Taylor kept her almost violet eyes on Blaire's. Look, the whole town knows how you feel about Jeremy. He probably already knew. Even Savannah knew. And she still dated him without even checking to see if you minded first. You haven't done anything that wrong. But Blaire wasn't quite sure which argument she was going to pitch, but she felt the need to interject. No, you can't flip this to clear her name. You've always come to Savannah's defense, which only heaven knows why, because she never does the same for you. But here's all I'm saying. If you'd kissed him while he and Anne were together, that would be a different story. But you didn't. He's not with anyone. You're not with anyone. You're okay. But finally Blaire's argument surfaced. But he's my sister's ex. Then that's something you're going to have to work out with her. The statement settled between them like newly fallen snow, delicate and the kind of thing that once disturbed would never go back to the way it naturally was. Blaire let it simmer until Taylor went on. Have you talked to Savannah since she moved? She did come to dinner tonight. And? You've heard Jeremy's side. What did she have to say for herself? She confessed everything. She was the one to cheat? Yes, Blaire said, remembering the torrent of emotions her twin sister had wrung her through. Talking to Savannah that night 6 months ago, when she declared the engagement was off, had been like walking through a car wash and getting battered by every rolling brush and hammered with every spurting spray without the safety of car windows to keep you from bruising or getting any in your eyes. Then you're fine. It's not a sin to date your sister's ex. You should probably tell her, though, just so you can avoid potentially awkward situations, Taylor reminded her. Talk to your twin and get to the bottom of this, or it's going to keep eating at you. And Jeremy? Blaire chewed her lip. This was new territory. Sure, she and Jeremy had had a little fling back in high school, but that had doused quickly. Taylor cocked her head to one side, staring at her TV's blank screen and considering. After a second, she gave a little shrug. Well, did you like kissing him? Yes, Blaire admitted. Then if you believe he's telling the truth, I don't see any reason to stop. Blaire laughed, feeling shaken inside. She hugged her friend. Thanks, Tay. Of course. What are friends for? Blaire sniffed and settled a little more comfortably on Taylor's lumpy couch. Your turn. Tell me what's going on with the hot waiter. Taylor's face collected more color and widened into a beam of happiness. Well, you're never going to believe this. Blaire met Jeremy at Wicked Dough, between the barber shop and life on canvas. She, Taylor, Savannah, Jeremy, and Shane had made this their happening spot in high school. Blaire and Savannah had ordered pizza more times than they could count when they'd roomed together over life on canvas, perks of living right on Main Street where so many of the town's shops were located. But Blaire couldn't remember the last time she'd come in here. Stella Owens beamed at them when they entered, just like she always used to. She towered over the cash register, and heat climbed in Blaire's cheeks at what the friendly woman would think of seeing her and Jeremy together again in here after all this time. Blaire and Jeremy ordered the same pepperoni pizza they'd always gotten. He paid for their lunch, and then Stella pinched his credit card, not letting him withdraw it from her, so they remained in a kind of tug-o-war above the cash register. It's good to see you two together, Stella said with a wink. I'm glad you're getting along after what happened with Savannah. Thanks, Stella, Blaire said, because that wasn't awkward at all. Jeremy carried their tray, holding empty fountain drink cups to an available table, passing Blaire her bundle of utensils rolled in their napkin. I guess we should expect comments like that, he said. In a place like Harvest Ranch, yes, we should. She sat down and soon Stella brought their pepperoni pizza with extra cheese. They opted for topics other than the attention they were receiving from what seemed like every Harvest Ranchian to enter the restaurant. Once they finished lunch, and Jeremy took her hand on the sidewalk outside, more stares followed. They were of the amiable, curious variety, but still, they were stares. They'll get used to it, he assured her. I like the sound of that. Blaire squeezed his hand, grateful for its warmth surrounding hers. How's your renovation coming? It's not. I've been working longer hours since Mary is on vacation for a few days. Are you still planning on fixing up the house? I don't know. I think it's time I let that part of my life go. He smiled at her with meaning. She pressed his hand again, unsure of their current objective, but that was okay. Sometimes walking aimlessly with a person just to be with them was all the purpose a girl needed. You can find a new project, she said. His glance wouldn't let her go. It was the kind of look that said he believed her words from the night before, her guarantee that she was the real thing, that he could trust her. She gazed at Jeremy so long she almost didn't notice Mama coming toward them from the other end of the street where she'd parked. Almost. "Hey, Mrs. Spencer," Jeremy greeted. "Jeremy," Mama said stiffly. Her glance drifted to their joined hands, and she lifted her chin and speared him with a glower. "I see you two are out, bold as brass." "That we are," Blaire said without a blink. Mama needed to know and accept the fact that her heart was where it belonged. "What are you up to today, Mama?" "Just picking up my order of handheld gardening tools from the hardware store for the gift shop." "Oh, they came in?" That was good news. The festival was a little over a week away, and the gift shop needed to be in order, which was one reason Mama and Daddy liked opening a few days before the tulips were in full bloom. There always seemed to be kinks that needed to be ironed out. "Do you need any help picking them up?" Jeremy asked. Mama put her hands on her hips. "Let's just get one thing straight. Savannah and Blaire told me the truth of what happened with y'all. I still don't much like this situation, Mr. Birch, and while I'm awful glad to hear you're a man of your word, this," she gestured to the two of them, "is going to take me some getting used to." At least she hadn't flat out rejected the idea of their dating, or gotten after Blaire in front of him for not telling her yet. Blaire smiled. Jeremy gave a respectful nod. "Fair enough," he said. She angled her head in the direction of the store behind them. "Now get yourself over to the hardware store and pick up my things." Jeremy grinned. "Yes, ma'am." A weight in Blaire's chest lifted. She quickened her pace to keep up with Jeremy as they turned back toward the store they'd just passed. Mama's voice carried after them. "I'll be parked right out front. You hear?" "Got it, Mama," Blaire called back, swapping grins with Jeremy. Jeremy squeezed her hand. "You look happy," he said. She felt like skipping. "Mama likes you again." How could she not? Never mind, don't answer that. Blaire laughed, and he held the door as the bell tinkled. Landon wore a t-shirt today. After seeing him in the same hoodie week after week, the wardrobe adjustment was a nice change, though Blaire didn't say a word about it. He looked a little more like his big brother this way, now that his hair wasn't being covered. His nose, brows, and thin mouth were more like their mom's, but his eyes and the shape of his jaw were more noticeable, giving them a striking resemblance. His clothes, posture, and communication were about all that had changed, though. Landon still showed no interest in improving his grades. "Graduation isn't that far away, you know," Blaire said, trying a turn she never had with him before. Sunlight beamed through the window behind her, casting a circle of light on the carpet, and another on the table between her and her student. "You may not believe me, but the things you choose to do or not do right now are going to affect that day. I'm sure your parents would really love to attend your graduation." "That's a laugh," he said. He kicked his foot against the table leg. Blaire's pencil rolled from the surface. She caught it before it hit the floor. "What do you mean? Your parents care about you." "I doubt it." Full-on sarcasm. Every change she'd just mentally remarked on took a nosedive. His shoulders slumped in, his scowl returned. The air between them became a stretched rubber band. Blaire knew she had to tread carefully. This was the first time he'd ever remotely opened up to her about his family before. "What makes you say that?" "Dad's job will probably be more important, just like it is now." "Where does he work?" she asked. Landon looked everywhere but at her. He glared like he wanted the line between his brows to stay there. "He got a job at this uppity law firm and started working long hours in the city, only coming home on weekends. When he was home, he kept telling me how selfish I was for not helping out." I bet that was hard, Blaire said. She was sure that was difficult for him, to have his dad gone all the time and then be so tough on him when he was actually around. Blaire started to see things in a new light. Yeah, especially since that whole time he was gone, he was dating this other woman at his law firm. Landon fixed his attention on the table in front of him. No wonder Landon had pulled away from everything important. My dad won't care if I graduate. He'll just bribe me to get me to do what he wants. Does he bribe you now? Blaire asked. Yeah. Gives me $20 to keep coming here. Ah. Blaire sat back and folded her arms, trying not to let this upset her. According to Roberta, Blaire had become everyone's favorite tutor. The news had been an unexpected surprise, and she wasn't sure why that was the case. She pushed her students to work hard. Maybe kids liked that kind of pressure from someone who didn't make them feel bad about it. Hearing she wasn't someone's pick wasn't the typical response. I wondered why you bothered coming since I knew you didn't want to be here. Yeah, Landon chuckled. Sorry about that. She wanted to show him some kind of physical comfort, a touch on the arm or to pat his hand, but Blaire kept her hands in her lap. Have you told your parents how you feel? He snorted. No, won't make a difference. Maybe you should try, she suggested. Maybe it will help things. Nothing will help. They're divorced, remember? That doesn't mean your parents don't love you. It just means things between them didn't work out. Landon folded his arms tighter around him and sniffed, screwing his face into a knot as if to keep from showing any other emotion than irritation. Just try it, Blaire said. And then come back to T&T this afternoon. My dad said they're ready to plant some more annuals in the flower beds. Annuals? Blaire explained the difference between annuals and perennials, and how even though the tulips came back every year, they always planted a few brightly colored annuals like snapdragons and petunias in the flower beds lining the footpaths. She was glad for the lighter topic, and she could tell Landon was too. The emotion cleared from his voice, and he even cooperated when she told him it was time to go over his works cited page for his paper on cars. As soon as her session with Landon was finished, Blaire pulled out her phone and found Jeremy's number. Blaire, call me. She didn't receive his call until later that evening when he got off work. Blaire was settled into bed with her white down comforter puffing around her like whipped cream. She sat up against her pillows, petted Clausen, who had instant purr the minute she stroked his fur, and filled Jeremy in on the conversation she'd shared with Landon earlier. So you think... I think his refusal to do anything academic is tied to your parents' divorce, and if they want to help him, they've got to show him some genuine attention and let him know they still love him even though their marriage didn't work out. She watched Clausen's tail twitch as if the cat could tell his attention was divided. Any minute now, Jeremy would argue or give a slew of excuses, but instead, he agreed. Okay, it's worth a try. I'll talk to my mom about it. I don't really talk to my dad much anymore. The thought pinched her heart. She couldn't imagine not talking to her dad. Jer, Landon told me the details. I know your daddy cheated on your mama too. I'm sorry. Thanks. The word was half-hearted. Not everyone does that, you know, she said. Does what? Cheats. I would never do that to you. I hope you know that. She hoped she hadn't overstepped, but it needed to be said. Their relationship had enough baggage to begin with. Blaire wanted to lighten that load. Jeremy paused for way too long. Look, thanks for calling. I'll talk to you later, okay? You can trust me. My heart is yours, Jeremy. She wished the promise was enough. If only he could see inside of her, get a visual of just how much she meant the statement. Thank you, Blaire. He sounded more sincere this time. Though she hung up the phone, his skepticism hung on her. How could she prove how much she meant the promise? Chapter 12. Jeremy knelt in front of the gaping hole in his bedroom wall where he'd cut away a square of sheetrock. Pliers in his teeth, he wound wires together, praying this would do the trick. This old house didn't have enough electrical outlets, It would be more sellable if the master bedroom, the living room, and bathroom had a few more. He'd been able to fish a wire through the wall from the crawl space under the house, and once he got the right wires connected, once the outlet was in place, he could get to replacing the sheetrock. Blaire's diagnosis of Landon's withdrawal from academic interests buzzed with its own electric currents under his skin. Did Landon's behavior have something to do with their parents' divorce? If so, how could Jeremy go about talking to his mom without sounding too antagonistic or hurting her feelings? It wasn't as though the divorce happened intentionally, not on her part, at least. A text vibrated from his phone. He finished the wires and sank back to check his messages. Landon, stuck at the school. Can you come get me? Jeremy lowered the pliers and stared at the outlet dangling a few inches out from the wall. He could finish this later. Jeremy, I'll be there in a few. The timing couldn't have been better. If things worked out, maybe if Landon went to his room, Jeremy could talk to their mom about Blaire's concerns in person. Blaire may have been right, and like she'd said, mentioning the suggestion wouldn't hurt. Jeremy found Landon in the high school parking lot. Most of the cars were gone, and Landon skulked along the edge of the sidewalk, head hung, backpack strung on a single shoulder. What was he doing here? Landon perked up at the sight of Jeremy's truck. He tugged on his backpack and headed in his direction, making Jeremy stop sooner than he'd intended. Landon climbed in without a word. "Everything okay?" Jeremy asked. Landon lumped his backpack at his feet. "Yeah, I had coding club after school. My friend was supposed to give me a ride, but something came up and he had to leave early." Jeremy glanced at the clock. It was nearing on 6. "Mom's working late?" "As usual." The conversation stilled until Jeremy skirted Harvest Ranch for the surrounding fields. Soon enough, the Spencers' white farmhouse came into view. After it, the Birches' brick home occupied its usual place. Sunlight was fading fast. No lights were on inside, no activity. The house was solemn and silent. "What time does Mom usually get off?" Jeremy asked, pulling in front of the sidewalk. "Who knows? Thanks for the ride." Landon exited and slammed the door closed behind him. Jeremy cut the ignition and joined him up the walk. Landon gave him a surprised glance. "What are you coming in for?" "I want to talk to Mom," Jeremy said. "Good luck with that." Landon tweaked his key in the side door's lock. He swung the door open and the brothers entered. They passed the familiar, squat laundry area, where shoes were piled along the wall in haphazard fashion, and a few coats hung from hooks on the wall. Landon flicked on the kitchen light beyond. The smell of discarded, days-old food hit Jeremy's nostrils, but that wasn't the most alarming thing about the house. He knew Mom had been working longer hours to cover the expenses of single parenthood, and the house looked sad. Clothes were piled in the corner, dishes created a mountain in the sink, papers were piled on the counters, along with empty microwave dinner boxes. The sight was worrying. When Jeremy came home from school, Mom had always made a nice dinner, except for the occasional cereal night. From the sight of things, she was probably too exhausted from working all the time now to do much cooking. No wonder she and Dad were giving Landon the gears for not helping out. It wouldn't kill his brother to throw something away as he passed through the kitchen or do some dishes once in a while. Not only that, but Jeremy could feel the tension in the house. The atmosphere of anxiety and displeasure overall was starker than the smell. It wasn't a comfortable mood. No wonder Landon spent most of his time in his room. "Should we do these dishes?" Jeremy suggested. "Give Mom a surprise when she gets home?" "Go for it." Landon tossed his backpack on the floor and pounded down the hall. Jeremy considered going after him but made for the sink instead. He turned to WHHR, the local radio station, for some country on his phone, blasted the music for good measure, and dove into the task. He scrubbed the dishes and loaded the dishwasher. He cleared counters of cluttered boxes and stacked papers into the corner for Mom to find. When he went to pull the broom from the laundry room, the back door opened. "What's this?" Mom's voice was filled with surprise. She wore jeans and sneakers, her jacket hanging unzipped over a faded floral shirt. Her hair was pulled back around the ears, but strands had escaped, giving her a frazzled look. "Hey there," Jeremy said, turning down the music and holding the broom. Her smile was classic, though her eyes were wary and sad. A trace of the old mom lingered there in her stretched lips and her straight teeth. "What are you doing here?" She set her purse on the table. "Just dropped Landon off and it looked like you might need some help." "Thank you," she said. Landon skulked into the room and her expression soured again. She turned her smile to Jeremy. "It's so nice to have one of my sons notice something once in a while." The dart made its target. Landon froze and glared at her. "I get it, okay? You hate me." "I don't hate you," she argued, sounding defeated before the row even fully began. "Yes, you do!" A valve burst and the sprinkler gushed straight upward rather than gently spraying the direction it was supposed to go. "You hate me. You never pay attention to me anymore. You're always working, and I'm supposed to just be a good boy and do my homework? Clean your house? Yeah, right." Mom sighed, as if the argument was worn out from overuse. "Yes, I work all the time. I had to get a job to pay our bills, so you could have food on the table and clothes to wear. That's not for me. You do it because you have to." Landon's voice broke. Jeremy intervened. He held out two hands, attempting to calm their high-raised voices. "Hang on. This isn't getting you anywhere," he said once they both quieted down, both enraged at opposite ends of the kitchen. "I'm going to act as a moderator, okay? Landon, I think Mom just needs to understand how you're feeling. Mom, I know you're hurt too, so let's just talk this over." Heavy breathing lingering, both of them nodded. Jeremy herded the two of them into the living room, which was as cluttered as the kitchen. He gestured for them to sit. Neither did. Okay then, standing it was. Jeremy went on. "Sounds like Landon is feeling pretty alone. Is that right?" Landon concurred. Mom's voice crackled under her tears. She sounded so overwhelmed it hurt. "If you wanted more attention from me, you should have said something," she said. "Doesn't work that way, Mom," Landon said. Fortunately, his voice was calmer, too. "You're supposed to pay attention to your kids." "I think what Landon means is that he wants more connection with you," Jeremy said, attempting to smooth things over. He wished he'd had some of Blaire's training right now. He didn't have a clue if what he was doing was helping or not. Luckily, the tension in the room died just enough, especially when Mom spoke again. "I'm sorry," she said. "I know this divorce has been hard on you. The truth is, I'm just trying to keep my head afloat. I haven't paid enough attention to what you needed through this, and I'm so sorry. I'm floundering. I know I'm not a perfect mother, but I hope you'll believe I'm just trying to do the best I can." Tears fell down her cheeks by this point. Jeremy felt heartsick. He hadn't realized how much Mom had been hurting either. She'd hidden everything so well. When he'd asked how she was, she'd covered her heartache up. Not seeing her on a day-to-day basis had kept him separated from her feelings, too. Being the son who stood closest to her, Jeremy put his arm around her. "That sucks, Mom," he said, holding her. She clung to him, burying her face against his shoulder. He wondered when the last time she'd been hugged was. Landon's voice came softly from his place near the front door. "That's super lame," he said, taking a step closer. His hands opened and closed into fists as though he wanted to hug her too, but didn't yet dare. "I'm working now. I can help." Mom pulled away from Jeremy's hug, patted his cheeks, and wiped her own. "Don't you dare," she said kindly. "That's sweet of you to offer, but I'll manage." She crossed the room to where Landon stood and pulled him into a hug as well. Jeremy hadn't realized how tall he'd gotten until he saw him with Mom. He and Jeremy were probably fairly close in height. Landon nestled into the hug as though he'd craved it as much as she had. His hands crumpled her jacket, and he laid his head on hers, squeezing his eyes shut. "We'll get through this, okay?" she said. He bobbed his head, his own crystal tears seeping from his eyes. He pulled from the hug and straightened, sniffing, playing it cool as though no moisture was there. though he did turn away to wipe them. "I'm sorry," Landon said again. "Me too. I'll try harder to be a better mom, but you've got to try harder too. Got it?" "I will." Mom stroked her 14-year-old's cheek and gave him a secret smile, the one Jeremy had seen directed at him when she'd been about to deliver something that was hard to hear. "Pick up your grades, and we won't have to send you to that tutoring center you hate so much." A shrug. "I don't mind it so much anymore. I really like my tutor." Jeremy's brows rose. "Blaire." "Oh?" Mom said. "When did this happen?" The three of them stood a little easier now. The feeling between them was so much different now than it had been. A sense of relief and comfort and delight at just being together and talking had taken its place. Landon filled Mom in about the tulips. From the sound of things, either he hadn't told her he'd started working for the Spencers, or the fact had slipped her mind. "I really like talking to Blaire," Landon finished. "She said she thinks I don't really need the extra help, and she's right. I can do my work, no problem." "I know you can," Mom said. "Even if you quit the tutoring center?" Jeremy interjected, heart pounding for some reason. "You'll still see plenty of Blaire." Both Landon and Mom turned to him. Landon appeared curious, but Mom smiled in a knowing sort of way. Jeremy matched her smile and then directed his answer at Landon. "Because I finally picked the right sister this time." Landon's mouth dropped in amusement. "You're dating Blaire now?" Jeremy laughed. "Yeah, taking another chance." "Way to go, man. She's way better for you." "I agree," Mom said in a more serious tone than Landon's one of triumph and jest. "I always knew she was the better pick for you." This caught Jeremy up short. "You never said as much," he said, slightly pricked that she'd thought that way about Savannah. If she'd said something before, would he have listened? "That's because sometimes life's most important lessons have to be learned on your own," she said. Mom patted his cheek. Landon did the same, though the gesture didn't quite have the same effect coming from his little brother. Jeremy swatted Landon's hand away, and the three of them broke into laughter. "Come here," Mom said, luring her sons into a group hug. Being the tallest among them, Jeremy wrapped one arm around Mom and the other around Landon. They huddled like penguins practicing kleptothermy. Only it wasn't constant body temperatures they each sought. A different kind of warming strung through the trio, the kind of heat that welded broken pieces of metal together and melted crayons in hot cars. It was transformative, and they held on to each other, letting the connection sink into their hearts. Chapter 13. Jeremy and Blaire walked hand in hand along Tulip and Tandem's footpaths. The cemented walkways serpentined through fruit trees and flowers, starting at the children's playground and circling around the barn to end at the trolley stop on the other side. Chipper sunlight shone, and though the late March afternoon was still brisk, warmth came through in occasional spurts. The grounds crew's impeccable work in the flower beds was noticeable. Sprinkler heads replaced, beds cleared of mulch. The spring flowering bulbs were already poking through, not only here, but in the tulip fields themselves. "Won't be long till they're blooming," Jeremy said, pointing to the little sprouts of green. A few stems had leaves and buds, though no color yet. "How long till you open?" "About 2 weeks," Blaire said. "Official opening day is March 29th. "That'll be nice," Jeremy said. "My mom and I talked about coming to see Landon's hard work." "Really?" Blaire's excitement grew. "I'd love to see you all there." "Yeah." Jeremy kicked a stray clod of dirt that had escaped the newly cleared ring around one of the trees. "We had a heart-to-heart the other night. I got Mom and Landon to open up and talk it out. Turns out you were right." He brushed his shoulder into hers and gave her an admiring glance. "I'm glad to hear it." "Glad to hear you were right?" She laughed. "No, that things are improving. That you can all start to heal." "You mean my mom and Landon?" Justin and his crew were still out, pruning the apple and apricot trees around this side of the barn. They were removing dead and diseased branches and loading them into a set of wheelbarrows. Landon gave Jeremy and Blaire a wave. Jeremy inclined his head at his brother. while Blaire waved back. "I mean, you too," she said. His steps slowed. The grip on his hand slackened. Blaire stopped at one of the park benches lining the footpath. "We've talked about how your parents' divorce affected Landon, but you've never said what it's been like for you." "It's not the same for me since I don't see it firsthand like Landon does. But it's still hard," she said. Jeremy sat on the metal bench, leaving room for Blaire to settle in beside him. "Yeah, it is. I don't know, it's weird knowing one thing one day, that your parents love each other, and the next day the story's completely different, that your parents can't stand to be in the same room anymore. And with what happened with Savannah, you think love doesn't last. I don't know if it does." Blaire had crushed on Jeremy since he stood up for her on the playground at school in 2nd grade. She'd stalked him after that, if childish fascination could be called stalking. Every time he came close to talk to her, she ran. But she'd left him seashells she'd collected in random places, in his treehouse out back, in the backpack left on the porch. It was her way of saying thank you. They didn't really start hanging out until he showed up to work at Tulips in Tandem when they were 15. Though unlike with Taylor, Blaire couldn't pinpoint any one instance where their friendship bloomed. Rather, friendship had happened gradually. Talking in the gift shop while she worked the register, laughing together while she narrated the tulip tours and he drove the tractor pulling the trailer stacked with hay bales for patrons to sit on before Mama had invested in the trolley, increased time together in the halls at school. Until the night games incident of sardines where he'd found her first and had kissed her. After that, they'd snuck to their spot a few more times until Savannah found out about it and threatened to tell their mama. Then Mama had gotten sick. Her appendix had ruptured, scaring them all to death. Jeremy had stayed with the girls all that night to keep them company, and Blaire sensed his interest shift to Savannah instead. Her self-consciousness had kicked in, and she'd pulled back. Maybe he was right. Maybe his interest in her 10 years ago had waned fast. But hers had lingered. She'd told him as much. Why couldn't he accept her word? "Can I ask you something?" she said. He glanced up at the buds on the branches overhead. "I get the feeling this conversation is leading somewhere neither of us wants it to go. But shoot." She pressed on, trailing his finger with one of hers. "I've loved you since I was 16. I told you that. It's always been you, Jer, even when you didn't care. Even when you moved on, I could never convince myself to. But there was a time you liked me. What changed? I've always cared about you, too. That's not the same thing, not when you picked Savannah. You said it wasn't a decision of her over me, but it felt that way to me. I want to know why." Blaire could remember starkly when the change had slipped in between them. That night, Daddy had stayed in the hospital with Mama, and though the girls were old enough to stay on their own, Savannah hadn't wanted to. Blaire hadn't either, but she hadn't been bold enough to ask Jeremy to stay directly like her twin did. She hadn't thought it appropriate to have a boy stay with them. "We don't have anyone else we can ask," Savannah had insisted, which wasn't true. Harvest Ranch was full of people, female people, who would have been willing to help. In any case, Jeremy and his mom had stayed the night. Mrs. Birch had taken their guest room. Jeremy had slept on the couch. Blaire had waited for Savannah to crash before slipping out in hopes of talking to him, but when she'd tiptoed out to the living room, Savannah was already out there, sitting on the couch by him. Disappointment had been a landslide in her chest, caving over the opening. "Ever since the night Mama was in the hospital, I thought you liked her better from then on," Blaire admitted. The times Jeremy had come over after that, Savannah had dominated his attention. Blaire had kept her distance, not wanting the sight of them to amplify the hurt of his rejection or Savannah's betrayal. It hadn't been all that long since Savannah had threatened to rat Blaire and Jeremy out for meeting in the barn. "I thought you pulled away from me," Jeremy said. "Every time I came over to see you, you wouldn't talk to me." In hindsight, she supposed she could see why he would have thought as much. She had pulled away after that night. Every time they were together again, his attention always seemed to be centered on Savannah. "I always cared," she said. "I never stopped, and my teenage angsty infatuation deepened into something so strong even moving away from you hasn't lessened it. He looked straight at her. You love me like that? I'm telling you this because I'm proof your worries about love are wrong. He put his arm around her, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. I hope so, he said. The two of them sat together in the stillness of spring, hearing the shouts of laughter from Justin's crew at the other end of the barn. They were surrounded by newness, new growth, new time of year, new everything. Blaire held on to that promise, praying the buds forming between her and Jeremy would hold their color. Jeremy shifted to check the time on his phone. I've got to head to work in about an hour, he said. Want to meet me for dinner when I'm done? The clouds opened up overhead, beaming at her straight on with a delicious patch of warm air. I've got a girls' night out with Taylor, Blaire said. Otherwise I would totally say yes. Okay then, he said. How about after that? We're going to a movie. You'll come all the way to Charleston after I get back? She pressed her back to the bench for a better view of his handsome face. His smile was a symphony. Sure. I wanted to see where you live, and see if I can convince you to move back to Harvest Ranch. You're too far away. He nosed in, skimming his mouth against her jaw. Blaire sizzled under his affection, wrapping her arms around him where they belonged. I may not need much convincing if you play your cards right. With afternoons like this, leaving Jeremy was getting more and more challenging. She added to the statement by tilting in to brush her cheek against his and lifting her chin. Jeremy guided her close and gave in to her unspoken request. His mouth was a vow on hers, filled with hope between the two of them. Charleston was definitely too far away. She wanted to move back to Harvest Ranch, to be as close to him as she possibly could. He'd said he wanted to start a new project with his house. Maybe she could be a part of that, too. It was probably too soon to hope for any kind of house plans between them. With how uncertain he was about her feelings, he would need time for her to prove her promises. But the snippet of hope, of being with him, had always been embedded inside of her for as long as she knew. And as she kissed him now, the notion grew just a little bit larger. The idea of a future with Jeremy Birch grew more and more possible by the day, and she didn't want that to change. Chapter 14. Blaire dressed in an excited flurry of fumbling buttons and missing her foot while putting on socks. She had to try several times before she managed to get the last few buttons on her blouse fastened and her socks on without catching on her toes. She was going to a movie here in Charleston with Taylor, and then after that, Jeremy was coming over, to her apartment. She made sure to take more care in doing the dishes and straightening up her casual routine of messiness, and scurried out to find Taylor waiting in her little car out front. They hit up the latest chick flick release, indulging in licorice and chocolate-covered raisins, and whispering between scenes about Taylor's frustration with Grant, the hot waiter. He works 2 jobs, so I get that he's busy, but I'm not sure how long to hold on, you know? How many chances do I give him before I accept the fact that he's really not that interested? Taylor whispered as the lovers on the screen argued about the car they wanted to buy together. That's a good question. Do you think he's seeing other women at the same time as you? No, I know he's super busy. He doesn't always reply to my texts and doesn't seem all that into seeing me. You know how you kind of ping-pong contact? Like, if I ask him out, it's his turn to ask me out next time. If I call him this time, it's his turn to call me first. I'm not sure it always works like that, Blaire hedged. Not if our relationship was thriving, but when we're just starting out, it's kind of a courteous thing to show me he wants more. I get that, Blaire said. The couple on screen ended their spat with a feisty kiss that made the car salesman beside them shudder. Taylor grabbed another handful of popcorn. I mean, if I've texted him 3 times and he responds, but he doesn't ever initiate the text, is he just being nice or am I just overthinking it? You're a woman. We overthink things. I guess. What would you do? Blaire opened her mouth when her phone quacked like a duck. Literally, her annoying on-purpose ringtone quacked loud and clear. She'd forgotten to silence it, so she bent like a frantic psycho to do so now. The people in the theater, who'd already been giving them dirty looks for whispering during the movie, offered irritated, shushing noises. Blaire hurried to quiet the call, finally noticing who it had come from. Savannah? Her twin didn't usually call. Her communication usually came via text. I would talk to him about it, Blaire whispered, phone in hand. She wasn't about to answer now. Whatever Savannah needed, it could wait. He's not Jeremy, Taylor whispered as the couple on screen drove their new car off the lot and began arguing over the loud music the boyfriend insisted on trying out on the car's new speakers. If I push too hard right now, Grant might push back, and things might drop altogether. Wouldn't you feel better, though? You'd at least know the answer to your question. You'd know what his feelings really were. That's what I'm afraid of. I like that he's into me. Or that you think he's into you. Taylor raised her shoulder. Sometimes the thought of being wanted by someone you're attracted to is a nice one. Do you mind? A woman a few rows in front of them snapped. Several others nodded their agreement to the question. Sorry, Blaire and Taylor both muttered. In retrospect, maybe a movie wasn't the best idea, not when they both had so much on their minds. After a brief glance of agreement, both friends rose and made their way into the theater lobby. Popcorn speckled the floor in front of the bathrooms, and several workers had brooms in hand to clean it up. Though Blaire could never understand why anyone thought sweeping the carpet ever worked that effectively. If he doesn't want you, he's an idiot, Blaire told Taylor, at full volume this time. They could finally speak freely out here. A hot idiot. Hotness isn't everything, Blaire said. Yeah, but it helps. Taylor licked her upper teeth with a sneer. Blaire laughed and her phone blared Savannah's number again. This time she held the phone up. This isn't like her, Blaire said. Maybe you should answer. See what's up. Do you mind? I'm getting a refill. Taylor lifted her cup and gestured to the concession stand before heading in that direction. Hello? Blaire answered. I'm so done with men, Savannah shouted. Blaire held the phone away from her ear to prevent inner damage and waited to make sure Savannah was through yelling. A couple holding a bucket of popcorn gave her a curious glance as they passed toward the exit. What does that mean? What happened? Nathan stood me up. He gave me this cock and bull story of having to help his daughter. He has a daughter? Savannah went on. Right? Don't you think that's something he should have told me sooner? Probably, Blaire said. But I don't see why this is a bad thing. He was married before and has a 2-year-old. That's something you tell the woman you're dating. That's not something you keep to yourself like it's some kind of dirty secret. He should have told me. We've been dating for at least 7 months now, and he never said a word. He always told me before he had to work. Not that it was his weekend to take care of his offspring. I'm tired of dating liars. All men are liars. Savannah paused long enough for Blaire to compute this latest input of information. Not all men are liars. Yeah, well, you haven't dated as many guys as I have. Jeremy never lied to you. That I know of. Plenty of the men I've been with have been total jerks, and turns out Nathan was no different. I wouldn't have cared that he was married before, or that he has a little girl. He should have told me. Blaire decided this wasn't the best time to point out that, not long ago, Savannah had been the one to keep vital information from her fiancé and ranked herself under the category of liars. You're right, she said instead. He should have. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to break up with him? I don't know. I'll talk to you about it in a second. What? I'm almost to your duplex. Blaire's gaze flicked to Taylor's, who was returning, attempting to secure the plastic lid over her cup. I'm not home right now. Savannah scoffed. A lot of good that does me. I took an Uber there. How much longer are you going to be? Why did you take an Uber? Because I wanted to not be home when Nathan came over tonight. Blaire paused. Because that'll teach him a lesson. Darn right. Well, hurry up and get here. Do you have a spare key? Blaire covered her phone and spoke softly to Taylor. Want to relocate to my place? I guess Savannah is almost there. We can all talk guys together. Maybe she'll have something helpful to say about the hot waiter. Taylor took another sip, unperturbed at missing the movie. They hadn't really been watching it anyways. Sure. Charleston was just as small as Harvest Ranch, and within minutes they were at Blaire's apartment. Savannah was pacing out front in a pair of tall heels. "There you are," she said when the two of them approached. "Hey, Taylor." "Hey, Savannah," she said. Blaire hurriedly unlocked the door and let them into her living room. The smallest hitch of unease settled in at the sight of how tidy it was. She'd picked the room up for Jeremy. What if he came over while Savannah was here? Savannah settled herself onto the couch and Taylor sat across from her. "What's going on?" Taylor asked. Savannah filled them in with the same details she'd shared earlier. "How can a relationship be built on trust if your man leaves out such an important detail? If he can't trust me enough to tell me he had a family before, how can having a family together in the future even work?" "You want a family with him?" Blaire asked. She plunged her head into her hands. "I don't know. That's the thing. I was starting to think so, and now this." "He was probably worried you wouldn't want to date him," Taylor said. "That's not helpful," Savannah said. "I'm just saying, not now, but maybe he worried you wouldn't want to date him in the first place. He should have told me from the start." "Would it have changed anything?" Taylor asked. She was always good at asking the right questions no one else was brave enough to ask. Savannah sniffed and considered. Blaire suspected the answer for a moment until her twin answered. "No, I wouldn't have cared." "So you want to work things out with him?" Blaire asked. Savannah checked her phone. Her eyes boggled and she lowered the device to her lap. "Oh no, he's coming here." "How did he know you were here?" Blaire asked. "I told him." "Why?" "I didn't think he would follow." "Sounds like he's a keeper," Taylor muttered. When Savannah shot her a glare, Taylor hurried to clarify. "He's trying to do the right thing and get you back." Savannah stood up abruptly. Her movements were sharp and jerky. She made for the door, thought better of it, and about-faced. "I need you to take me to Harvest Ranch, right now." "What?" "I'll wait in your car." She went for the door again, snatching Blaire's keys from their decorative hook above the light switch. "Bye, Taylor. It was fun seeing you." Blaire still hadn't moved from her position on the couch. She was trying to keep up with Savannah's staggering, impulsive behavior. Savannah lowered her hands. "Please, Blaire. I need this. Take me away from here." "He'll just check Mama and Daddy's next," Blaire said. "Even still, where else will I go?" Savannah stormed outside, Blaire's keys in hand. Blaire groaned. Taylor gave her a glance. It was almost as though they both needed to come up for oxygen. "Didn't you say Jeremy was coming over tonight?" Taylor asked. "Yeah, once I texted him that our girls' night was over." "Maybe tell Anne that?" Assuming she hadn't already driven off with Blaire's car. Impulsive as her sister was, Blaire didn't think she would. "I'm pretty sure the clash of Jeremy and Savannah won't be a pretty one, especially not with the mood she's in right now." "Valid point," Taylor slapped her leg. "Text him. Warn him that she's here. I'll offer to drive her back to Harvest Ranch with me." Blaire ran a thumb over her phone's smooth screen. That could work, if Savannah would go for it, which chances were she wouldn't. Blaire considered offering to meet him in Harvest Ranch once she dropped Savannah off, but she wasn't sure how long placating Savannah would take, especially once Mama caught wind of the latest scandal. Looks like a rain check was in order. "Blaire, something came up tonight. I'm sorry. I won't be able to get together." She hit send while a rock took residence in her chest. Jeremy approached the stoplight into Charleston when the phone on its holder on the dash flared with a text from Blaire. She'd been sending him messages since they met for lunch and strolled through T&T, and he smiled, eager to see what she came up with this time. Her others had ranged from sweet statements, "So excited to see you tonight," to more romantic promises, "I wish I was in your arms right now." The more adorable messages she'd sent, the more he couldn't wait to see her, to hold her and kiss her breathless. He managed to close the pharmacy right on time, bolted home and changed, and hurried to surprise Blaire by being at her apartment when she got done with her movie. He glanced at the text while waiting for the light to turn green. The words were the opposite of what he'd expected to see. She was canceling? What had come up, and why hadn't she told him what it was? That sucks, he said, wondering what to do. He could turn around and go home, and she would never know he'd come all this way already. Or he could still surprise her. Blaire had borne her heart and soul to him the other night, and he'd never told her how he felt. He'd been so dumbfounded and excited she still cared about him. All he could think about was kissing her again. After her words and the string of charming messages, after soul-searching and sifting through memories and days spent in her company, making life seem brighter at every turn, he wanted to tell her what he'd figured out. Jeremy loved Blaire, and he was going to make sure she knew it. Green light giving him the go, he lifted his foot and inched toward town. He veered slowly past Pullman Learning Center toward Grove Street, where a small gathering of duplexes lay. His heart kicked up an extra beat at the sight of her car out front of the complex. She was home. Perfect. Jeremy slowed and parked, not wanting her to catch sight of his truck through the window in case she happened to be glancing outside. He wished he had thought to get a bouquet of something to give her, evidence of the excitement he'd had building, just to see her eyes light up. As it was, he would have to be enough. Jeremy tapped the lock on his key fob and stuffed his hands into his pockets, making his way up the sidewalk. He kept his gaze plastered to the door numbers, searching out hers. The nearer he drew, however, movement caught his eye. He couldn't mistake the fact that someone with long dark hair was sitting in the driver's seat of Blaire's car. Another someone, a male someone, though it was hard to tell with his hair pulled in a man bun, sat in the passenger seat with her. Their mouths were plastered together, their arms swarming like octopus tentacles as they devoured one another's faces. Everything in him stopped, his heart, his feet, his gaze. He'd been in this situation before, and in a flash the memory knocked into him like a butting ram. Pulling up on the corner of the street, watching every passerby, hoping, waiting the next person would be her. Seeing his fiancée exit the building, holding hands with another man, and then, before they'd parted ways, watching her kiss him, long and slow. The image had branded into Jeremy's mind and resurfaced now with brute force. It was coupled with the uproar that had followed when Jeremy had confronted her about it, the destructive words she'd screamed at him, the painful realization that all of his hopes and dreams for a future with her were crushed in a single instance. Every feeling, every hurt, every scrape and stab the memories carried with them resurfaced anew, and Jeremy struggled for breath as reality took the next hit. This wasn't Savannah. Savannah was at least an hour away going to school. This was Blaire. Blaire had lied to him. She hadn't been out with her friend tonight as she'd claimed. She'd been out with another guy. Jeremy turned heel and stormed back to his truck. He jammed the keys into the ignition with a vengeance and hit the steering wheel in frustration. "How could I have been so stupid?" he said to the victim. The leather-clad circle stared back at him, and he went right on ranting as he shifted into reverse and pulled out onto the street again. Wasn't once bad enough? He'd worried something like this might happen again. He'd been so uncertain about trying again, he hadn't wanted to give in to the desire to date Blaire, but she'd sounded so sincere. She'd declared she loved him and swore she always had. He'd believed her, and he still did. She hadn't been faking her feelings that night. She loved him. Which boiled down to a truth he'd always known. Love was never enough. Not enough to keep people together, and not enough to rely on when uncertainty arose. Love hadn't been enough to keep his dad from cheating on his mom. It hadn't been enough to keep Savannah from sneaking around behind his back. He'd thought Blaire was different. He'd thought he could trust her. Of all people, he would never have thought Blaire would do this to him. He hammered the gas, going too fast for the small-town speed limit, but at this point, he'd almost dare any and all police officers to flash their lights at him. He felt like a raging fire that would combust anything that got too close. Jeremy got home and pulled open his email to accept the job offer from Westville Hospital. He was done. He would take that job offer and say goodbye to Harvest Ranch. Say goodbye to her, for good. Chapter 15 The minute Blaire stepped out of her door and ambled out to her car in the lot, she rolled her eyes. "Guess that breakup didn't last long," Taylor said, leaning in and angling her head to the side as if making sense of the view. "Figures," Blaire said, watching her sister make out with her boyfriend in the front seat of her car. Their stamina was impressive. Blaire rubbed the cold night from her arms, trying to decide how many glares and snapped words she'd get for interrupting. The windows were starting to fog up. "How long are you going to let them go at it?" Taylor asked. Blaire pursed her lips and approached the passenger side. The back of Nathan's head tipped from one side to the other. This time all of his curly hair was in the man bun. Blaire knocked on the window and the two of them broke apart like karate chopped wood. Blaire bent down to wave in as annoying a manner as she could. "You two are keeping it nice and warm in here," she said when she opened the door. Savannah exited first and then Nathan followed. He put his arms around Savannah and she settled into his embrace as though the 15-minute-ago freakout had never happened. "Looks like you made up." "He said sorry," Savannah said, smiling at Nathan, who hooked his hands around her waist. Taylor snorted. "I'm sure he did." Nathan spoke with his sappy expression glued to Savannah. "Yeah, I should have told her about my little girl from the start. I just didn't know how and didn't want to lose her." "He didn't know me well enough to know it wouldn't have bothered me." Savannah plastered her gaze to Nathan's and gave him a gooey, simpering smile. Blaire and Taylor raised eyebrows at one another. "Wish I could get a man to kowtow that quick," Taylor said, adjusting her purse onto her shoulder. "Glad you two got things sorted out. I'll see you later." "Sure, see you," Savannah said, not peering Taylor's way at all. Blaire ran after her best friend, remembering the considerate way Taylor had ditched out on their double date to keep her company after that Evan guy had been so rude and awkward. "Sorry about our girls' night," she said. Taylor stopped at her little two-door pickup and smiled. Easygoing was always her way. "It's all good. I grew up with her too, remember? I know who she is. Besides, guess who just texted me?" She waved her phone in the air with a shameless grin. Blaire's smile threatened to fly right off her cheeks. "Grant, the hot waiter!" Taylor cried, joining in to finish the title. The two friends squealed in delight, joining hands and bouncing in the moment. "So are you meeting up with him now?" Blaire asked. "Heck yes! The night is young." Blaire pulled her into an excited hug. "Knock his socks off," she said. Taylor pretended to think this over for a millisecond. "Not a bad idea. I'll fill you in later." She slid into her truck and hurried down to the end of the street. Blaire was relieved to find her twin sister waiting for her by what she assumed was Nathan's car in its own place in the parking lot, her keys dangling from her outstretched hand. She took them, nestling them into her pocket. "So you're good?" Blaire asked. "Is he going to take you home?" "Yeah. I'll head back into Charlottesville with him. He said he'd take me to meet Emma this weekend." Emma, that must be the daughter. "It's my turn with her," Nathan said as if he needed to explain. Savannah bobbed her chin up and down emphatically, as if trying to let Blaire know without words that she was okay with this latest update. "Okay then." "That sounds great," Blaire said. "I hope it goes well for you." Savannah tugged Blaire into a quick hug and spoke gently in her ear. "Sorry for all the fuss," she said while Blaire breathed in her sister's perfume. "Thanks for always being there for me." "Always," Blaire said. When it came down to it, they were sisters. "I'll see you later, okay?" "Okay." They parted and Blaire waved from the sidewalk, waiting until Nathan's taillights were out of sight before trudging back inside. Clausen padded out from the hall now that the crowds were gone. He was a one-woman cat. Blaire scratched him behind the ears and then dove for her phone, anxious to fill Jeremy in about the night's events. If the story involved anyone else but her twin, she probably would have spilled everything. But something told Blaire he wouldn't care about his ex-fiancé's relationship drama. She decided to leave the details out. "Blaire, Savannah came into town, but everything worked out. Headed to bed soon. Miss you." Blaire talked to Clausen as she got ready for bed, brushed her teeth, and propped her head up against her pillows. The cat settled in next to her, his motor running contentedly. Blaire shot a quick glimpse at her phone. Nothing. She frowned. They'd been texting all throughout the day. Every chance she'd gotten between students, she'd sent what she'd been thinking of him. And he'd replied by the next time she'd checked. What was he doing tonight that he couldn't reply? She sent a sleepy emoji. Blaire, wish I could kiss you goodnight. Love you. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Nothing. Puzzled, Blaire settled in and read for a bit, wanting to give Jeremy time to reply. Clausen curled up at her feet. After her eyes were too tired to stay open any longer, she gave her phone a final, fleeting peek, but he still hadn't said a word. Unsettled, she drifted into an apprehensive sleep. The next morning, Blaire checked her phone first thing, eager for their usual morning greeting. He still hadn't responded. Blaire. Hey, handsome. She thought of Taylor's comments about taking turns in conversation. The usual little bubbles that popped up to alert her he was texting made no appearance. She proceeded. Blaire, I dreamed about you last night. It was true. Dream Jeremy had kissed her so scandalously and thoroughly she was that much keener to be in the same room with him today and act it out. Crickets. Blaire, you working this morning? Nothing. Maybe she'd had his schedule wrong, but she thought he wasn't working. Too bad she was. Blaire tapped out another conversation starter only to delete it. She ate breakfast, checked her phone, showered, checked her phone, got dressed, checked her phone. Her screen was still just as blank as it had been last night, and her disquiet heightened. Had something happened? Had he lost track of his phone or forgotten to charge it or something? She wanted nothing more than to drive into Harvest Ranch and find out the answers. But responsibility demanded its due. Blaire struggled with every tutoring session so much that one of her students asked if she was okay. During the break between students, Mama texted a request that she come help look over the gift shop and make sure she hadn't missed anything before the festival officially began. Blaire promised she would be there, and then she informed Jeremy of her plans. Blaire, I'll be at Tulips after work tonight. Want to meet at our spot? Your tulips, my tulips. Nothing. You okay, Miss Spencer? Blaire's student Julia frowned from her spot where Landon usually sat. Her pencil was poised over the worksheet they'd been hammering through. She forced a smile. I'm fine. How about this? We just did that problem, Julia pointed out. Flames lit her cheeks. Blaire shook it off and recovered. Right. See? I was testing to make sure you were paying attention. She nudged Julia and received another smile as the girl settled into her assignment. Blaire checked her phone at least 7,000 more times before the end of her workday hit, and still Jeremy hadn't replied. There was definitely something wrong. How did things go with your hot waiter? She texted Taylor. Taylor, so good. Remember what I said about Spark? Grant's got it in spades. Sent him a message to meet me at the Tulip Festival. He said he'd love to, and so I'm kissing him there. Blaire, as you should. So Jeremy isn't replying to my texts. Taylor, give him time. Worked for me. Time was all well and good when a relationship was just starting out. And technically, her relationship with Jeremy was on tender, freshly tilled ground, waiting for the stems to sprout. But not really. This was no newly planted field. Soon enough, 5 o'clock came and her workday ended. Blaire drove in a muddled daze into Harvest Ranch. She considered stopping by the drugstore where the pharmacy was, but she didn't think he was working. She popped her head in. Sure enough, Mary and another assistant were the only ones manning the counter. No sign of Jeremy. She scanned her screen without any surprise that there were no new messages from him. What had happened? She could only hope he was at Tulips in tandem. Blaire pulled into the lot with a downtrodden realization. His truck was nowhere in sight. He wasn't here. She tried to have hope that he would come later, but on a whim she drove past his house. His truck was parked out front there without any sign of going anywhere. She considered stopping by and checking on him when he strolled down his front steps, phone in hand. So it wasn't lost. So he had seen her texts. He was ignoring her. Defeated, she went back to the gift shop and let her car idle. This felt like that day all over again. The day after he'd stayed all night with her. The day he'd come over and given all his attention to Savannah instead of her. Rejection wasn't coming because of her sister this time. But his denial was still just as steep and sharp, the bottom of a heartless ravine. She gritted her teeth and fought back the tears. She would not cry over him again. She'd bared her heart and soul to him. She'd told him just how hard she'd fallen for him, and how she had never been able to recover from the effect he'd always had over her. And he had the gall to ignore her? Mama's voice trailed through her mind. Not worth darkening his doorstep. "You all right?" Mama asked when Blaire made the gift shop door chime. "I'm fine." Forced smile in place. Check. Work to do? Check. "You got your agenda?" "Right here," Mama said, holding out her familiar clipboard. "Now I went through and made sure to have extra bracelets here. We sold out of them last year." "And your jam?" Blaire said, indicating the little jars topped with ruffled lace and Mama's homemade logo, Shauna's Jam. "I'm glad you made more this year. Your jam was always a hot seller." "That's right it is," Mama said. "You can't find tomato and black cherry-flavored jam just anywhere." Blaire went full throttle, giving Mama her complete attention. She noticed Mama forgot lip glosses and reminded her to make sure to check the employees' bags before they came to work and after. They'd had a problem with shoplifting last year, and Mama had had to fire Destiny Fairchild because she'd been caught with a brand new lip gloss from the counter in her purse. "How are things going with you and Jeremy?" Mama asked, as she finished counting the trowels with floral handles in their bin by the other gardening utensils. She marked the number on her clipboard. "He hasn't responded to my texts since last night." Mama peered over the top of her glasses. "That's not like him, is it?" "No, it's not," Blaire said dejectedly. "I'm not sure what's going on." "You better find out." "I plan to. Did you hear from Savannah last night?" Mama moved on to the gardening gloves hanging from their pegs. "Yeah, she called and told me she was going to crash at home for a few days. Then 20 minutes later she was all giggly again and said never mind. I don't know about that girl sometimes. She's got more rebound than a game of pinball." Blaire laughed. "Yeah, she was pretty upset when she came over last night. But then Nathan came and they resolved everything." "That's good. Sounds like you've got some resolving to do yourself." Mama's brows stayed up. Blaire set down the plush animals she was straightening. "Mama, I'm here to help you. And I'm glad you did. But I think we're done here. Get that Fanny over to that man of yours and see what's got him ignoring you." Blaire inhaled. She closed her eyes and shook her head, waiting for the intake of oxygen to clear things up in there. "I'm not sure I want to know. I just can't figure out what he means by it." "All the more reason to do what your mama says." She laughed, a weak, pitiful sound, and glanced around the gift shop a final time. The shelves, the products on them, everything appeared to be in order. They hadn't gotten to the jewelry and gift card stands yet, but opening day was still a week away. She could come back if she needed to. "If you're sure." "I don't say things I don't mean." "Don't I know it?" Mama straightened with effort, crossed the shop, and stroked Blaire's cheek. "Go on." Blaire didn't want to be told twice, something Mama had taught her well when she was younger. She scurried out to her car and headed back over to Jeremy's. The lights in his house were off, but the light from the TV blared brightly enough to be noticeable. She climbed his porch steps and knocked on the door. His lack of response was no surprise, but she pounded harder and didn't stop until he answered. Jeremy appeared, looking tempting and teasingly rumpled in pajama pants and old t-shirt from his basketball team in high school, and he wasn't happy to see her. "What do you want?" "Are you mad at me?" she asked, taken aback by his snap-turtle tone. "What else should I be?" "What does that mean?" Jeremy glanced away in such a pointed manner, she got the impression he couldn't stand the sight of her. "We're done here. I'm closing the door, and I hope to never open it to your face again." "What does that mean? Jeremy, wait!" He closed the door. She didn't let him. Blaire pushed through into his living room. "Get out," he said. "What is going on? What happened?" "I don't think I need to explain a thing. You have a lot of nerve coming here, and I'm telling you to get out of my house." This time tears pushed through. "You're a piece of work," she said. "Tell me why you're suddenly pulling away from me." "I saw you, okay? Last night, in your car with some random guy. I saw you making out with someone else." She almost wanted to laugh. "That was Savannah." "Sure it was." He folded his arms. It was the same situation that happened before. I was excited to see you, to surprise you, and I approached, only to find you going at it with some guy in your car." She placed a hand to her forehead as the details came rushing back. He'd come to Charleston anyway? She'd pushed off the bite of him comparing her to her sister in such a degrading way and went on. "I'm serious," she said. "I know it sounds weird, but she was sitting in my car." "In the driver's seat?" "Yes! She pranced in and took my keys. You know how dramatic my sister is. She had a fallout with her boyfriend and came rushing to my house. She ruined my evening with Taylor, demanding I drop everything so I could take her to my parents' house." "Where was her car?" Jeremy asked, skeptical. "She took an Uber." His glare deepened. He shook his head. "You're just as bad as she is." The wound drove deeper. "I'm not lying about this." "Sounds like it to me. Seems a little too far-fetched that your twin sister would come all the way from Charlottesville to your house to then have you take her to Harvest Ranch. Why wouldn't she just have the driver take her to your parents in the first place?" "Who knows why Savannah does what she does?" Blaire's voice grew frantic. "I'm telling you the truth. That wasn't me. That was her with her new boyfriend, Nathan." "So she magically knew she'd come to your house too?" he scoffed. "And then got in your car?" Desperation sprang into her bloodstream, adding to the rate of her pulse. "As odd as it sounds, yes. I haven't talked to her since then. I had to work earlier. She wasn't there when I came to help Mama with the gift shop today. I don't have all the details, Jer, but I'm telling you the truth. She came to my house, told me the reason for her drama, insisted she was done with Nathan, and demanded I take her to Mama and Daddy's house. She took my keys while I was saying goodbye to Taylor, and then we walked out and found them making out in my car. That's what happened." "I can't do this." He turned away, and then, as if realizing she was in his house, rounded back. "I'm not her, Jer. I wouldn't do that to you." His gaze swam with sadness and pain. The emotion in his glance was so blunt she inhaled. "I want to believe you, but I can't," he said. "I need you to leave." Blaire lifted her chin, widening her eyes to keep more tears from falling. That look spoke more than he ever could. He didn't trust her after all. He thought she'd betray him without another thought, and that hurt worse than anything else he could have done. "I'm not like my sister," she said, spinning and doing just as he asked. She stormed from his house, not bothering to close the door. Blaire wanted the satisfaction of him having to see her walk away, though she fumed the whole time. She couldn't wrap her head around it. What was his problem? She'd told him the truth. Why couldn't he believe her? Why couldn't he know her well enough to know she would never betray him like that? She was tempted to turn around and storm back in, to relay the details again just as they'd happened and insist he accept them, to beg him to. But she felt so desperate and pathetic, two things she refused to be. If he wanted to be done, right now, she was. Chapter 16. Jeremy stared at the newspaper ad for the Tulip Festival, hosted by Tulips in Tandem, the words distorted. Life seemed as bleak as the black and white tulips in the article, a picture the Spencers probably submitted from one of the previous years. He had put a for sale by owner sign out front and already had someone coming to see the house this morning. He prayed harder than he ever had before that they would buy it right away, that he could be rid of the house's reminder, be rid of this town, be rid of the garbage way he felt. He paced the floor in his living room, seeing the exact spot where Blaire had stood, just inside his front door, remembering the argument from the night before. She'd appeared so shocked at his accusation, at his insistence on her guilt. Her story that the woman he'd seen was Savannah instead of her would have been plausible if both twins were still living in Harvest Ranch. But it was too outlandish. Savannah charging in at Blaire's doorstep from a town an hour away, only to demand her sister give her a ride home? What a blatant lie. The thought made him boil all over again. "I'm an idiot," he said, cursing himself for ever getting himself into this situation, for letting his heart dare to try again. He knew the girls were different in their personalities, in their interests and behavior, but his fears were confirmed by this. No one was ever faithful. No love ever lasted. He would move away, live as a hermit, work at the pharmacy, and come home. Work and home, and never let himself hope again. A knock sounded on the door, and Jeremy checked his watch. The people coming to see the house were early, but he wouldn't fault them for that. Only the visitors weren't a young couple there to inspect the space. He opened the door to find Mom and Landon there holding 2 brown paper sacks with a label from Choco Latte. "Morning," Mom said brightly. She wore a light jacket, jeans, and her tennis shoes. Landon slunk in with a simple nod, making straight for the couch. "Morning?" Jeremy said, not bothering to hide his confusion. "What's this about?" "We brought you some muffins," Mom said. "I haven't seen you since the night we all talked and thought we'd surprise you and come see how the house was coming along." "It's not," Jeremy said, though at least he had managed to patch up the sheetrock he'd removed. So far, the new outlets he'd installed functioned better than he did right now. "And sorry, but this isn't the best time. I have someone coming to scope things out and possibly buy the house. So can we do this another time?" "You're selling this?" Landon said. He'd already bitten into his muffin and left several crumbs on the hardwood floor at his feet. Jeremy gritted his teeth. "It has too many bad memories. Look," he said, trying for patience and gesturing for Mom to take the leather seat nearest the door. Mom sat, dug out a muffin, and offered it to him. He shook his head. She shrugged and bit into it herself, lowering the brown paper sack. "What's bothering you?" she asked. He didn't see any reason to keep the news to himself. "I caught Blaire cheating." "No way," Landon said. Mama gaped at him. "Blaire?" she said as if needing clarification. The slightest pang of shame struck him. He knew her reputation was clearer than fresh mountain air, and he hated to be the one to sully it. Then again, he wasn't the one at fault for that. Her own behavior last night was. The image of her in the car with another man sandblasted his eyelids all night long. He'd barely slept. Yes, Blaire. "Blaire wouldn't do that," Landon said. "I know you like her," Jeremy said. "I do too, but sometimes people let you down." "She wouldn't," Landon said again, more insistently than Jeremy knew he was capable of. "You should have seen her when I mentioned that her sister cheated on you. She was so angry. She couldn't stay in the room. She could have been like those old cartoons where steam came out of their ears. You talked about me during your sessions?" "Well, yeah. I told her Savannah cheated on you, and she came uncorked, dude. She couldn't even finish our session." "She never told me that." Of course, she had mentioned Landon's claim. She just left out the part about how the news had affected her. Landon mowed through his muffin and crumpled the wrapper in his hand. He leaned forward to rest his arms on his knees. "All I'm saying is, this is Blaire. She's steady, man. She could have given up on me when I was such a jerk to her, but she stuck it out. She's the sticking out kind." His brother's words had the effect of warm stones on skin. They were too noticeable to be ignored. Jeremy sank onto the other end of the couch from where his brother sat. "Have you talked to her?" Mom asked. "Yeah," Jeremy sniffed. And she gave me some story. It sounded so far-fetched." He clung to the skepticism he'd felt since last night. It was easy to accept someone's behavior in spite of doubts, but that was how hearts got broken. "What did she say?" "Just that the woman I saw kissing some guy in her car was her sister." "Then you should believe her," Landon said. "Just like Mom should have believed Dad wasn't meeting with Tanya." An awkward note strummed through. Landon pressed on anyway. "This isn't the same," he insisted. "Your dad confessed the truth to me," Mom said. "When I asked him, when you call someone else out on something, someone who has a good, honest heart will tell you the truth." Jeremy glared. "You think Dad has a good, honest heart?" "I wouldn't have loved him in the first place if he didn't. When I asked him for the truth, he told me the truth. I'm not saying I'm okay with what he did, but I am saying sometimes you can trust that people are telling the truth. My heart told me as much. What is your heart telling you?" Jeremy wasn't the best at reading his emotions right now. He'd been hurt, so hurt, when this had happened with Savannah. When he'd asked her for the truth, she'd given him some story about how kissing that other guy had been a mistake and how she would never do it again. The next time he'd brought up the kiss, She'd given some story about how the guy had wanted to kiss her again and they'd gotten carried away. Jeremy couldn't believe any of her stories and insisted on the truth. "Okay, I met him online," Savannah had admitted. "Then I found out he was taking classes at the same school I was thinking of going to, and we met up. We couldn't help it, Jer. You know how chemistry is sometimes just undeniable?" Undeniable chemistry. Never mind she'd claimed to love him. Never mind she'd worn his ring and had promised to join her life with his. Chemistry was what had mattered. In that moment, he'd seen what he'd suspected but hadn't wanted to admit, that Savannah was as superficial as plastic, and her word was just as flimsy as an empty bottle of soda that could be crushed by the smallest amount of pressure. Jeremy met Mom's eyes and saw the concern there, and then he remembered Blaire's eyes. Her dark eyes had displayed the same shock he'd felt. Her expression hadn't been guilty, but desperate. She'd been pleading with him to believe her. "How can I let this go?" he said. "How can we know that any relationship is worth pursuing?" "I don't regret marrying your dad," Mom said. "I had some of the best years of my life with him, and it's thanks to him that I have you two boys." She smiled genuinely. "I still love your dad, which is why what he did still hurts so badly. But if you're saying I should never have married him in the first place because of the risk involved, then I'm telling you now, you're wrong. Some marriages work out, some don't. People change and choose, but that doesn't mean you should never get married and deny yourself possible happiness." She peered from Jeremy to Landon, who was sitting straight up for once, and then back to Jeremy again. "Relationships don't automatically work. You have to work at them. They also don't automatically fail, Jeremy. Love is something that has to be constantly tended, just like a garden, like the Spencer's tulips. You see how hard they work every year to make their festival flourish." He stilled, letting her words hover and request permission to land. "If you let any garden sit for long, the weeds take over. But if you're actively caring for it, that's how you make it last." "Makes sense," Landon added. Jeremy couldn't speak. He was too lost in his own swarm of realization. Mom went on. "You have to keep in mind the other person's well-being before your own. That's where things went wrong for you with Savannah and for me with your dad." "They both acted on selfishness," Jeremy said. "I tried to work things out with your dad, but he wasn't willing to. I know Blaire's story sounds a little crazy to you, but what if she is being honest? She and Savannah look almost exactly alike. So if you didn't look that closely last night, and I can see why you wouldn't want to, then it also makes sense why you'd think she was with someone else. But you didn't go to her door, did you?" Jeremy shook his head. "No, I didn't see the point in sticking around." "Then you don't know for sure that it was Blaire." "Twins," Landon said under his breath, with a hint of skepticism in his tone. How was it that moms were so inherently good at bestowing wisdom right when he needed it most? Logically, Jeremy knew Mom was right. There was a possibility, minute as it was, that he had jumped to conclusions. "Sounds like I need to find out," he said. "Yes, you do. If Blaire is saying she's telling the truth, give her the chance. Find out where Savannah really was. If you love her, then listen to her," he said. Mom nodded in approval. "Put her first, always." "Thanks, Mom," Jeremy said. Landon offered him a fist bump. Jeremy did so, chuckled, and added, "I think I'll take that muffin now." Chapter 17. Daddy's legs jutted out from beneath the driver's side of the trolley. Tulips in Tandem opened in 8 days, and he'd wanted to make sure the trolley was at its best. A large pan holding the discarded oil lay at his side, near his knees, and Blaire stood, waiting to hand him the tool he'd asked her to. She hadn't yet told either of her parents the details of her fallout with Jeremy. Mama had just come to like him again, and though she'd instructed Blaire to talk things over with him, she hadn't yet asked how things had gone. Goats bleated from their pen. A few straggled in through an opening in the side of the barn that allowed them the chance to get out of the sun if they wanted to. Outside, sounds of the taco truck, now in its usual place in the parking lot, echoed. The teenagers on Justin's crew were shouting and playing frisbee in the children's area, and some of the tulips had already started to bloom. Blaire usually loved this time of year. She hated that right now this springtime was sullied with awful memories. She didn't want to look back and remember the tulip festival as the time Jeremy thought she'd cheated on him, too. She considered talking to Daddy about it as she handed Daddy the requested wrench when footsteps scuffed along the dirt floor behind her. "Someone here?" Daddy asked from beneath the truck, pushing out just enough on his roller to see if he was needed. Blaire's tongue didn't work. She stared at Jeremy in his corduroy jacket with the wool collar, at his hands in his jeans pocket, at his brown, tousled hair, but mostly at his repentant expression. He was her entire world. How could he not know that? "Hey," he said, dipping his head sheepishly, only to glance up at her from under his eyelashes. "Can we talk?" She tucked her lips in her teeth. Blaire kicked Daddy's boot. "Jeremy's here. Do you still need me?" Daddy slid out from beneath the truck. A smudge of oil streaked along his cheek, and he gripped the underside of the trolley with a gloved hand, directing a wave to Jeremy with the other. "Hey there, Jeremy." "Hey, Mr. Spencer. Sorry to interrupt. Can I give you a hand?" Daddy grinned and waved the wrench Blaire had passed to him. "I've just about got this done. You two go on. Thanks for your help, Nugget." "Bye, Daddy." Hands in his pockets, Jeremy waited for her to join him. Blaire's mind raced. She couldn't tell if this was a good visit or would turn out to be another harrowing one. Was Jeremy here to restate his declaration that he never wanted to see her again? If that was the case, he wouldn't have come at all. Had he changed his mind? Blaire stopped near the ladder leading up to the loft where she used to hide to read books in solitude, where Jeremy had found her during sardines and given her a kiss that secured her to him more than either of them knew at the time. "Where do you want to go?" she asked. "The loft?" An endearing smirk curled the corners of his mouth. From the twinkle in his eyes, she knew they shared a beat of memory before he shook his head. "Let's go for a walk." He didn't take her hand. She wasn't sure she would have let him if he'd tried. Instead, he held open the barn side door for her to step out into the sunshine and stuffed his hands back into his pockets. They walked along the poles connected with swooping ribbons marking the area for patrons to wait for their trolley ride. Fortunately, the tulip festival hadn't yet started, otherwise the likelihood of being alone would have been far slimmer. "I'm sorry," he began. Blaire squinted out the sunlight and peered at him. Her heart gave a little chug. "Thank you. I should have believed you. I know you've never lied to me before, and I'm not sure why I thought you would start, or why you would stoop so low. I'm just cynical, I guess." "I understand," she said. "You have every reason to be." He kicked a clod of dirt. "Not with you, I don't," he corrected. "I know you're not like your sister, Blaire. I know you're trustworthy. It's just that your story about what happened that night, what I saw, sounded so forced. It was simply hard to swallow." She chuckled, hearing again how the tale must have sounded to him at the time. Savannah showing up all the way from Charlottesville only to ask for a ride to Harvest Ranch. She wasn't sure she'd have believed herself either. "I know it did, but it really is what happened. Even Taylor can tell you that if you need her to." They stepped perpendicular to the sidewalk and the footpaths leading toward the picnic area and the parking lot. "No need for that," he said. "It's okay. An important part of a relationship is trusting the other person. And I trust you." Blaire analyzed him, letting the pronouncement absorb into her. Her expression was apologetic and imploring. It was vivid and vulnerable. The words meant everything to her, mostly because she knew how difficult trusting someone was for him. "Thank you, Jeremy. I hope you know you can always trust me." His cheeks lifted, though the expression wasn't quite a smile. His fingers brushed hers with the slightest touch, an affirmation that zinged all the way through her. Blaire closed her hand over his, bringing the toes of her shoes to meet his. She gripped the collar of his coat, pressing her chest to his, tipping upward. Jeremy's sweet breath coaxed her mouth, and then his lips brushed hers with the gentlest touch. She tingled, longing for more of this delicate, tender sensation. His hand slid around her back, keeping her close, giving her the confirmation she needed. She suddenly wanted to be anywhere but here. She wanted him all to herself. A car pulled up in the lot behind Blaire, brakes squealing. Jeremy's attention shifted, though he kept his arms securely around her. Blaire rotated in his embrace to find Nathan's little green car as the culprit. Savannah got out first, and then was followed by Nathan, man bun and all. Jeremy lowered his head to speak in Blaire's ear. The sound of his low voice resonated. And if I needed proof, it would be right there. I'd recognize the back of his head anywhere. Blaire laughed. She rested her head against his chest and hugged him tightly. I'm sorry you had such a scare when you saw them kissing. I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions, he said. And Blaire? He cleared his throat and pressed her so he could stroke her cheek. Her heart was a captive in her chest, pounding against its cage. There was a reason I came to Charleston that night. Oh? It wasn't just to see me? There's something I wanted to tell you. He was nervous about this. Blaire's attention fixed on him, her teasing cast aside. Okay, I'm listening. He glanced down her body, bringing his gaze back to hers. You said you loved me. I do. I still do, and I always will. He smiled, a handsome, fragile thing, and nudged his nose against hers. Your words that night, I've replayed those words in my mind 1,000 times. I think being loved by you is something tender and precious. I think I can't comprehend it, and that's what makes it so amazing. Because being loved by someone makes that love real. I mean, when you tell someone of your feelings, they become real in the telling. When you admit you love someone, that's everything. Love is deep and serious and palpable and so substantial in that moment. You're bearing everything about you to the other person. You're giving them your heart and soul and hoping they'll take the utmost care with it. It's an act of complete and total trust. It's profound, he finished. Tears glistened in her eyes, but she didn't bother to wipe them away. She'd never had anyone express himself like this to her before, and the fact that Jeremy Birch now stood before her and said such earnest things made them that much more extraordinary. Blaire's entire frame hummed, from her fingertips to her toes. What are you saying? Her voice trembled. He stroked her cheek, and the touch manifested everything he'd said. She was precious to him. She was delicate and important. I'm saying that I should have relied on your words, and I should have told you how I feel about you. Her stomach fluttered, making her aware of everywhere his body touched hers. He didn't drop down on one knee, but he cradled her hands as if they were breakable. His gaze on her was tangible, and every single one of her hairs stood on end. You deserve to know that I love you too. I love you, Blaire Evelyn Spencer. I love your smile and the light in your eyes. I love your consideration for others, and I love your scar. He stroked the spot above her eyebrow. A little laugh trickled out, but she didn't speak. She didn't want to ruin this enchanted bubble they were encased in. I love your laugh. I love the beauty in your soul, the way you hold yourself, the way the sunlight casts gold strands into your dark hair when you don't know what's happening. I love that you help kids for your job, and that you help your parents, and that you cared enough to say hard things to me about my brother and my family, so you could help Landon too. You went out on a limb for him. Talking to me after what you thought happened between me and your sister must have been tough, but you did it anyway, because deep down you were a genuine person. That's what made me know I could let go of my suspicions and trust you. Even Landon told me you were steady. She laughed through her tears. Landon told you that? Boy's on to something, Jeremy said. After a shrug, he added, the point is, I love you. Her grin widened. She let his words resonate around her in concert. Someone else's love became real when it was said out loud, not only because they said it, but because they meant it. Jeremy meant it. Blaire felt all 3 words. Jeremy loved her. After everything that had happened between him and Savannah, he was choosing her. Chills spread across her skin. Wordlessly, she smoothed her hand across the scruff along his jaw. Her toes tipped, her lids closed, and she gripped the wool collar of his coat, waiting. The moment became embossed under the warm spring sunshine, and every touch lasted, and every beat pounded in her veins. It was in that trickle of anticipation, of accepting his pronounced love, of acknowledging everything he spoke of, that she was ready to seal everything between them. He was accepting her, and she was ready to do the same. Every pounding ounce of devotion she felt for him needed its closure, needed the security of his arms around her and the assurance of his mouth on hers. Jeremy's lips met their mark with sweet release. They tenderly coaxed hers, and every motion was a confirmation of all the things he just expressed. Blaire slid her hand into his hair along his neck, and he pressed her body tightly against his, enfolding her, keeping her. She wanted to go on kissing him. She wanted him like this every day for the rest of their lives. Epilogue. The field was a breathtaking riot of color. Blaire admired the goblet-shaped tulips and their rows of yellow, red, and pink from behind the gift shop, waiting for Jeremy to get off work. The collection of something so vast and beautiful was almost too much for words. She'd always loved this time of year because of the light the tulips carried. Maybe the splash of color was made that much more satisfying because she knew firsthand the amount of work it took to bring about something so beautiful. Savannah and Nathan were strolling along the footpaths, as were a cluster of other couples, and Blaire inhaled the almost warm spring air. She recognized other townsfolk as well, clustered with their families, pushing strollers, enjoying the sky's bright blue spread and the tinted tulips sprouting up to greet it. And then there he was. Jeremy sauntered through the crowd, looking casual and carefree and so eye-catching. His brown corduroy jacket hung open, displaying a gray t-shirt over jeans, and everything about him was magnetic. She found herself at his side without remembering moving. All she saw was him. "Hey, you," Jeremy said, slipping an arm around her to pull her close. Blaire soaked in the feel of his hand at her waist, and the smell of his cologne and his cheek brushing her temple. "Hey." She held him close before pulling away again to find him scoping out the festival. "Looks like a great turnout," he said. "I'm glad the tulips survived the ice storm." Blaire shivered, remembering the blast of cold that had come a week before. The storm had been unexpected. Justin and the crew had rushed out, staking blankets over the flower beds they'd worked so hard on for the last month. The same couldn't be done for the tulips in the fields. That would be a lot of blankets to cover 40 acres. Fortunately, few of the buds had bloomed, and the stalks and buds had been resilient enough to withstand the blast of cold weather. "Yeah, that storm came out of nowhere," Blaire said. "Gave us a scare. But fortunately, the tulips hadn't fully bloomed yet, so they survived." "That's what I call resilience," Jeremy said. "I'm glad you made it when you did," she said. "It's almost time for the next trolley tour." She'd gotten the tickets from Mama before darting out to meet Jeremy. They didn't have a specific time to get on, but she didn't want to waste another minute. "Wouldn't that be cool if you managed to book us a private tour?" He waggled his eyebrows. "I know a way we can have the tulips all to ourselves." He brushed his nose along her cheek. "Your tulips, my tulips." Jeremy tipped in for the kill when Taylor's voice greeted them. "There you are," she said. She wore a soft pink faux leather jacket and jeans, her blonde hair spiking in the back, and her hand was laced with none other than Grant the hot waiter's. His smile was just as devastating as it'd been that night at Umberto's, his physique just as bulging, his hair just as tousled. The apronless look was a good one for him, and Taylor's smile was off the charts. "Grant, you remember my friend Blaire?" "We were never introduced, but I never forget a face." He flashed his smile at her. Blaire introduced Jeremy as her boyfriend, though the word wasn't quite enough to encapsulate everything he was to her. "We're headed to wait for the trolley," Taylor said. "We can't tiptoe through the tulips, but we can ride through them." "Us too," Blaire said. "We should double up." Taylor's grin widened. Blaire winced. "I don't know. Our last double date was a disaster." Though something told her this one would be infinitely better. "When was this double date of yours?" Jeremy asked. Grant looked on as though he wanted the answer as well. "About a month ago," Blaire said. Taylor set me up with her coworker's cousin. Taylor picked up the story from there. And he freaked out when Blaire said the word family. Grant laughed, a boisterous, contagious sound. Were you trying to scare him off? He asked. The four of them made their way to the trolley waiting area. Blaire angled her head. No, I was talking about the Tulip Festival, actually, she said, and how there's a picnic area for families. He was apparently sensitive to the word. He lost it at me, right in the middle of our date. Yeah, he was kind of brutal, Taylor said. So we left. The guys laughed again, and the trolley pulled up. The current passengers disembarked, and several minutes later, the way was clear for them to board. Blaire stopped short at the sight of Landon sitting in the cab beside Justin, who was playing driver. He wore the uniform well and was so clean-cut, Blaire did a double-take. Landon gave her a sheepish little thumbs up, and Blaire waved excitedly. Did you know about this? Jeremy asked. No, we haven't been meeting for tutoring anymore. They canceled a few days after you and your mom talked. Blaire had to admit the resolution was bittersweet. She didn't always get attached to the kids she worked with, but she had, surprisingly, with Landon. She'd come to care about him and wanted to see him succeed. Huh, they didn't tell me. His grades must be improving, Jeremy said. His attitude has, that's for sure. That's great. The crowd boarded. Taylor and Grant settled in near the back steps, and Jeremy and Blaire took the space across from them, wedging in among other townspeople eager for the ride. The tour guide, a teenage girl Blaire didn't know, stood in her forest green T&T uniform and welcomed everyone to Tulips in Tandem, the family fun stop. There's that word again, Jeremy muttered with a smirk. What, family? Does it bother you to hear it? He rubbed her shoulder. Depends on who I'm thinking of starting one with. Grant and Taylor peered around as they approached the south end of the Tulips, and so did many others around them. Everyone lost in their own conversations while the girl's voice carried over on the loudspeaker. She went on, giving the memorized rundown of Daddy's risky decision to turn farmland into a tulip field. Blaire nestled into Jeremy's side and gazed at the splendor of tulips and back to him, only to find that his eyes had never strayed from watching her. Maybe it's too soon to talk about, he said softly. But has it ever crossed your mind? Marrying me. Starting a family. Only every day since I was 16, she said. He laughed, reeling her in to place a kiss on her forehead. Me too, he said. Blaire snuggled against him, emboldened and heartened. Jeremy wasn't repulsed at the thought of having a family with her. She could picture it now, the way she'd done countless times before. Him getting down on one knee, meeting her at the altar, working together to fix up his house and make it their home, filling the rooms with love, laughter, and as many kids as they could handle. She wanted a life with him. You know, Blaire said, Savannah told me recently that I should thank her for what she did to sabotage your engagement. That sounds like her. The light in his gaze dimmed slightly. Justin took a slow turn at the end of the row and started back down the one parallel to it. I hope this isn't awful of me to say, Blaire went on, because I know how terrible what she did was and how much her actions hurt you. But I'm glad it happened. Jeremy lowered his head. In a twisted way, I am too, he said. She got me to open up my eyes, to see what was right in front of me. He brought his focus to her. I love you, Blaire. I love you too, she said. I'm so glad we gave this a second chance. With a finger, Jeremy directed her face toward his. His lips melded with hers in the most perfect way, solidifying the statement. They had time to work out the details, time to relish every delicious moment together, to make their love the kind that lasted, and Blaire couldn't wait. She was ready to spend the rest of her life loving him more, every single day.
Hey, what's up? This is Catelyn Meadows. I just wanted to jump on and say thank you so much for listening to Falling for My Sister's Ex. I hope you loved Blaire and Jeremy's story. If you're looking for more small town charm, I hope you'll check out my Havenwood Cowboys series, which are also here as audiobooks on my YouTube channel. The first one is called Inheriting the Farmhouse. It's about a woman who returns to the town of Bridgewater following her grandfather's death, only to find romance, healing, and a chance at a life she never expected. So keep an eye out for that. I hope you listen to it. And if you liked Falling for My Sister's Ex, please make sure you like this video and leave me a note in the comments because I would love to hear your thoughts. If you're not already subscribed to my channel, I hope you'll do so because I'd love to have you here. Thanks so much.
This has been Falling for My Sister's Ex, written by Catelyn Meadows, narrated by Georgia Lee King. Copyright 2021 by Cortney Pearson. Production copyright 2024 by Cortney Pearson.